They have a harder time getting pregnant. So if a traditional man wants children, he can't pick a fat chick. They're like, okay, if she's already chubby in her 20s, then I have a lifetime of, you know.
But like, go churn butter. Get back to the kitchen. Like, why are you on TikTok? You harlot. Like, you're a modern woman. Like, well, what are you doing?
No, his slaves actually, like, he had a really good relationship with them, and they considered him like a dad. I used to read actual slave.
I remember this happening in real time. It still freaks me out. Such a stupid thing to say. Dude, you said that to a black person, too.
If my son came home from school one day and said to me, look, Mum, I'll be honest with you, I think I'm gay, I would take it on. I'd be open.
What if your son came home and said, I think I'm black?
Huh? That's the level of argumentation we're on? Friend of the show, Jabri, did an absolute roasting of Just Girly Things, Just Pearly. God damn it, I always her name. Just Pearly Things. The internet's favorite pick me. And he called it the unpickable pick me. What a title. What a title. Let's take a look. Let's dive right into it. I've been waiting for this. I mean, he makes amazing videos. Jabri does. This video will go crazy hard, I suspect. Let's do it.
Right, Pearl, you've been called the female Andrew Tate. How do you plead?
Well, I take it as a compliment.
People think I'm insane because I don't think women should vote. I had this realization. The men are smarter and better at everything. Women have been told what we want to hear our whole lives. From a historical perspective, women are pretty bad.
Yeah. Jabri's videos have insane soundtracks in them. And it goes hard when you're roasting Just Pearly Things. And it's a little wild when it's like about, I don't know, like a pedophile YouTuber, but it still goes hard nonetheless. Sometimes perhaps too hard.
When you search the word pearl on Google, you get the definition of a small, glistening sphere formed within the crystalline shell of an oyster, highly regarded for its beauty and rarity as a jewel. But if you search pearl on YouTube, you get this.
What up, guys? Welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel. Today, I want to talk about why women are dumb. How
Flashbang!
women realize that the only way we can be great at things is under the authority of a man.
Just Pearly Things is a 26-year-old YouTuber, TikToker, and social commentator with a knack for anti-Semitism who isn't afraid to give her opinion on the appearances of teenage girls.
I'm not gonna lie. I think Just Pearly Things has done a lot for women. Okay, she's shown that, you know, you don't have to be attractive to be a conservative commentator. Okay, you don't. You just simply don't have to. And for that, I think she's a bold, revolutionary feminist. Okay, you can be hurt looking. Okay, turns out conservatives, they've moved past objectification of women, okay? They have. They've done that. They're woke now, turns out.
All in an effort to promote the red pill, a community I pray will one day fade into deep obscurity.
My husband's texting me. He wanted me to tell you that we will have our daughter ready for you as a virgin.
These influencers alongside Pearl can be recently...
Dude, this shit is like, I assume it's all memes, right? Like, I'm so fucking removed from that kind of stuff. I don't look at it. I don't ever want to see it. But every single time I see it, I'm like, well, jail. It should be a jailable offense. I think free speech is actually ridiculous. Like, so what is it? Like, I know there's a lot of perverts in here that watch that kind of shit because they love it. They can't get enough of it. What's up? It's a joke, right? Like, they're not being serious. I mean, it's like one of those gross ass things where it's like, even as a meme, it doesn't really work. It's like, what are you fucking trying to joke about? But
seen advocating against the 19th Amendment.
I don't think women should vote. Huh? I don't think women should vote.
Lord Jesus, keep on going.
Making bold claims about what women really want.
I swear to God, this show has made me believe I think women like to be cheated on.
And pushing to criminalize a person's legal option to get divorced.
Oh, actually, I think we should ban divorce too. Yeah, I think that should be banned. Yes.
Okay, well, that's a little bit silly. You have to acknowledge that, right?
No.
Something you'll hear these people often espouse is that women are expected to adhere to a very strict set of arbitrary guidelines in order to be considered desirable or high value. This is a notion Pearl subscribes to as well. Only the difference between Pearl and her contemporaries is that she, if you haven't noticed, is a woman. A token of femininity floating across a vast sea of testosterone, yearning desperately for a crumb of credibility, even if it means existing only to attack and demean her own group. Which is a long way of saying Pearl isn't like the other girls, because she's worse.
And let's just be honest, we're basically like big kids, right? That can just be propagated and like you can push us to do things.
By feeding into the delusions and biases of the most annoying people on the planet, Pearl gets to go viral on Twitter, book primetime television interviews, sell painfully uncreative merch, and produce some of the laziest, most unedited content I've seen in my life.
Huh?
Maybe you guys...
Eat me up the cooker. Flashbang. What is she doing?
I can't find it.
Maybe she genuinely sees her work as an act of good. Or maybe it's possible that Pearl is only doing all of this to feel a sense of pride and acceptance that she herself has never received. Because believe it or not, Pearl wasn't always like this. Before all the hate and desperation that plagues her image today, Pearl's life actually seemed far less polarizing just a couple years ago.
Hey guys, today I am here with my sister Eva, and she is going to give a chicken coop tour.
I mean, this assessment is always going to be a timeless one. It's that, like, if you're a lady online and you have no fucking personality and you can't make it by, you know, having a personality, being cool, or having like a cool skill set, you can always hit that fucking grift button. It's called grift maxing, okay? Grift maxing. You can always be a conservative. They are so fucking desperate for anyone to present their psychotic, twisted, broken worldview. They will literally, you don't have to be hot, as Just Pearly Things is showing. You don't have to be smart, as Just Pearly Things is showing. You don't have to have anything. You just need to say the words. Dave Rubin showed this as well. Like, you don't have to be charismatic, funny, smart, well thought out. All you need to do is just say the fucking words. Half the time, you don't even have to actually believe the things you're saying. Dave Rubin is a woman. No, man. Dave Rubin is a dumbass who is not entertaining at all, but he was able to literally ride the coattails of Jordan B. Peterson, go on the Joe Rogan Experience multiple times, and develop like some level of viability in the space by just simply saying the things. Okay? That's all it takes.
I don't need no validation. I don't need no validation.
Okay, you don't need no validation.
Except from TikTok.
A lot of you guys have been asking questions. So I kind of ended up being like a full-time TikTok, like YouTuber by accident.
I can't actually show you any of Pearl's original TikToks because her first account was banned, along with her second account, her third account, her fourth, fifth. Yeah, you get it. Pearl gets banned a lot.
2 years of work, 930,000 followers, and I have been officially banned. I got banned off of TikTok. I got banned. They banned account number 3, but you can't get rid of me, baby. You can't get rid of me, baby. Account number 4. I still got banned. Free Just Pearly Things. Give me my account back.
In fact, Pearl is now on her 8th TikTok attempt, at least at the time of me recording this. Maybe when this vid finally comes out, she'll be on her 9th. I mean, God knows it wouldn't be surprising. But as sad as I am to be missing out on what I'm sure is some valuable content.
So I said, you're a
This is like when art school rejected Hitler. I've been banned a lot on TikTok too, let's be real.
whale. You're a whale. You're a whale. You could say maybe the whale was too far. But she was a bigger woman.
We can still get a good idea of what Pearl was like in 2020 by turning over to her YouTube channel, where she's attained close to 2 million subscribers and over 900 million total views just over the past 2 years. Of course, most of those views aren't totally meaningful considering they're from YouTube Shorts, which rarely translate over to active subscribers or substantial ad revenue, but we'll discuss all.
Yeah, that's the biggest fucking con, is that like YouTube Shorts is a fast track to like blow up your fucking to absolutely blow up your subscription account, your overarching viewer number, you know, your viewer count goes up. But like if you ask a normal person, I don't think that more people would know who the fuck Just Pearly Things is in comparison to someone like myself who has a smaller YouTube channel in comparison and a much smaller TikTok in comparison. But like it's all manufactured hype that doesn't translate to like any kind of real world analytics.
All that in a bit. It's true that Pearl owes much of her notoriety to the likes of Andrew Tate and Fresh and Fit, who she has collaborated with on a number of occasions during her tenure in the Red Pill community, podcasting alongside inebriated sex workers, sex traffickers, and Nazis.
Welcome, Nick Fuentes.
But when we look back on some of her earliest uploads, we can see Pearl was actually once pretty far removed from the characters who make up the manosphere. In fact, I doubt she even knew who any of them were back when she was making things like My First Vlog, A Trip to Florida, Chicken Coop Tour, wrong spelling, and Mansion House Tour, 10 bedrooms.
Okay, so I'm gonna show you the front of the house.
See, Pearl herself comes from a very wealthy, sheltered background in Chicago, with both of her parents, Dan and Jennifer Davis, being quite accomplished software engineers in their own right. Jennifer being listed as the former CEO of Davisware, a multi-million-dollar company the couple founded together. She's now
Naperville must end. They must stop Naperville. We as a society must get together and say no more to Naperville. No more Naperville. Okay? Sorry. It's done. It's over. Stop it.
now the CEO of another organization she founded, Be Exponential, which is described as an online community seeking to provide tangible and realistic advice to women and mothers, specifically in navigating parenthood or life as a whole. Their website...
Oh my God, if they knew that, like, Just Pearly Things is her fucking daughter, her job, she would have to file Chapter 11 tomorrow. Can you fucking imagine, dog? That's crazy. You should never talk about being a mother. You have objectively failed, okay? You have literally failed as a parent. Your spawn is so awful. Like, works every fucking day of the goddamn week, extra hard on fucking Mondays and Tuesdays to play a marginal role in making society worse. Oh my fucking God, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. Do people know that? Do people fucking know this? It's like Trump opening up a fucking business about like a consulting firm for how to run a casino. You know what I mean? It's like, no, that's a failure. You can't do that. You're not allowed.
Also mentions that Be Exponential was built by women for women, which is an interesting footnote considering the kinds of things Pearl has been known to advocate for as of recent. For instance, Pearl believes men solely built society by themselves. Therefore, it must be impossible for women to be oppressed because the men have already solved everything.
Men built the world. Men built the world for women to just shit on them.
Right. This is what I mean. Like, she's not even fully there. Like, part of this, I've always wondered, like, if this is a grift or not, because, like, her heart's not in it. Like, she's not saying this shit with her chest, ever. She's always like, men built the world, I think. Like, I don't know. And I can't tell if it's because she's, like, fucking barred out the entire time, or if she's just, like, really fucking stupid, or... like, there is, like, a level of consciousness inside of her brain that's eating away at her very existence, like, telling her, like, please stop doing this. Like, at what cost? I know we're making some money right now, but please, let's just stop doing it, please. Like, something has to be holding her back or something. I don't know, because it just sounds so weird.
World that they built. They built a society that's safe. There's no wars. We have the police to protect us. When they talk about women being oppressed, it's wrong. It's not correct.
She doesn't actually believe men and women are equal. She's very open about this.
I think there's something evil about telling women.
Like, I feel like this is an experiment, you know what I mean? To show to the world that, like, you literally don't have to try to make it in the conservative sphere as a viable commentator who makes money. Like, all you need to do is just, like, sell your brain, sell your soul to the devil, drop everything. You don't even have to mask the fascism anymore. Yeah, 100%. You could just, like, be an absolute fucking idiot and just say the words. The words that they desperately want to hear. That's it. It doesn't even have to be particularly clever. That's also another reason why debates are fucking stupid. Oh, shit. Doing. Oh, scared me. Debates are fucking stupid because, like, Ethan ethered her, and it's not like she stopped. Ethan fucking destroyed her with not much effort, really. And it didn't matter. She still got prominence. She's only doubled down on the stupidity. She's tripled down. She did the, like, why can't we ask questions about the Jew shit? Went on Piers Morgan's show and has only gotten more successful.
And we're equal to men because it demasculates the men and it harms the women too because it takes away the one thing we need, which is guidance. The more I think, the more I'm like, gosh, the natural world order has to be men, women, children. Maybe government. I haven't decided. I have to think more about that one. The men we reproduce with must be superior because they create everything important. It doesn't seem like we really do much if we don't follow the natural order of the world and we're left to our own devices. So maybe I'm just a sexist. Are my eyebrows good, guys?
So there's no reason for them to have equal roles in society, I guess. In fact, Pro believes women tend to do more damage by being in the workforce.
Whenever we take over an industry, we just like ruin it. It's so sad. We'll like...
Bro, exactly, which is why you should stop doing commentary. You have ruined at least one industry, an industry that I'm a part of. Honestly, please take your own fucking advice and just go and leave. Okay, leave.
Like, base everything off our feelings and, like, add an HR department, take away the competitiveness of industries. In the last 100 years, women have really taken over education. And you know what happened when we took over education? Everyone got dumber. Now they have a teacher and a teacher's aide. 2 women.
Okay, on the one hand, obviously that's not true, like the education and people getting dumber. But on the other hand, you know, she does have a lot of followers, so maybe we are getting dumber. But maybe not because of women, or maybe it's because of her. She's doing the woman making everybody dumb. I don't know. She might be the woman responsible single-handedly for making people dumber. Just kidding. That would mean that she has any sort of prominence when she doesn't, okay?
Women cannot teach the way one man used to teach. That's how bad it is.
That's why I don't think therapy works when they're women. Like, women are just going to comfort you. They're going to tell you what you want to hear, where men will tell you how to fix it. But the problem is, like, women, we never want to fix it. Like, actually fix it.
Yeah, maybe ban women from the police force.
If women's jobs disappeared tomorrow, society would probably be fine. But if men's jobs disappeared tomorrow, it would be rough out there.
Yet here is her own mom, essentially proving her wrong, having built up
areas most dominated by men, CEOs. Areas most dominated by women, nurses and teachers. Literally, like, nah, I disagree. Straight up. If women cease to exist in the workforce, you would basically destroy nursing. You would destroy many different parts of healthcare, not just nursing, as a matter of fact. Like, there's now more doctors, more female doctors than male doctors too. But whereas, like, if you fucking eliminated areas where, like, it's heavily male dominant, yeah, sure, construction and whatnot. There's plenty of other fields that are male dominant. In order to fucking make a joke, I'm going to say CEOs. Tell me, who's more valuable to society, CEOs or teachers and nurses? Yes, I'm petting Kaya. I'm always petting Kaya.
Up a number of successful organizations, written a best-selling book, and still managed to look after and provide for 10 children all at once. Though Pearl has also attempted to weirdly diminish her mother's accomplishments and role in the company, insisting she was never the CEO, despite Jennifer's website claiming the opposite. She may have also accidentally admitted to her parents committing fraud, but that's besides the point.
Wasn't your mom the president? Was she the leader of the company?
What was my, you're researching my family now, huh? They might have titled it one thing or another. They did that to get some grant from the government or something. I don't remember. But.
So, is that a crime?
Yeah, you probably shouldn't say that on air.
The main takeaway here is that Pearl got to experience a lavish childhood as a result of her parents both having high-paying jobs. In fact, one of the times Pearl first blew up was thanks to a TikTok she made about a giant water slide her dad bought her and her siblings. Yeah, some people just live a completely different life than the rest of us. Now I know why she thinks a Lamborghini costs 50.
What? No, dude. Come on, dude. Come on! Fuck!
$50,000. But this was Pearl's first taste of online stardom. A glimpse into a life where she didn't have to work a corporate job with Konica Minolta.
I'm losing. I'm fucking giving away every dollar I have before I have children. There's no shot. Okay? There's no shot. You can't. Your next of kin is like has a 100% fail rating if you have money. Okay? If you live a comfortable life. To be fair, I did grow up in a comfortable way. So even though my father did lose all of his money by the time I got to college. But still, it's nuts. It's nuts. It's fucking nuts, dude. It's so sad. I guess they have like 11 kids or something. What are they, fucking Mormon? What's going on there? Don't let those stacks corrupt you. You got horses, bro? Yes, I grew up very affluent. This is not something horse is. No, I have a horse, even though that is also still incredibly and profoundly expensive. But my father lost all of the fucking money by the time I got to adulthood, and also made some mistakes on his end at least, which was that he sent me to public school in Turkey. Almost immediately fucking caused me to understand income and wealth disparity. Like in that very moment, as a child, something opened up in my brain. Wasn't public school the nicer one in Turkey, though? No, not in middle school.
Selling printers, a position she absolutely hated.
And it was literally like the worst sales job of my life. Like, I hated it. I hated it so much.
But if she had never sold printers, we never would have gotten these wonderful song parodies she posted a link to.
It's saying it's not going to rain. My weather app never lies.
We just took a DNA test. Turns out we're 100% the best, even when we're going crazy, because we do see problems. It's a human in us. Blame.
No, there's something worse than just like I never thought that I would see something worse than what I've already seen from this woman, okay? Like I've seen her say the most unhinged dumbass shit, okay? I've seen her do the why can't we ask questions about Jews song parody that she did? And I did not realize that there was something worse out there. I can't believe it. I'd never realized there was something worse than that. There's more? Please stop. No, there isn't.
Then we solve them. That's a salesman in us.
I'm starting to see why she hated working there.
You should call me on my work phone all day when you need a printer. Call me on my work phone all day when you need a printer. And I know when that work phone rings.
Yeah, you know, COVID was a weird time for all of us. I'll just say that.
My name is Pearl from Konica. I'll help you save till I can't no more. We got the printers in the back.
It's still better than her recent music.
Feminism is the worst thing ever. Yeah, we get our money. Yeah, we get our job. Yeah, we dumped our high school heartthrob. But then we end up alone on antidepressants. all alone.
Pearl spent much of her pre-internet days playing sports, boasting about how she was a 3-sport athlete in college. In fact, her original plan was to join a program that would allow her to move to Europe and play basketball while completing a master's degree, until the program fell through, leaving her more time to post on TikTok. This is how she accidentally became a full-time influencer.
Then the season gets canceled again, so I'm just like kind of left like with no job.
I don't want to run the top of the hour ad break yet because absolutely 0 people are going to subscribe here, okay? If I say at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, I feel like every single one of my subscribers are going to unsubscribe so they can see the 3-minute ad break. They're like, no, anything but watching this. Anything but watching this. Please give me the most ridiculous, like, join the Navy. I swear you can do fun gay stuff. It's like a gay cruise ad. Please serve it to me is what the collective response is. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Job, no real plan, and just like, I don't even know what I'm gonna do next, but I'm gonna take you guys with me. You'll see what happens.
Something that immediately stood out to me when I was first watching these older videos is how differently Pearl carries herself here compared to now. Trading in her Lakers hoodies and sweatpants for more of a trad wife look that these red pill.
Thank you, Deus Ex Rakinia, or should I say fuck you, Deus Ex Rakinia, for allowing 5 people to continue seeing Just Pearly Things.
Guys go for, maybe? These are all just my own observations, of course, but I can't help but think I'm watching 2 different people here.
I blew up on TikTok because I was really blessed because my parents just have like really cool stuff. My dad's like nuts, so he bought this like big water slide from a water park, and I just told the story of how the town didn't want him to put him up.
I think the women are dumber than the men because I think our emotions
Red CXY, thank you for the 10 gift of subs, or should I say fuck you for the 10 gift of subs.
just get in the way. We're too emotional. We see a problem, we get emotional about it, where the men can just think.
Maybe she's just not as passionate about the stuff she talks about today.
I haven't seen you talk to an actual scholar once. You just talk to kind of random women.
Half Note the Bar, thank you for the 5.
I mean, that's fair to say. Right. So when you say you talk to feminists, you just mean like random women off the street, not like a scholar.
That's say they're feminists.
I mean, after all, this really isn't her forte. Unlike Andrew Tate, Pearl hasn't quite dedicated decades of her life to misogyny just yet. She only picked it up recently.
She's smart enough to convey that women are dumb.
When I started watching Red Pill content, I didn't always like it, guys. They're saying girls are whores, we're fat, and we bring basically nothing to the table.
And then she was like, but what if I said those things myself? And then I loved the Red Pill content.
Nowadays. But the more I listened to the content and really thought about my experience in the world, I couldn't really say that they were wrong.
According to one article I found from 2020, Pearl was first gaining traction on TikTok after just several months of creating her account. Her initial claim to fame being her breakup quiz series, in which she wrote a bunch of questions that viewers could then send to their ex-partners to fill out for Pearl to post publicly. And it was pretty successful too, posting the best answers from a pool of nearly 9,000.
Bro, that's like legit fucking creative. God, there was a point in time in her mind where she was like, let me do this thing in a creative way. You know what I mean? Let me actually try to be creative and unique and make like decent content. And then she was like, nah, fuck that, dude.
Submissions. Telling Yahoo, I try to post the most appropriate ones. I know there are kids on this app, so the bigger I get, the more I try to keep it PG. Damn, I wonder when she stopped caring about that.
What if you've only had one partner, but you had 10 abortions, you were a stripper, and you had OnlyFans? Whore, not a whore.
This article, though, also
so
makes sure
heavy.
to note
I'm
that
trying to
Pearl
pick her up. I
herself has
can't.
yet to send the quiz to anyone in her past, considering she's never actually been in a real relationship. Pearl stating, I actually have not had a boyfriend that was serious enough for me to send it to, hence why I had my followers take it. The only long-term relationship I can think of is a guy I talked to for a couple years in college, which in itself is totally fine and normal. Everyone moves at their own pace, and there's no shame in dating later in life. Except Pearl might slightly disagree.
Just because you're 35 and you're single doesn't mean you'll be single at 40, at 60, at 70.
Well, but the problem is at 35, you've lost all the things that men value. That's the problem, because men value femininity, fertility, and they value youth. So you can't say you're youthful when you're almost halfway through your life. Like, you can't say you're fertile when you're about to have geriatric pregnancy. So it's like, and you look worse than you did at 25, right? So the way you're thinking is like a woman.
Not to mention, it's almost been 3 years since this article was published, and to my knowledge, Pearl still has yet to be in an actual long-term relationship. Though there was the time she briefly dated the angry TikTok reaction guy, not for very long. Her ex-best friend of 22 years, Emily, says that despite her brief time with angry reactions, Pearl has still never had a serious relationship.
Has she ever been engaged?
No, never. And she's never even been in a serious relationship. Like, honest to God, her and Wanye, like, that wasn't even that doesn't even count at all, because what was that?
And that's where we run into a bit of a problem. Pearl, as someone who has evidently never been married, never been engaged, never even held down a boyfriend longer than a few months, still somehow has the nerve to tell other women what to do in their relationships. Publicly. It's her job to do that. A huge part of her brand relies on judging other people's...
Yeah, because her audience is not women. Her audience is men. And it's not even men that are in relationships. Her audience is men who will also, just like her, never be in a relationship with a woman. That's it. It's like, it's perfect. It's like this perfect chamber. Kaya, no. Okay, there you go. Lay down. But it's gone. Those days are long gone. She wants to lay on the ground next to my foot and never on top of me like she used to. It's crazy that I am officially becoming too small for my dog.
Marriages from afar. Pearl likes the idea of being married. She wants a family someday and wants to have kids. But does that by itself mean she's a reliable source on how a marriage needs to work? What exactly gives her the right to tell others how they're doing things wrong when she herself hasn't even experienced a relationship the way she thinks she wants it? Pearl's relationship advice might as well be completely fucking discarded, even by her own metric.
I've noticed a lot of therapists are like older single women, and I'm kind of like, if you can't maintain a relationship, why would I take advice from you? This is just something I've noticed. Yeah, like, why would I take advice from you if you can't maintain a relationship?
As Pearl continued to solidify her position in the dating community on TikTok, she eventually discovered a man named Kevin Samuels, another influencer who rose to prominence around this time for his videos on relationships, which were a tad bit on the controversial side.
But if you have made it to 35 years old and you're unmarried, you are a leftover woman.
It's cheating when you do it. You're cheating. We don't. We just have sex. Women like you die alone.
Okay, maybe a bit on the controversial side. But this is who introduced Pearl to the red pill, name dropping him in a video for the first time in 2021, where she discussed several of his beliefs, specifically his philosophy on cheating.
Look into your heart, ask yourself what really matters, and then tell me you'd rather watch Pearly Things clips for another hour instead of becoming a Night City legend. I mean, as much as I want, he died. You didn't know he died? Kevin Samuels died very publicly. I think I think he literally died having sex with a woman. You know, he died doing what he loved, I think, technically, which was, I guess he wasn't shitting on the woman that he was having sex with.
People cheat, right? Obviously, if you have more opportunity to cheat, you're more likely to do it. But it's just weird to me because when I grew up, like, my dad was never like that.
See, a lot of this stuff was extremely foreign to Pearl, given that her dad never fit the mold Kevin Samuels often talked about in referencing men. Her dad never drank, never smoked, never cheated, so this kind of rhetoric coming from the manosphere was like a glimpse into a whole new world, one that Pearl was clearly willing to explore. This video in particular may seem from the title that she's challenging Kevin's beliefs, but she more so just kind of says a bunch of words for 5 minutes.
I think a lot of people cheat because of like situations that they put themselves in. So I don't know if that's like a disagreement or what.
In my notes for this one, I just wrote down, "Goddamn, she rambles. She doesn't even make much of a point here, LMAO."
Does that make sense? I don't know if it makes sense. I'm half paying attention to driving, half paying attention to you guys.
To further acquaint herself with this community, she very much began consuming as much of their content as she could, listening to their arguments and regurgitating their talking points on her own platforms.
Okay, fourth thing I've learned from the manosphere, And I'm not going to talk about if this is true or not true. Women are always willing to leave you for a better option. Women today are less marriageable than ever before. Like, women can and will take all of your money. Women will do things like withhold sex if they don't do like chores or something.
She was so excited to share what she had learned, in fact, that she even brought her family into the mix, which had some varying results.
Today, I have a special guest on the channel, my little sister, Amelia. She's super excited to be here. I'm going to be showing her some of Kevin Samuel's savage moments because she was not willing to sit down for a full clip. So
yeah, her sister does not give even a single fuck. Just please let her go.
Do you think women get upset at men a lot?
Depends.
Do you think they say things like men are trash a lot? Do you think that's okay?
Sometimes.
Really?
Depends on the guy you're talking about.
Do you think, but in general, do you think that's okay? Like, men are trash, like just in general?
I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on that kind of stuff.
I mean, sitting your 13-year-old sister down in front of a laptop and forcing her to
watch red pill shit while she's like the most normal person reacting to this shit. This is so good because it's like, that should be a wake-up moment, okay? That should be a wake-up moment for Just Pearly Things and people that even watch this kind of content, okay? Because it's like the reality of the situation is like, to the average person, they're like, what? Why? What is your agenda? Like, why do you give a shit about this? You know what I mean? This is also part of the reason why I don't react the same way that I do to like some random fucking person in the chat, to people that I talk to in the real world. Okay? Because if I were to do that, if I were to react that way in the real world to like normal human beings around me, everyone would go, dog, you are crazy. You're like a crazy person. No one behaves that way. Okay?
Watch Fresh and Fit is bad enough.
They're kind of players a little bit. You ready? Stop looking like I'm torturing you.
Why the hell are you going to pay full price for a goddamn car that's been used? If I'm going to invest into you, I need to know you are not used, man.
What does your YouTube feed look like on a daily basis?
It literally looks like this stuff. It's like men's dating advice.
You are so single. Someone had to say it.
But why are you also exposing her to the repulsion that is your community? I mean, these comments are insane. She has no life in her. She's gonna do hard drugs when she gets old.
Yeah, it's like, the only thing that this does is basically stop people from ending it, okay? Like, there are so many people online that just like hang on by a thread, and they're just so angry all the time, and they're like, maybe I can spread my anger and hatred to like one other person and ruin their day, and then that'll stop me, okay? And that's what this is, straight up. Okay, Jesus Christ, son, I know, man, I know. Every time I say this shit, people get so fucking butthurt. Like, it is literally, you are not this angry. You can't be this angry unless you are literally on the verge, okay? I'm sorry. Like, a person with a random fucking YouTube account that looks at a 13-year-old girl reacting to red pill shit in the most normal way that you would, making this assessment, is the type of person that is on the verge of killing themselves, okay? There's nothing else working there. You cannot be filled to the brim with that much hatred to be able to churn out that kind of fucking horrifying perspective, okay? Like the horrifying fucking takes that this normal 13-year-old is reacting to your fucking dog shit ass content and not have like literal severe problems. Okay? It's nuts. And by the way, I think a lot of people get fucking very frustrated when I say stuff like this in this community because you see yourself in that person, because you might have maybe been that person a while ago. But clearly there is a way outside of that ecosystem, that echo chamber rather, okay? There's a way outside of it, okay? And that revolves around just no longer being this human being, a manifestation of all things awful. You saved me for sure. Look at my first post in this chat. Okay, now I want to look at it. Holy fuck, dude. You've been in here for 27 months. I want to know what the fucking first post ever was now. How do we even get there? How do we even scroll that far up? Damn, motherfucker, you post a lot, dude. My gay ass will be at the Pride Parade tomorrow. Click middle mouse. Okay, we're almost there. All right, this is probably easier. Let's see. Username is what? Oh my God. First 2011. Hi Hasanabi, hi chat. You just brainwashed a bunch of people, and if they invest in GME and lose, it's on you. Hedge funds have covered. Probably ruined a lot of people's lives. You're a fucking idiot. This is fucking manipulation you're doing right now. Hedge funds have already covered this. I will fucking report you to the SEC, you idiot. Literally everyone was buying, so anyone short could have covered at any time. I'm so frustrated with you as a streamer trying to pretend you can commentate on this. Please talk to someone who knows what they're fucking talking about. Ever heard of BSA? It's just an example of why financial information is publicly available and why the stock market is the most heavily regulated industry in the fucking world. Operational requirements, truth. I'm all in favor of retail baiting hedge funds. He is literally saying they didn't have enough money to settle the trades. This is such bullshit. This guy also changed sides like crazy. The CNBC analysts are a joke. I made 500 today in a few minutes. I'm good. That was a good call. Oh my God, this was like a stock Andy. I just spent 10K getting my husband over to the US only at the green card stage, and now they are gonna make it easier. Oof, but pog. And then gifted a bunch of people. I think you might have helped me most during my life. I'm a weird dude. Good worker, yes, man. Wait, what the fuck? Doesn't make any sense. You're all over the place. I thought you were going to be like, yo, fuck you. You're a piece of shit. It's bottom to top. Okay, but it's on the same day. Going from you just brainwash people to like gifting gifted subs. That's the quickest turnaround. You went from how he was going to report me to the SEC for stock manipulation. I get drunk and gift subs because life is meaningless. At the end of the day, nothing matters. Oh my God. Does this guy just shit on everything? What's his issue? These are movies. Yeah, I manipulated him into liking me. When is talking about raising minimum wage to $15. Don't lose your frame. Okay, this wasn't as like interesting as I thought it was going to be. Ever do this to me? It's all good. Well, I'm glad that you're more normal now. Write more normally. Skip the GME stuff, Sag. I am normal and can be trusted with a gifted sub? No. I feel like the stock guy is more interesting. The weirdo right-wing haters are a dime a dozen. Weirdo right-wing guy, like hater to like actual person whose opinion changed is my favorite thing. Because like that's the goal. Or at least at a certain point in time, I legitimately thought that, even if haters came in here, they would be like more open-minded and realize that I'm not the fucking villain that that everyone has portrayed me as in their circles. But now I realize that's not the case. They will never be fucking charitable because like they have no comprehension of the things that I'm saying. It's kind of odd. Like it's a very weird circumstance because like it's the type of dude who literally will come in here and will be like, wow, seems like you're not watching the Just Pearly Things video again. Are you avoiding it? And I'm like, well, I'm just watching it right now. Like, look at the screen. Or Hassan, why are you defending the Just Pearly Things situation? It's like they can't respond to whatever the fuck's going on in front of them. I just pulled my own logs about my first messages. I'm pro-crime and pro-baby murder. Haven't changed in 3 years. Anyway, let's continue.
Comments are insane. She has no life in her. She's gonna do hard drugs when she gets older. She for sure is not attracting anyone in life. She will die alone. I'm not sure if she's strictly heterosexual. Your sister is clueless. Like, no man, she's just a teenager who doesn't want to watch Kevin Samuels videos at 2 a.m. Is that so unreasonable?
So that was Kevin Samuels. What did you think? Did you think what he said was true or false?
I don't know.
If I tried showing my little sister some of Pearl's videos, I think she'd deck me in the face.
I prefer Kevin Samuels to Fresh and Fit.
I prefer
She and her sister's like Hassan and Aslamau. No, it's like if I showed Marat some of these fucking freaks, except like Marat loves the freaks just like I do. Marat's in like Facebook groups and he like actually also lives with those freaks and does stuff, you know what I mean? Because he has like a lot of hog adjacent hobbies like off-roading and biking and things of that nature, and he still is on Facebook too. So it's like he operates in that realm and he loves showing me shit. Like he was a firefighter, you know what I mean? He loves showing me shit from Facebook. Like, look at these guys. We call one of the groups he's in motorcycles and misogyny because it's just a bunch of old divorced men posting photos of motorcycles and just like women with giant tits. It's like it's literally just like old ass dudes in a Facebook group posting like, like they make like trans jokes, but about transmission, you know what I mean? Not like gender. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's like that type of shit. Like they're above the culture war in some ways because they're that normie coded. Does that make sense? Like they have here, I'll give you another example. Okay. So these are dual sport guys, right? And they'll be like, yeah, we like to say ACAB, AQAB. All quads are bastards. Like they shit on quads. Like they shit on fucking ATVs. That's their fun. That's their fun, dude. That they love having fun. It's awesome.
Minecraft YouTubers.
Watching Pearl try to get regular people on board with her new belief system is truly a sight to behold.
A girl will only love a guy like that's like the best she can get. But if she has a better option, like that makes more money, is more attractive, is like just a better all-around option, she'll leave her current like boyfriend or husband for them. Oh.
I mean, just here you can tell her friend isn't nearly as invested in this conversation.
Those people have a lot of fun while I'm miserable talking about politics all day. Exactly. Like in those groups, I'm sure the overwhelming majority are like right-wing, right? Or have like a lot of right-wing beliefs. Many of you would consider them to be out and about fascists even, right? But if you were to go into a group like that and start talking about like politics exclusively, everyone else would be like, all right, buddy, like fucking calm down. Okay. Like it's that type of shit. Even though they are like probably very right-wing Trump supporters or whatever, but that group is a special group. That is not for Trump posting. Okay. That's for posting about big tits and women around motorcycles. Okay. Big tittied women around motorcycles.
As Pearl is.
Basically, the candy store analogy is like sex is candy, and girls get it right away. But most guys, you don't have access to sex till their late 20s, early 30s. Okay. So if you get married, like before that, they think that like girls should put up with cheating, basically. I know. Because like it's not fair to the guys because like now at 35 they finally put out their money right. They got to the gym for 5 years, did all this stuff. Now they get to have sex with a lot of people. So why would they only settle for one?
Well, then why did they get married?
Come on, candy store analogy. If you tried saying that to any person who doesn't frequent incel forums on 4chan, you're gonna sound insane. When you have to keep telling your friend not to read any of what the chat is saying on your own live stream, you know you're cultivating a really awesome fan base.
You can't read the comments. Yeah, you can't read the comments too. Like you can't. Oh.
Which of course has only gotten better with time. 73% of these people don't think gay people should adopt.
31,000 people voted for this. Oh my God. People need to do things in their lives, okay? It's just like so fucking whack. 21,000 votes for this one.
76% think trans people should be institutionalized? I mean, what the fuck are these questions, Pearl? It's no surprise that when you confront someone in the real world with these kinds of talking points, you don't get much of a positive response.
Are women really that smart?
Of course they are. I think we're all equal.
Oh, you think we're equal? I think the men are smarter.
That's so dumb. Why would you go to a fucking New Jersey mall and like go? Yeah, if you go to a New Jersey mall and find the most hog-coated dudes, they're still going to be like, I love my wife. Fuck you.
Hell, Pearl has lost lifelong friendships over these takes. Her ex-best friend we mentioned earlier, Emily, being amongst the most vocal after Pearl publicly lied about her being too fat to get pregnant.
So Hannah and I were friends from 2002, pre-K, until last year when I stopped being friends with her. So in the beginning of her video, she's talking about our last conversation we had a year ago in March, where I confronted her about talking about women's bodies and their weight and all that cuckoo bird shit she talks about. And I was like, are you okay? Are you okay? And no, she defended it all. So I was like, okay, we're done. I'm sorry.
I mean, these two were close friends. There's no disputing it. Pearl is deluding herself to the point that it's affecting her personal life. Just like how Sneeko's family didn't invite him to Christmas on account of his batshit opinions.
Do you know that this is the first year I'm not going home for Christmas? They don't, I have a blue hair, woke family, kind of like you. And
That's, yeah, dude, that should genuinely make you reconsider your conservative hero. God damn, these motherfuckers deserve the isolation, dog. They deserve the isolation that they get. I didn't even know this. I never thought that I would have such visceral hatred for this person more than I normally do for an individual online after finding out what their family did. Like, your family excommunicated you. And you're like, you'd rather post on fucking Twitter or whatever than, I don't know, fix your relationship with your family, the closest people on the fucking planet. You absolute fucking loser.
They don't fuck with my politics at all.
I mean, it doesn't take a blue hair people to not want to fuck with your politics. Like the
It's never got to the point. It's never got to the point where I've been like uninvited for Christmas.
I hate to break it to you, but normal people don't give so much of a shit about chronically online manosphere garbage, like whether or not women should give back their rights.
To be fair, before people go, oh, well, you know, some people excommunicate their children for being gay. Yeah, no shit. Like, there's a difference between that and a difference between your family being like, yeah, you're not coming to Christmas because, like, you got to cut this Hitler shit out, okay? Obviously, one is something you can't change about yourself. The other is definitely something you should change about yourself, okay? There are differences in being excommunicated by your fucking hog-ass family, okay?
In reality, these conversations are so inherently ridiculous and inconsequential compared to what the average American is dealing with. We're living in a country where 30 million people are without health insurance. Millions of already employed people are having to work multiple jobs just to put food on the table. Almost half the population can't even afford a decent home. I mean, you see how these conversations Pearl wants to have are kind of silly? I get the irony of me sitting here making a video on her, but my brain is broken. So of course I'll indulge her arguments a little bit. I just want to be sure that we're keeping this whole mess in perspective, at least. Like, man, people are just trying to make it through the day. The last thing anyone wants to do is listen to Just Pearly Things tell them what age disqualifies women from finding a partner. Who cares? Also, asking this person about age probably isn't the best idea.
Yeah, Sneeko has videos of him dancing in remixes of Nazi propaganda songs. Even hogs would be discussed about that. Is 100% correct. You can have the most Fox News brained, like, fucking Mexicans or rapist criminals coming over to the border to, like, rape our beautiful white women type motherfuckers out there. And even they would be like, oh, dude, what is this Nazi shit? Get the fuck out of here. That is, like, the major difference between, like, American racism and like, yeah, even Alex Jones hates Nazis. Man, literally. The average American conservative has politics that are, like, nearly adjacent to Nazis and will just hate Nazis inexplicably. We'll be like, no, ew, Nazis, I hate them. You mean the Democratic Party?
What the fuck was she cooking here?
Not that it's literally any excuse that she's doing this, because what she is doing, I can't even put into words how disgusting it is. But I've known her since 2002. I do not think she thinks that way. If she does, her all over again, I don't care. But I don't think she does. I think she does it to rev people up and to get more views and to get more money. So all that to say, I'm curious to see, once she does find a husband and find a man, is she gonna keep this act up? Because is she gonna find somebody that shares these exact views with her? Or is she gonna meet someone and be like, okay, I don't actually think this way.
According to both Emily and Angry Reactions, Pearl's bizarre obsession with churning out the most mind-numbing takes imaginable seemed to happen overnight.
Because a lot of people be in my comments be like, she had to have been like this when y'all was dating. Bro, no, she wasn't at all. She was not like this, bro.
I mean, we know she used to be normal-ish. What happened then? How do you go from making such innocuous vlogs with your family to outright pandering to the lowest form of men on Twitter with no shame? Well, without making any unreasonable assumptions here, we know from Emily that Pearl has been consistently fixated on finding a boyfriend in the past, staying up late into the night, and poring over all the numbers and information she could possibly find in hopes of finally attaining a high-value man of her liking.
It's honestly, like, sad, because she was always trying to figure out what could she do to get a husband. I always told her that she did too much research. She was always online, like, looking up relationship facts and stuff like that, and she would be up late, like, doing it. And I'm like, just
Interesting.
stop. Yeah, just stop doing that. Like, let's just naturally look for a man.
Which again is fine. Everyone deserves to find love. Except I don't know how she expects to do it when this is how she advertises herself to the public. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend I know exactly why she pivoted so hard to red pill content. We simply don't know the definitive reason as to why she's so susceptible to the manosphere. And oh wait, there is a reason, and she said it herself? Oh, okay.
Or even girls still ask me, like, how can you listen to this man? And I have one answer for you. Low self-esteem.
Yeah, that's real. Her answer to the question, why do you listen to this sexist trash?
I mean, that's actually pretty like on the money as far as like Kevin Samuels appeal to women. Because remember, Kevin Samuels had like a pretty large contingency of women that watched him as well. And they called in regularly. And he would just like shit on them so aggressively. I always found it odd, but you know, some women, you know, is the classic tweet. No, I don't support all women. Some of you are dumb as hell, you know? It's just, it happens.
Basically boils down to, oh, it's because I hate myself.
From a young age, I haven't thought highly of myself. I never thought that I deserved a lot, to be honest. I never thought of myself as a queen. And I never thought of myself super highly. I'm gonna just be honest here. From a young age, I was what you call humbled, okay? Most of my friends, right, were generally like more attractive than me. I was never the hot friend. Most guys, even the average guys, they would ask me about my friend first. And if that didn't work out, then they would come crawling to me. So,
bro, that's so sad. Like, yeah, this experience, should she be driving? Oh, I thought you meant because she like sounds like she's, you know, genuinely depressed and might do, she's on the verge of some shit. And then I realized, no, you were making a joke. She should be driving as a woman. No, I realized, I get it. That was a double layered joke for me, I guess. I mean, there's plenty of people like this. I was like this, you know, what the fuck? This is the worst part about conversations like this. I swear to God, there's two ways out of it. Okay. You either turn into me or you turn into fucking Just Pearly Things. All right. That's it. I was like this. That's why I care so much about self-improvement. Okay. That's why. Because without all of that, without actually like, you know, putting one foot in front of the other and like constantly picking away at what otherwise felt like impossible to achieve goals, allowed me to get to the position that I'm in. Obviously, I was very fortunate too. And immediately a lot of people revert back to, well, you're 6'4". It's like, doesn't matter, dude. You've seen fucking photos of me when I was younger. Yeah, now Will is like this. How does that make you feel? Yeah, totally. My fucking shredded best friend who has been a theater kid since birth and who's incredibly charismatic is definitely the ugly duckling. That's such a funny take. No, he's farming you, brother. He might feel like that as well a little bit, but like ultimately he's wrong to say such a thing. He also has an incredible girlfriend. Okay, shut the fuck up. How do you fix being 5'6"? You know how you fix being 5'6"? Thinking that being 5'6" is going to destroy you for the rest of your life. That's how you fix it. Like, nobody's out here saying it's going to be the same for you as it is for someone who is, you know, my height. Okay, it's not. It's not. You know, you took a L on that a little bit, but it's fine. It's not something you can't fucking overcome. You know what I mean? It's a hurdle, but you can still go out and live Moss, okay? Speaking of live Moss, this is Taco Bell. People like you, if people like you, they will lie to themselves about it. What? Lie to themselves about it? That's such a self-defeating way to approach that. What do you mean? I mean, Kai is fucking short, okay? Charlie is short. There's plenty of content creators, even in this space, that are like pretty short. And you would never ever feel that. You would never ever hear that from them as though it's like a bad thing. You know what I mean? Because the difference is they don't let that be a hang up for no reason. If people like you, they will like you. Chatters you. Also, you know, fucking wear shoes that make you look taller. Come on. I've talked about this so many times. My point was something entirely different, and you guys immediately, oh my God, fucking the short king to possible manlet equation is so alive and well in this chat right now, where immediately every conversation devolves into, well, I'm short. Like, dog, everyone can be a 7, okay? And let me tell you something. Let me tell you a little secret, okay? Women have incredibly low standards, dog. Like, so fucking low. The bar is not even inside of the earth. It is so far down that it popped up from the other side of the fucking planet, okay? You are so dumb if you think that, like, women are not going to immediately go for you if you just do a couple things right, okay? Don't be a fucking asshole. Don't be gross. Clean up. And like I always say, go to the gym, figure out what haircut works on top of your head, and figure out how to groom yourself like your face, okay? That's it. Basic care and, like, trying to improve yourself and being passionate about certain things, and specifically going to the fucking gym and, like, washing your body and grooming yourself appropriately goes such a goddamn long way. It's so fucking stupid. Also, don't give off the vibes that you want to fucking murder this person. That's it. Literally, that's it. Saying the bar is so low ain't helpful for those who can't get dates. I don't think you're saying what you think you're saying. No, I'm saying that it is absolutely possible. I know that if you're depressed, you look at a situation like this and you go, oh man, this shit sucks. And he's saying the bar is so low. Oh man, and I still can't get a date. Because you're not hearing the first part of what I'm saying, okay? I don't know, man. I've been rejected easily hundreds of times after following your advice. You telling me I just wasn't up to their standards, up to any of their standards? You definitely have not been following my advice. I was like this also, and then you saved me. I used to be a super conservative asshat. I was fat as fuck, 300 plus pounds at 6'4", and now I live daily. I'm 185 and able to openly be myself without really caring about what my family thinks, and that's all to you. That's all thanks to you. Fuck yeah, dude. There are so many people like this, by the way, in this community, especially, where, like, a lot of people have been able to, you know, find a better version of themselves that they're confident in putting out there. Okay. I'm 4'3" and 300 pounds, and your tax dollars pay for my bag of fudge rounds. That's good. The recurring theme here is that none of your chatters have any confidence. Those who say they can do, those who say they can't won't. They all talk mad shit about how they can't get dates, probably because they go talking around how they can't get dates. Brother, we're on Twitch. Of course, there's a lot of people who are agoraphobic in general that is here. This platform requires you to at least have, like, a lot of time that you know, have with yourself. Be able to pay attention. There's gonna be stuff like that. It's fine. Everyone can be a 7. You will never be able to convince me that that's not the case, okay? For the record, one of the most important things I need to explain, your advice has actually really helped me, but it's leading me to watch less of the broadcast because I'm actually touching grass. It's fine. It's great. Listen to me, okay? Listen to me. We're going to do another edition of Chad Vice soon. Don't you fucking worry. Women's standards, by the way. What is this? Hey there, you blue-collar stealers. You don't want mine. He poos for 47 minutes, and you're lucky if he doesn't send you a picture of it before he flushes. He sends me on regular beer runs and uses all my purple shampoo and conditioner. If he had to choose between me and fishing, he would choose the fish. He doesn't remember important dates or anniversaries. He hates cuddling and always wants to steal my pillow because it's better. Me explaining to the blue-collar man-stealer he doesn't even cut his own toenails. All the blue-collar man-stealers mind poos for 30 minutes while scrolling Marketplace, pees on me in the shower, tracks dirt in my house daily, makes me wash his hair, only likes certain pairs of jeans for work, and probably talks shit about you. Wait, what? Why are all these ladies talking about how shitty their men are? Jesus Christ. The blue-collar man-stealers take him, but he'll wake you up at 5 a.m. to find him undies and socks for the day, eats enough food in a day for a household of 5, will make you drive 7 hours to get something he found on Facebook Marketplace, and he's meaner than a 2-headed snake, and he'll pee on your leg in the shower. Why is every guy peeing on people's legs? I took your advice and finally asked a girl out, and she said yes, but then Baldur's Gate 3 came out, and I forgot that I asked her out, and I got a message from her saying how I ghosted her, and then she blocked me. Yeah, well, that's your fault. I do pee in the shower. I've just never peed on a person in the shower. Am I missing out? Anyway, I know we, like, deviated so far away from the original fucking original point of contention here, but yeah, I think one of the major issues in this community and overall online is a lack of confidence. People do not have confidence in themselves And I think all of the things that you see online probably contribute to that in a negative way. You look at Instagram and you see only like sexy ass ladies and sexy ass guys, and you're like, why am I not like that? What the fuck is wrong with me? You go to TikTok, it's the same shit, not realizing that this is all obviously super manicured. It's not real, okay? And then that probably sets your progress back by a giant fucking margin, right? Because then you're like, oh, I'm so far away from that. And you're just ruining your own self-esteem. So what you should do, okay, what you should do instead is don't fucking worry about any of that shit and worry about yourself. Work on yourself. It's going to take some time. But, you know, it's not easy, but you put one foot in front of the next and you keep pushing. And before you fucking know it, you are going to be the best version of yourself, and you're going to have confidence that you've gained from all of the effort that you put in and as you are experiencing the fruits of your labor. Or you can be like this. You can be like this. Is that what you want to be like? Like her? Because that's the other end of the equation. You can either be like me, okay, because we were born out of a similar starting point of like deep insecurity, social anxiety, maybe even like developing some animosity towards others due to our own personal hangups. Okay? The pipeline sounds easier, to be honest. Yeah, that's why many people fucking succumb to that shit. Because there's like a shared experience, a collective grief that you experience together when you talk to others about how sad and pathetic your life is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would say low self-esteem. That's the main one. And yeah, being humbled. That's why I can listen to Manosphere content.
This to me is an extremely telling moment, if not a pretty sad one. It reveals how Pearl truly sees herself, and how all the hate and misogyny that the Manosphere offers actually confirms all the loathing Pearl has always reserved for herself deep down, which I honestly can't help but pity. When you view yourself with such little regard as a person, and accept that this must be just who you are, your life becomes so one-dimensional and boring. I mean, who wants that for themselves? This all may sound harsh, but it is so hard to talk about Pearl's content without also seeing how deeply intertwined it is with her own self-image. Her entire persona screams insecurity and desperation, to the point where she has been widely coined a pick-me girl by just about everyone. And you can't blame them, because being a pick-me is in the very nature of the character she portrays.
Permission? I want to give him permission, but if I chose to go down the path of high-value man, I would know that it's a possibility, and I don't think I would want to ruin an entire family over that.
I was super in love, and I had children with a man, and I was really, really in love with him. He was a good man overall. I think I'd be lying if I'd say that I couldn't get over it. We should try to give men grace. I think that's part of relationships. That's part of life.
Like, I think if a woman cheats, she's trying to leave you. If a man cheats,
yes.
he's just like, it's like a handshake.
Yeah.
I think we can all agree.
But like, I don't know, the Marxist in me wants to account for the ways in which alienation makes dating difficult. Yes, being a 7 is possible. Everyone is so atomized. I'm not saying be a doomer, but I just don't think it's enough to focus on individual self-improvement. The material conditions make this shit worse, bro. Yeah, they do. But it's no different than the conversation that we were having about like the overcoming certain things that are thrown in your way. Like, it's not going to be easy. No one is saying it's going to be easy. Everyone has a different battle. Everyone has a higher hill to climb than one another. There's different ones. You can either sit there and look to other people and go, well, their fucking situation was much better. Okay, so it was much easier for them to overcome this shit. And I am not in that situation because, my battles are way tougher. It's like, yeah, no, I understand. No, it's not the same energy as overcoming poverty, okay? It's not. It's not the same energy as saying you can overcome poverty. That is an idiotic fucking assessment, okay? Because there are material circumstances that make both unviable or impossible to overcome, certainly. But one is your own body that you're trapped inside of, dude. What the fuck? It's very, very, very frustrating to have this conversation with people who go, oh, dude, you could just like stop being rich, I guess. Like, I'm not telling a homeless person to just buy a home, dummy. Using progressive language to be an incel, that's a new one? No, it's not a new one. Incels do that all the time. No, 100%. Incels absolutely have been doing that since day one. If anything, it is like, it's the same shit, actually. A lot of it is because people don't want to have, people don't want to develop like a materialist understanding of the world. So they hyper focus on other structural forms of oppression that they perceive or that they're experiencing, and then make that their entire lives mission. They become incels because instead of like recognizing patriarchal capitalism, for example, they look to feminism as the major reason as to why women have autonomy now, and they no longer can like lord over them and feel as though it's oppressive that they are not in a, I don't know, like fucking mail ordered bride situation or like a family organized marriage. Focusing on yourself and trying to improve yourself is something you can do at every fucking step of your life in every kind of background. It can be very difficult given your circumstances, but it's something you should focus on regardless. And I will never fucking sit here and do the classic leftist trope that or the classic leftist stereotype that isn't even fucking real that right-wingers attribute to the left, which is, oh, leftist people don't want self-improvement. They never want to fucking improve themselves. They just want to bitch and complain about structures. Oh, that's all they want to do. Yeah, it's all they want to do is bitch and complain. It's like, what the fuck? Hold on, while I use dialectical materialism on the manosphere law, this shit is so funny.
Pearl needs to chill the fuck out, and maybe she can do so with today's sponsor, Vance Global. Vance Global specializes in
Chatter should look at homeless people in Japan. Many of them look better than the average Westoid male. What the fuck does that even mean? What? This dude's brain has been laser zapped by fucking watching too much anime, okay? All right. Wonderful sponsor. Vance Global, code Jobbery, okay?
I just took one of these things, okay?
Yeah, but
Here.
CBD to get me through the rest of this video. Or don't, I don't give a shit. Channel, so be sure and remember codes
Code Jobbery and Jobbery30.
Jobbery and Jobbery30 at checkout. Or don't, I don't give a shit. Huge thanks again to the wonderful people over at Vance Global for supporting what I do and supplying me with enough CBD to get me through the rest of this video.
yeah, but so this is the perceived value of the women. And maybe this would be the value of the women if we were virgins and offered men like 7 children. But the actual value is more like here. You know what? No, that's a little too high. I'm gonna make it lower. Perceived actual.
Pearl uploads multiple times a day to her channel, which means we get clips like these on an incredibly frequent basis.
Fat chicks have way more complications. They have a harder time getting pregnant. So if a traditional man wants children, he can't pick a fat chick. They're like, okay, if she's already chubby in her 20s, then I have a lifetime of
It is exhausting just how dedicated this woman is to embarrassing herself on such a public level. I mean, just look at these thumbnails and titles, man. Men are not interested in modern women. Modern women got schooled. Modern women will never understand this. I am not shitting you when I say the words modern woman have appeared in over 600 of her titles over the past year.
Okay, but go churn butter. Get back to the kitchen. Like, why are you on TikTok? You fucking harlot. Like, you're a modern woman. Like, well, what are you doing? You're out there frolicking around like a trollop with your fucking shoulders bare for every man to see. Go to the fucking kitchen. Why should I listen to you? Is my question. There are women out there churning butter, okay? They got fucking forearm strength. Why? Because they're living in fucking Quakertown and they're churning butter every day. They're barefoot, they're pregnant, they're in the kitchen. You will never hear from them. Fuck, you'll never even see them, right? You can maybe sometimes see them but not hear them. But they certainly are not on TikTok, okay? You have the opportunity to live your life in the way that you want to, and yet you choose not to. Now, some might say, Hassan, well, isn't that like you say you're a socialist and yet blah, 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 you live a lifestyle? And it's like, I've never been against luxury goods or items. Don't point to like $100 million fucking yacht that looks like a spaceship to be like, oh, wow, you criticize that. That must mean that you can't have a fucking Porsche. Because if you say that, you're a fucking idiot, okay? As a matter of fact, I do believe that certain commodities must be readily accessible for all. After all, those are the little joys that a lot of people have in life. Okay? So that's number one. And number two, we are living in a patriarchal society. We're not living in a socialist society. We're living in a capitalist society where all matter of consumption will never be devoid of exploitation. It's impossible. Okay? There's no such thing as ethical consumption under a capitalist organization, the economy. It does not exist. Whereas you absolutely can, and in Just Pearly Things' case, should get back to the fucking kitchen if you want that to be the case. Okay? That's it. But she don't want to do that. Because she also is a modern woman and wants to be a modern woman. Okay? That's the point. She doesn't want to be a trad cath. She doesn't want to be a trad wife. There are plenty of them out there, and they're living wonderful, happy lives. As a matter of fact, that's the major point of contention that I have with all these fucking losers. It's like, feminism doesn't mean you have to stop doing those things if you want to do those things. Okay? If anything, it's capitalism that stops you from doing those things. If you want to like fucking have a single income family unit, well, good luck. You can't really do that anymore because everybody needs to work. Okay? Can't really do child rearing because the Hasanabi top of the hour ad break avoidance fee is $5. And, you know, both you and the husband have to pay for it because neither of you want to fucking watch the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. We share one account while watching. That's called cheating. You better fucking both. Better fucking pay up. You better up your subscription to tier 2 right now before I ban you. No, I'm just kidding. I know someone's going to fucking clip that and fucking be like, look at Hassan. He's crazy. He did that. Oh, my God. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Yeah, account sharing is stealing from me and poor corporations. Don't you fucking do that.
You're alone. So, yeah, you could say Pearl is tapped into her own little niche, which is pretending she knows everything while saying absolutely nothing.
You go from an 80%, and people dispute these numbers left and right, but you go from an 80% chance of a happy marriage with 0 partners to a 20% with 5+.
In one clip titled Pearl Drops the Mic, Pearl blamed birth control for turning women into hoes before going on to say no-fault divorce laws have allowed these evil women to ruin their families. Because
it's just funny because like the other alternative for Pearl was literally like to become a femcel. And I feel like she was, if like things were 3 to 4% different in her life, she would have been one of those like, I want to chop every man's dick type people on Twitter. You know what I mean? Both of those perspectives oftentimes are born out of trauma and things going deeply wrong and not being able to like resolve that trauma. And instead falling into a deep pit of despair. And instead of being a femcel, she became like a female incel, you know? Like she could have been a rad femme and probably seen that same level of like support structure. She has like one of those like anonymous stan accounts and she's like constantly fucking chirping on the timeline nonstop. But she went in this direction, which I think is even sadder. Because at least like a lot of those femcells, they are like deeply hypocritical. Like the rad femcells are deeply hypocritical about the content they themselves consume and enjoy. You know what I mean? They never like have that same kind of crosshair or smoke for like their favorite content creator, which is oftentimes a woman. And like the people that their favorite content creator choose to date, a man. Yuck. You know what I mean? But like they get to enjoy shit, whereas I feel like this is just so sad.
Because social media has convinced them they deserve men they aren't hot enough for. Which might make some sense if you have the dating maturity of a 14-year-old boy. Otherwise, this just sounds like a lazy...
Bro, how did you tell your parents you don't believe in Allah anymore? I could really use niche advice like that. You never have to tell your parents that. I'm a firm believer that that is not a conversation you need to have with your parents at all. Why the fuck would you ever have the conversation with your parents? Just live your life, dude. What the fuck? What, do you want to fucking debate them? Like, what's going on? Yeah, just fucking lie, dude. What? Just be like, oh, I can't go to the mosque, Dad. I know it's Jummah, but oh man, I'm too busy.
mess of assumptions and painfully broad generalizations of women who get divorced.
Birth control allowed hoes to be hoes. The provider, the hoes don't pick the provider, they pick the chat. Then no fault divorce allowed the hoes to leave. Then the government funded them leaving. And then social media made girls that are
I'm sorry. What do you mean you make it sound so easy? What, like when you fucking sneeze or when you do something great, do you have to say, oh my science instead of oh my Allah or something? Like what? Like it's just like your parents have to find out? Like I don't understand. What is this? Oh no. I said oh my science instead of oh my God in the household. And now my parents know I'm an atheist. Like, is that what happened to you? Just fucking lie, dude. What do you mean? I don't like the religion thing is like that part is like, you know, it's just there are ways around it in the same way that like you can't just lie about being gay. You know what I mean? You can't lie about being gay to your parents because at a certain point, even if you are doing it out of like protective reasons, if you're trying to do it out of self-preservation purposes, like you might get caught. And that's like very different than just not telling your fucking parents that you don't believe in God. Let's not go there. I know atheists get very mad about that. No, for me, it's the guilt that comes with it. I'm not atheist myself, but it's hard to split living with a religious life with a Western lifestyle. Wait, what? When you get caught with a microscope in your room, yeah. They walk in and you're reading the theory of evolution. And you're like, oh no. Oh my science. Oh fuck. I mean, oh my God. I'm reading this disapprovingly, mom and dad. Like, yeah, they catch you with a book. You're reading Darwin, but you got to read it like this. Like you're shaking your head disapprovingly as you read it. Oh God, I hate this. No, this isn't good. I just reading to learn. I bought it to remind me of the things I hate. Yeah, like Harlan Crow bought all that Nazi memorabilia. Didn't Shaq get mad for making fun of fake atheist suppression law? Yes, they did, and they still will if I keep doing this. I'm literally crying about user Shrek 2 for DVD, talking about the struggles of growing up Muslim. I mean, it's just like, I don't know. Gotta work it out. I thought we were just talking about living a Western lifestyle. I didn't know we were talking about Darwinism. My bad. Wait, what? No, for me, it's the guilt that comes with it. I'm not atheist myself, but it's hard to split living a religious life with a Western lifestyle. I don't even know what you mean by this. You know, people value the supportive relationship they have with their parent. Brother, you can still have a supportive relationship with your family and your parents without like having to tell them the intricacies of your belief structure. Like what? They're your fucking parents. Maybe some of them, like most of them should love you unconditionally, but like if that is going to be a big issue for them, then you don't have to bring that up, in my opinion. My family still thinks I'm a Trump or red pill when in reality I'm a proud left-leaning Hasanabi head. But that's not the same as outright lying. I don't think you can hide being an ex-Muslim from my very religious Muslim parents based on my experience. Yeah, I mean, it varies, obviously. I don't know, just stay away from the bacon and don't drink alcohol around your family. I feel like if your family if expects you to pray 5 times a day, for example, right, and you're not doing it, you can like ease into it, okay? You can ease into it. Just like you're not praying and then they find out. They're like, whoa, why aren't you praying anymore? What's happening there? And you're like, oh, I'm just too busy. Also, I don't know what age range of people I'm talking to. So there's that reality as well. Like maybe there's a lot of young people in here still and you're talking to a 32-year-old man. You know what I mean? So like obviously my perspective on this is way different. Like I love my family. I love my family to death. But like, yeah, there are certain things I did in my childhood and in my adolescent age and even in my young adult life that they would definitely not approve of, but, you know, I didn't have to fucking confront them with it ever. Come out as a gay atheist and negotiate down to just atheist.
6s think they're 9s and 10s. They break up their home because they think they can do better and they can't. Class dismissed.
I mean, how is this meant to be convincing? Well, it's not supposed to be convincing. It's supposed to reinforce the stereotypes men have of whatever qualifies in their minds as modern women. Here is Pearl, a woman, saying the things that feed directly into the biases of someone displeased with women having access to things like birth control, Instagram, or divorce. Here is a woman on reassuring them that they're right without actually citing any direct evidence or examples as to why. And the morons in the comments eat it the fuck up. This chick should win the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Pearl's dad is Chuck Norris. We need smart people like her in Congress and Senate. She's doing the work of the Lord. She should run for Congress. You gotta respect the way these freedom-loving patriots want the federal government to strip rights away from half the population.
All right, why women shouldn't vote? Yes, okay. I would like to tell you how I came to this conclusion. I wanted to know why men were so angry about women. When I started researching the stuff, it was pretty easy to figure out why. 90% of women have been on birth control. 1 out of 3 women has had an abortion. 1 out of 3 women has an STD. Average body count is over 5, so your average wife has slept with over 5 people. 95% of women are not virgins on their wedding days. I understand the
Really fucked up, man. Societal collapse is upon us, you know?
complaint.
See, the YouTube Shorts format fits Pearl's arguments a lot more suitably than a full-length, fleshed-out video could. The 60-second time limit lends itself to the inherent lack of nuance in her beliefs. Plus, these get way more views, too. I don't know what it is, but there's just something about these shorts that takes the algorithm by storm. There's a way more potential to go viral here than anywhere else. Without any extra efforts, you can get 22 million people to watch this.
If my son came home from school one day and said to me, look, Mum, I'll be honest with you, I think I'm gay, I would take it on and I'd be open.
What if your son came home and said, I think I'm black?
Huh? That's the level of argumentation we're on? I've heard that about being trans because people people perceive being trans as like not real, you know what I mean? But I thought that we had moved past it on the gay front, you know what I mean? Like being gay is a choice, is like this ain't the 90s no more, you know what I mean? Like I feel like she went so old school with this argument that she went back to the 90s where people would say that all the time, like, you're just gay for attention. Being gay is a choice. Like that only works when you say that about being trans, because like the collective consciousness is not there yet. You know what I mean? For trans issues, like people will agree with you because they think being trans is a choice and weird and gross and whatever the fuck. But like that's just not gonna work for being gay.
Well, I mean, obviously I'd have to sit him down and be like,
so you don't think if he thought he was the opposite gender, you might need to sit him down and tell him
that he's well, that's what I said. I mean, I would listen to him.
Yes. Wait, what? She said gay, dog. She didn't say trans. She didn't even hear what the other lady said. She just automatically resorted to the trans argument.
So if you got that one, she didn't actually destroy the woke woman as the title insists. She just changed the fucking subject entirely. Multiple times, too. How is acknowledging a difference between race, sexuality, and gender owning anybody in this circumstance? Hey, Mom, I think I might be gay. Are you black? That's not the same thing. Oh, okay, so now you want to change your gender. Are you even listening to me? Wow, children sure are dumb. I also love the way she sits there in silence as if she just made some epic clapback that left the room speechless. Like, no, they're speechless because what you just said was so mind-numbingly stupid, they're in literal awe. It's honestly pretty inspiring to think someone could be so confidently wrong on so many things. I think we can see pretty plainly that when Pearl isn't pulling random shit out of her ass, she's deliberately neglecting context to prove a point. Like, for example, here. As you can see, even Pierce Morgan still has the awareness to call Pearl out for ignoring the fact that many women, back when it was illegal for them to vote, were still willing to take less opportunity because that's what they had been conditioned to accept. And instead of rebutting this with anything specific or concrete, her counter just does more to reinforce his point.
I found out that only 5%.
This is the tragic tale of Just Pearly Things, the unpickable pick-me from Jabri, friend of the show, Jabri.
Of women wanted the right to vote. And I couldn't figure out, like, why would women not? No, it's true. It's true. You look it up.
At the time.
At the time.
Because they've been conditioned by men to think that they shouldn't have a vote.
I mean, that's what they say. But, you know, I started reading their writings, right? And what I found out was that the reason a lot of women advocated for it was because they believed it was the beginning of the breakdown of the family.
Yeah, obviously, that's what their writing is going to say. How does that mean they weren't being brainwashed?
It also goes back to responsibility. Men are 80 to 90% of the military. They run all of the infrastructures that make society run. So I just think if we want an equal say in society, then be equal. Go apply to be on the oil rigs. Go be a plumber. Go be an electrician. Go be on the front lines of the military. And then we should have equal rights. But until feminists are willing to do that, I don't believe we should have the freedom without the responsibility.
Okay, well, I don't think that I'm physically built for that. You might be.
Pearl's position here seems to be that because men supposedly do all the heavy lifting in society, then we deserve certain privileges like the right to vote. Since women are, according to her, not contributing the same as men, they shouldn't get those same rights. But a policy like this wouldn't make much sense because not all men are doing such hard, intense labor. I'm not making this video from a top-end oil rig, so would I still get to vote in Pearl land? I guess.
No, you don't get it. You're fucking gay and homophobe because you're not even because you're like anything, not even because you're making content online, but because you're soy, because you're not on the side of misogyny and right-wing reactionary politics. Dude, it doesn't matter. You could literally be, again, a 245-pound, 6'4" man who works out every fucking day and eats 2 pounds of chicken a day, and some fucking 125-pound soaking wet dipshit will go, "You're so soy and gay and not masculine," because you think like we shouldn't execute gay people and trans people. It's not about who you are. It's not even about the fucking aesthetics at that point. It's just straight up about like the values that you put out there. The more you say you're a macho man, the more macho you actually are. Okay? You wore a dress on purpose once, gay, exactly. And it's like, I do that on purpose. Like I like it. It's fine. You know what I mean? I'm very confident about my sexuality. What the fuck? But no, you cannot fucking explain that to people. The hardline talking points, and they don't change regardless of reality. Like, at this point, we have moved, partially because we are always online, and that's the way we experience the world is online, that, like, someone will unironically be like, Ben Shapiro advocates for the right values, and Hassan advocates for the wrong values, and that's why Hassan is soy and gay, whereas Ben Shapiro is mask and alpha, an alpha dog. Bradley Martin knocked Sneeko down in sparring. Oh, no. Hey, he's 250, brother. Or 260, brother.
Survive! You got this! Survive! Call it time. 20 seconds. Go!
Bro, he's not even guarding. Bradley's not even putting his fucking guard up. He's just like, he's like toying with him, dude. He's 260, brother. Now imagine a street fight. Imagine a street fight. He's 260. This is so dumb. Why are we watching child abuse? Why the fuck would you, a non-trained person, try to fucking fight Bradley Martin, who is 260 pounds and like insanely yacked, dude? Especially around equipment too. I know. I feel like such a dad. I saw, you know what I thought? While he was like punching him, I immediately thought, oh no, he's gonna fucking cock back and directly dome that metal beam behind him. He sees red. Yeah. No. Bradley isn't trained either. Yeah, it doesn't matter at that point. If two people are not trained, the person who is 260 pounds and insanely fucking yacked is going to beat the shit out of the person who is 100 pounds and also not trained. I'm not fucking trained, and I wouldn't want to fucking fight Bradley. He would beat my ass too, because guess what? I'm 245, and he is 260 at 7% body fat. I'm 245 at like fucking 20% body fat. He still has a tremendous amount more muscle mass than me. Okay. Now, obviously, the situation changes dramatically if we're talking about like a lightweight or what is it? I can't even say it. The situation changes dramatically when we were talking about a traditional fighter. okay, featherweight, or someone who is much, much, much skinnier than Bradley Martin, who knows how to fucking fight, would probably still be able to beat his ass. Sorry, no fucking way that guy's 7% body fat. I mean, I'm memeing. He's not 7, but he's like 10% body fat maximum. I mean, he has like visible abs. In the MMA community, the big debate is who would win, Bradley Martin or Demetrius Johnson. You fucked around with the sumo wrestlers. I feel like you and Bradley could have a fun slap sparring around. No. Bradley Martin is significantly stronger than me. I think you guys literally forget that. He's definitely stronger than me, like a lot stronger than me. And he's on like an insane amount of steroids. What are we talking about? I think a lot of people forget that, there's a reason why there's supposed to be a USADA, okay? This conversation is always so funny. Like, why do you think there is an international rules for drug testing? It takes a tremendous amount of work to achieve this body, regardless of the help that you might get from modern medicine. But there is still a tremendous boost that you get from modern medicine, okay? Yeah, his forearms are bigger than Sneako's fucking quads, dude. Look at him. Like, look at that. I think a professional fighter would still beat Bradley's ass, but dude, I'm not kidding. I feel like Sneako every day is just like looking for new ways to be ritualistically humiliated on the fucking timeline. And he must have nutted so hard as his head was hitting the fucking ground because he was fantasizing about how many people are going to own him. He was like, oh man, this is the greatest. Here, another day, another way to get cucked. Like, he's like, that grunt wasn't him becoming concussed. That grunt was him concussing himself with the nut. Sean O'Malley's talking about fighting Bradley. Says it'd be tougher than people
Who wins in a
think.
street fight near you?
Street fight, in my opinion, is it in a basketball court or is it in a cage?
We got space.
If it's not like somewhere super, like a room like this, I wouldn't like my odds as much, but like a wide open space, I'm 100% not going to get as tired as you. It would be very hard for you to just grab a hold of me. I've been defending that for the last 12 years, not letting people grab a hold of me, but no one's tried as strong as you. But even if you did just grab a hold of me, there's other issues you got to worry about. Don't let me fucking grab your neck at all. Don't let me take your back. I got a couple little takedowns that I'd probably be able to get to your back and choke you. That's how I would have to guess.
The streets are different though. You get his back and get slammy on the concrete.
That's true. That is true.
Different.
You jump backwards, slam me. I'm not in a good position unless I don't know. That's a good point. I wouldn't want to test it. I wouldn't want to fucking do it.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to do it either.
Dude, he loves this. He's like, yeah. I hate MMA so much. I mean, a lot of these guys are fun dudes as long as they don't fucking start talking about random dumb shit. Okay? This is just bro talk. This is very normal. This is very normal bro talk. This is like 90% of talk that men have around other men. It's a very normal conversation to have. It's also hilarious that he keeps fucking asking every MMA fighter, like, oh, what's up, brother? Would you fight me? I wouldn't fight me either, brother. I'm 260, brother. It's so stupid.
I like you a lot.
It would be scary. I would be scared. But that would also probably make me more dangerous, being like, it's actually life or death. I'd like to think I have the skills to be able to kill you.
This was Brad's favorite answer so far. O'Malley is killing a dude who states when he's mad, he sees red, choking him the fuck out 10 out of 10. He's asking because he knows these MMA guys will get very angry, but cannot really fight him to prove it. No, I don't think that's the only reason. I think it's because it's like a funny fucking a funny meme at this point. No, one of them will absolutely fucking put it to the test. What do you mean? MMA guys, very famously, the wrong MMA guy, these are all of his friends, so it's very different. But the wrong MMA guy will 100%, if they're set up in a way, the wrong MMA guy would 100% test it. And in the moment, too. Not even on a like a random occasion. What do you mean? Like that fucking Trump supporter guy in Florida, what's his fucking face? He like literally would just like beat the shit out of people that he hates and gets mad at outside of the cage. What the fuck was the guy? Yeah, Colby Covington. Is that what? Or no, Masvidal. Yeah, Masvidal is the one I was thinking of. Didn't know Bradley was juiced up? What? Did you just say you didn't know Bradley Martin was juiced up? Oh, that's awesome. Guys, I didn't know Ronnie Coleman was juiced up. Okay, let's get back to just pearly things. God damn. I had to take a couple different steps in a other direction because, like, you know, we gotta break this content apart. It's too long.
This is something Pearl realized, though, because by the very next day, she was clarifying that not all men should be allowed to vote either. So there you go.
We have to define what is the infrastructure. Farming, manufacturing, transportation, building the buildings, paving the roads. Now remember, women do teaching, we do nursing, but if those jobs went away, the infrastructure of society would still run. We would still have food, we would still have water, we would still have a military. Why should we have an equal say?
Maybe because you're still living in society. Why should not participating in the specific fields you mentioned disqualify someone from choosing how our communities are governed? If everyone is affected by the actions of the government, then everyone should ideally have a say. I mean, this shouldn't even be a debate. Plus, Pearl overlooks the other countless jobs that are crucial for society to run. I mean, just the fact that she's so quick to dismiss teachers and nurses really underlines what little of a grasp she has on the world around her. If nurses disappeared, our healthcare infrastructure would immediately crumble, and if teachers disappeared, we'd all turn out like Pearl.
She became friends with Winston and Clementine Churchill.
Why does Churchill sound familiar? Winston Churchill did something or wrote something.
British Prime Minister.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't know that.
Let me know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Doesn't she literally live in England? What the fuck?
Maybe Pearl's just a misogynist. I just hate women, and I'm just a dummy YouTuber who doesn't know anything.
Yeah, well, you said that, not me. But I will say, when literal children are agreeing with your takes, it might be time to reconsider.
Pay gap destroyed by kids? Why would you post that, like, as a good thing? Man, look at all these kids who believe my worldview. Like, me and these kids, we're so fucking aligned. It's like, no more nap time. They call me Nikki No Naps, dude. Fuck yeah. Goo goo gaga, motherfucker. Always.
Consider some things.
Girls don't work as hard as the boys.
She's red-pilled.
Pearl will spout something off like, there are more sex workers in America than teachers, which has certainly been contested.
Wait, what? No, that's not true.
As the most recent stats on prostitution from 2016 estimate there to only be a total of 1 to 2 million sex workers living in the U.S. compared to 4 million teachers as of 2023. But let's just be super generous and say Pearl was also counting the 2 million or so OnlyFans creators in her tweet as well. That will put the number closer to 4 million, I guess. But it's clear she's not really going off of any hard numbers. And even if there were more sex workers than teachers, so what? What is Pearl even trying to prove here? That women are less interested in teaching the next generation and more interested in being sluts? I mean, what is the insinuation? If anything, it would just prove how thankless of a job teaching has become.
Yeah, bro, they don't fucking... Yeah, here's how you solve that, for the record. Ironically, not doing... Sex work is not just prostitution. Okay, OnlyFans, fine. Even though not every single person on OnlyFans is exclusively doing sex work or doing sex work at all. But it doesn't even fucking matter. Okay? First of all, there's a lot of people who are teachers and also doing OnlyFans. There's number one. But the solution to that problem is by, one, literally fucking paying teachers more. Give them a living wage, okay? Give teachers a living wage. But of course, teaching, ironically, is one of those sectors that is dominated by women, like nurses, for example. And of course, as you know, all of these sectors that are dominated by women and are drastically and dramatically under fucking paid, dude. 31-year-old teacher quit her job. Now she works at Costco and boosted her income by 50%. I've never been happier. I wanted to be a teacher until I realized I didn't want to be poor. Literally my new coworker. Yeah, bro, it's just so fucking stupid. Like, I'm a teacher and I saw pictures of my 6'2" man feet. I haven't made much with the teaching stuff. There you go. Yeah, teaching is a job of passion. It's always been that. Absolutely zero people throughout history have ever been like, man, I'm trying to fucking cake. I'm trying to get fucking caked in dough. I'm going to go to the teaching profession. Okay? That's not how that fucking works. You do it because you love it. You do it because you want to make a positive impact in the fucking world. but it especially doesn't work in America. Okay, there are other countries like Finland where the jobs have very high qualifications, and also on top of that, you need to. Professors make bank? No, they don't. What the fuck are you talking about? You know how long it takes for a professor to get to the position of like actually making money, and even then they make a lot of money off of like books and shit, not necessarily. What professor? What professor in what college is making bank? If professors made bank, think tanks would be out of a fucking job. Okay, think tanks would not exist. The moment that professors make bank. 90% of Washington, D.C. think tanks that write 1,100 articles about how China is going to collapse any given moment now is gone, okay? No more Jordan Peterson. If professors made bank, no more fucking Jordan Peterson, okay? If professors make bank, no more insane studies that show that Coca-Cola makes your penis larger or whatever the fuck. That's how they make bank. Tenure professors make like $200K a year, but you have to get a PhD, which sucks. Well, the part of the process where you get a PhD is also fucking awful. And last but not least, to get to being a tenured professor is a very long and arduous process. That's why I was saying, like, yeah, some people will make, and also you're talking about $200K a year. And in which cities? Okay? In which college? In which cities? Like tenured professors in certain colleges, in certain cities, in certain fields might be able to get to that level, but it's not, it's an incredibly hard process and it's incredibly selective. It's not as easy as you think. And it requires a tremendous amount of money as well up front and a tremendous amount of labor that you're not adequately getting compensated for with grad programs who are basically a professor, but for free.
It's not surprising that people would turn to a job that actually pays them. If you want there to be less women on OnlyFans, Pearl, then you should be advocating for things like higher wages and better working conditions. But she doesn't even want women to be teachers in the first place.
2 women cannot teach the way 1 man used to teach. They now have a teacher and a teacher's aide on average in classrooms. And it used to be 1 man, and the men used to have better outcomes.
Unfortunately, there isn't a whole lot of data on this subject in general, and I have no idea which study Pearl could possibly be pulling from here. I wonder why that is. But the Center for Global Development lists the results of a few experiments from several countries, noting that in Ecuador, children were randomly assigned to teachers for 4 years, and researchers examined the impact of teacher gender on math scores. They found that teacher gender does not affect the math achievement of boys or girls, with similar results coming from other countries like China as well as Korea, where female students performed substantially better on standardized tests when assigned to female teachers. As far as Western countries go, the CDG notes that studies tend to find little or no effect, other than at least one from the US that found a positive one. And that's just me going off whatever studies I could find. I am absolutely lost in figuring out where Pearl is getting her information. But who am I to question the omniscient foresight of the all-powerful Pearl Davis? In fact, she's actually somewhat of a psychic. That's right, this woman can see directly into the future.
Zendaya is gonna leave his ass. Her hypergamy is gonna get the best of her. I'm sorry, Zendaya is like a sweetheart, and I think a lot of like high value men are gonna be interested in her. It's not that Tom Holland isn't a high value man, he is, but I just think more high value men are going to be interested, and I think she's going to go for it. I give it 6 months.
To know the exact inner workings of a celebrity's private dating life is certainly an impressive talent to have. And what an amazing fountain of knowledge Pearl is. Except she's so far removed from reality, it makes me a little worried. Just take her incredibly weird and intrusive video here, where she speculates on Tom Brady's divorce from his wife Giselle, once again blaming their separation on the fact that Tom was making less money playing football than Giselle did as a supermodel.
Giselle and Tom divorced last year. Now, there are a couple warning signs that a woman is going to leave your ass. Number 1 is if she out-earns you. Most women have a modern mindset where they think they are better than a man because they out-earn him.
Man, you don't know the reason for their divorce, so what are you even saying? This is something Pearl has suggested in the past, that women who out-earn their husbands tend to leave them.
That's one of the number 1 predictors of divorce. If a woman out-earns her husband, she is more likely to leave.
But there's a reason Pearl doesn't cite any sources when she says things like this. According to sociologists from the University of Wisconsin-Madison and the University of Pennsylvania, the divorce rate for couples...
A lot of this stuff a lot of this stuff also, like, even if it was the way that she's explaining, a lot of this stuff is literally just like male cope. You know what I mean? Like, you're just mad that you can't lock people, you can't trap and lock them into like former, more traditional forms of coexistence, right? Like, even if what she was saying had like empirical evidence backing it, right? It's so ridiculous. Like, what's the alternative then? Fucking forcing women at gunpoint to stay in marriages? Like, I don't understand. I actually don't get it. Like, I mean, I know that that's what they want, but it's so fucking stupid. It's not even true, but it doesn't matter. Even if it was fucking true, it's like all you're doing is complaining. You're complaining that, like, what? Women having autonomy is bad. And the thing is with Pearl, she's not even fucking smart enough, or even, I guess, interested enough, because she recognizes her audience is not smart enough to like mask it and try to use like better, clever rhetorical tools, and instead just straight up says it like, no, women are dumb and also bad, but if women are good and they are a valuable partner because money is the only thing that fucking matters, then they have the freedom and they want to leave you, and that's bad and wrong. It's like, and we should stop that from happening.
Married in the 90s with female breadwinners has fallen to just 4% higher than those with male breadwinners, which is a massive improvement compared to couples married in the 60s and 70s who were 70% more likely to divorce when wives earned more or the same as their husbands. Marriages with female breadwinners are actually succeeding way more today than ever before in the past, but that's not the kind of context Pearl would give you, because it doesn't fit her overly simplistic view of the world. By ignoring the circumstances around a set of data, Pearl will often use real numbers to arrive at a faulty conclusion that fits her narrative. Not to mention, there's basically zero indication that money played a role at all in Giselle leaving Tom Brady. Back in reality, Giselle has stated, sometimes you grow together, sometimes you grow apart. When I was 26 years old and he was 29 years old, we met, we wanted a family, we wanted things together. As time goes by, we realized that we just wanted different things, and now we have a choice to make. And that's basically all we know. They've otherwise kept things pretty private for a reason, and I don't think we should know anything more than what they're willing to share, nor is it appropriate to speculate. And it certainly isn't appropriate to manipulate their...
Also, there's something way more important in this situation. Like, if you want to make assessments, like, maybe she wanted to break up with him because he kept kissing his kids on the lips. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like I feel like that would be the first point of consideration for someone like myself. If I was looking at it from the outside, like, that's what I would say. Because I feel like that's kind of weird. Like, he was always just like, he was always trying to fucking tongue kiss his children. And that was kind of weird and gross.
Story to fit your own agenda in front of 500,000 people.
Now, why is it rumored that they divorced? Oh, he was working on his career too much. But the funny thing is, if the men were not working on their careers, we would not want them anyway. And what you can...
Yeah, it's like how would Giselle take care of the children with her meager wages and tiny marginal net worth? Yeah, it would be really, really, really tough for Giselle Bündchen to take care of the children with her fucking little silly ass salary.
See this as a control tactic of modern women.
The way Pearl is speaking here, you'd think Giselle hates Tom with a burning passion, which is completely untrue. As she stated herself, she still loves and wants the best for her ex-husband, hands down, going on to say that rumors circulating about them are actually very hurtful and the most ridiculous thing she's ever heard. Pearl also refuses to believe that Tom could have possibly done anything to warrant Giselle initiating a divorce, despite there not being enough reliable information to indicate that. She's just pinning total blame for a situation she doesn't understand onto a woman because that's what's most convenient. And then she has the nerve to craft an entire narrative in an effort to generalize more women. I mean, do you see a problem? Like, this is what she does.
He can do everything right, and his wife will still divorce his ass.
I gotta pee.
Women are never happy. You can give a woman everything she wants, and she will never be happy.
I mean, Pearl is literally just writing her own fan fiction about a celebrity couple she will never meet. The title is just blatant clickbait. Not once during these 7 minutes of absolute torture does she give even a single example of Giselle getting furious at anything. You're just using famous names to Trojan horse your putrid beliefs because nobody cares what you have to say otherwise. And as a Cowboys fan, I hate the Pearl is making me defend Tom Brady. But reinforcing parasocial relationships with football players honestly pales in comparison to clickbaiting a person's actual death like she does in this video.
What up, guys? Welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel and welcome to Pearl Daily. We have a OnlyFans model who died trying to be a whore.
Yeah, that is actually how the video starts. Never mind the fact that she wrongly labeled this lady as an OnlyFans model, as there is nothing in the news to confirm that. She was an Instagram model who tragically lost her life in 2017 while under the influence. She leaned herself out of a moving car that her friend was driving and hit a lamppost. It's an absolutely horrific situation. And of course, that's not something she should have been doing, but she also didn't deserve to lose her life, as Pearl's thumbnail implies. I mean, her family lost a loved one, and Pearl can't have any respect for them. Pearl mentions this situation in the title and thumbnail in a 54-minute episode of her podcast. Yet only 2 minutes are spent at the very end actually discussing what happened. And when we finally do get to that part, Pearl's commentary is just this.
You know, we're so addicted to attention these days. Women are addicted to attention. She became so attention addicted that it literally led to her death. And we see case after case after case. We see this as a trend, a growing trend. More women getting so addicted to social media that they ruin their marriages, you know, they don't watch their children, and they literally die for attention. And I think we got to identify trends. So let me know what trends you see.
Yeah, I guess like that's why she is addicted to attention and like permanently sexless and has no husband or no prospects for a husband because she's so addicted and like doesn't want to, you know, be a bad mother, I guess.
Happening in society. And let me know what you want me to cover tomorrow on Pearl Daily. Make sure you like the video on your way out.
I mean, to look at this tragedy and think, I wonder how I can use this to my ideological advantage is sickening, to the point that even some of Pearl's own fans have called it out. But Pearl isn't in the business of being tasteful or compassionate. For example, if this is your genuine reaction to peaceful protesters being forcibly manhandled into the back of an unmarked vehicle at the hand of an oppressive government, I'm not going to take you seriously on anything.
F around and find out. In the U.S., we have a whole month dedicated to gay people.
Damn, Amazon really went for her jugular. Poor Pearl, I feel so bad for her. She was just talking in the most callous way, in the most indifferent way about someone who had killed themselves. Like, you know,
we have flags everywhere. They're pushing gayness in the schools. There was a gay pride parade in Russia. Putin said, no, thank you. Keep that ideology out of here. And this is what happens. They shove the LGBTQ plus down your throat.
Shoving their agendas down our throats by holding a fucking sign? Are you really that threatened, Pearl, by a person standing? These people didn't choose to be oppressed. They're trying to be recognized for who they are. They're embracing their true selves in the face of a very real legal and physical danger, which is leagues more courageous than anything Pearl could even dream of doing for herself.
China has also shut down the Beijing LGBT Center, the last large LGBT.
Like, isn't one of the most famous television personalities in China literally an out and about trans woman who has very openly talked about being trans and has like literally got gender confirmation surgery way back in the fucking day, like before the technology was even there, and has even talked about the complications along with that have come along with that. Yeah, here is this the person? I think this is, right? Jin was born in Shenyang, China, to an ethnic Korean family. She studied in local Choseongchok Chinese elementary school. She was in the military and was a dancer. Yeah. Also criticized President of Russia Vladimir Putin for launching a military invasion into Ukraine. Look at this. She's fucking awesome. Jin was 6 years old. She went outside during a storm hoping that a lightning would strike and transform her into a girl. She underwent sex reassignment surgery in 1995 in Beijing. Has 3 adopted children. What I'm hearing is they have closed most trans healthcare and gender affirming care for youth in China now. At least that's what the leftist trans spaces have been watching them saying. Also, recently China made access to gender affirming care a lot easier. Wait, I'm getting conflicting examples or answers here. I don't know if that is the case or not. You know, you guys are saying the exact opposite shit. I don't know. I don't know what China's LGBT censorship or LGBT rights look like in China. While both male and female same-sex activity are legal, same-sex couples that are currently unable to marry or adopt in households headed by such couples are ineligible for the same legal protections given to heterosexual couples. No explicit anti-discrimination protections for LGBT people are present in the legal system, nor do hate crime laws or cover sexual orientation or gender identity. I mean, yeah, China, of course, has been gay as fuck, just like everywhere else. Unsurprising. There's an anti-homosexual decree promulgated in 1740. Today, the government's approach to LGBT rights has been described as ambivalent, fickle, and as being no approval, no disapproval, no promotion. This is kind of funny to say. Wait, what the fuck? Everyone's going to say I'm a China dick rider, and I personally don't know what the situation in modern China is, but just reading this across the board, this literally applies to America. Like, bring up America already, but not only does this apply to America, it feels like it applies to China. Loosens restrictions on gender affirming surgery, but many trans people are still shut out. More trans people in China will be able to access gender affirming surgery and legal recognition under new rules. The new health commission in China published new guidelines on the 20th of April, which lower the age requirement for gender affirming surgery from 20 to 18. It also drops the requirement that people undergoing such surgeries must first go through a year of psychological counseling and psychiatric therapy, and makes the path to legal recognition easier. Wait, it dropped that requirement? You don't even need to do that now? What the fuck? Under the old regulations, the two surgeries were required, genital and removal and reconstruction, while trans men were also required to have top surgery. The updated rules... Wait, hold on. I'm actually confused by this. If this is like the federal regulation is like going in the positive direction, while America's going in the opposite direction, doesn't that mean that it's literally better than America? I don't know enough about this issue, but everybody always talks about how bad it is. And like, this obviously rules out non-binary people, right? And that part is certainly true. They actually are following WPATH recommendations, which is International Trans Medical Guidelines. East Asia at large is very homophobic but trans neutral. Yes and no. That's a pretty bold thing to say, pal. Don't they have universal healthcare in China, like all gender affirming care be covered? They're loosening regulations on to allow for more non-binary. That's why they're loosening regulations that allow for more non-binary people. Medical terms have also been updated. While the stigma laden transsexualism remains a formal and required diagnosis, it has been joined by the terms gender dysphoria and gender incongruence. Unchanged are the requirements that trans people voice continuous demand for surgeries for at least 5 years and have a clean criminal record, something that prevents many trans sex workers from accessing surgery and recognition and gain. This is the most Chinese thing you could have done. They're like, we will give you free government-sponsored trans medical care, but you have to have a clean criminal record, which is such a, like, this in and of itself is the most Chinese thing I could have ever fucking seen, okay? It's like, yeah, we'll give it to you. You have to have no criminal record for 5 years. 5 years is stupid long, and clean criminal record is so fucked up. Yes, except, you're getting free government-sponsored trans medical care. So there is that. But it's like is it not free? Unchanged requirements. While the new rules are still highly restrictive and medicalize the path to legal recognition, they have been welcomed as a step in the right direction. In China, removal surgery costs around £1,197, while according to SupChina, in a total, a person's essential surgeries can cost up to £7,000. That's crazy. This simplified process will surgery up to more people, Shanghai-based medical practitioner told SupChina. Awan said, many trans people I know reposted the news on WeChat. The community was applauding the change. That's crazy. Let's continue with this.
LGBT organization in the country. I really think the U.S. should take note.
She's unironically advocating for the imprisonment of people on the basis of something they cannot change, which is some Nazi shit, Pearl. That's just some Nazi shit. I hate to break it to you.
Where is my straight pride? I want straight pride month.
What about hopelessly...
Bro, you got nothing to be proud of, okay? Let me tell you something. Nothing.
Unmarried and unhappy month for you specifically.
We're getting to the point where we're putting sexuality on a pedestal.
Putting sexuality on a pedestal? Oh, you mean like what you do for a fucking living?
We have women that really are, I would say, genetic like masterpieces, great bodies, but they still are not exempt to being modern women. This woman is 51 and twice divorced. Literally, this woman is at the end of her life.
Pearl? End of her life? She's 50 years old. Is she gonna die of old age at 56?
What does life look like?
Also, how are you gonna come at the fucking queen? Like, literally engage in a modicum of self-reflection here. How dare you? How fucking dare you? It's like putting yourself, if you are just pearly things and you have the audacity to put yourself up next to Sofia motherfucking Vergara, okay? Like, that's so dumb. Like, why? You just owned yourself. You just destroyed any argument that you could ever make for the rest of your fucking life. It's like being like, look, she's 51. She's at the end of her life. She got divorced twice. It's like, what? That's insane, dude. Sofia Vergara has been hot longer than Pearl's been alive. Yeah, yes. It's like such a funny thing because it's an immediate self-own, okay? It is an immediate self-own. She's doing the same thing that Ben Shapiro does when he's like, gender binary is rigid. You have to be masculine if you're a man. And it's like, Ben, look at yourself. Imagine Ben Shapiro saying that about, like, I don't know, Chris Hemsworth or something. And he's just like, he posts a fucking photo of Chris Hemsworth shirtless because, like, let's say Chris Hemsworth defended trans people or something, right? In this hypothetical. And Ben's like, Chris Hemsworth is very clearly soy. It's like everyone would look at that and go, what are you saying right now? Do you hear yourself? It's so dumb.
Like at 70 for her when her looks are actually gone, because I don't know. Maybe she'll look good at 70. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. That's the whole point. Pearl's ideology insists that unless you marry young and begin popping out as many babies as you can physically muster, you aren't living up to your full potential as a woman. I mean, for fuck's sake, she suggested prosecuting anyone who does OnlyFans.
I was thinking if they made OnlyFans illegal, the influencers couldn't do it so openly. I reserve the right to prosecute you.
By painting with such broad strokes, she's obviously ignoring the population.
Dude, I wouldn't talk about prosecuting online content because, like, I feel like more people would want Just Pearly Things to be arrested immediately. You know what I mean? Like, if we're prosecuting people for the content they make online, you're going to fucking jail, dog. 100%. You know? I'm going to jail for serving the top of the hour ad break 20 minutes in, forgetting, and also doing exclusively politics for 8 fucking hours after saying, oh, we're going to have a Sunday fun day today. Okay? You know, that's my bad, I guess, but what are you going to do? It's a compelling video about Just Pearly Things. I think making video essays should be prosecutable. No, Jobbery would go to jail, and I don't want him to go to jail. I like his content. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Of women who do
manage to be happy
in spite of not starting a family of their own. Maybe not everyone wants to wear trad dresses and cook for their husband instead of following a career path of their own. Although you definitely can do that. No one should ever stop you from living however you want to live. It's childish to assume everyone wants exactly what you want. Yet Pearl, either willfully or otherwise, simply refuses to accept that there are women out there who are content with straying away from the rigid, conventional guidelines she considers to be natural and necessary for society to function. I mean, isn't that what Pearl's doing? She's self-sufficient enough without a man, I thought.
I literally think that if I didn't have my dad helping me with, like, you know, the YouTube channel, I'm a woman. I would just, like, you know, flop and just, like, chill out.
Oh, well, never mind. But it's not like...
Okay, you need to go to jail too. Your dad is also going to jail. Jail for your dad as well.
Every woman on earth needs a man to help them build a basic fucking bed frame from IKEA. I'm sorry, but I'm floored by this tweet. This is the single easiest piece of furniture to build, and you're saying you need someone else to come in and save the day? Oh my god, pick yourself up, Pearl. Why would you admit to that? But she can barely go on one podcast without telling on herself, without revealing just how limited her perspective on the world really is. Despite making it her entire brand, Pearl doesn't really know what guys look for in a partner. She thinks she does, but that's because she's either hanging around the wrong people or just projecting again.
Seriously, what do women bring in 2022 that is special? Nothing. Do most women have a cookbook? Do most women really know how to cater to a man? No. Are most women virgins on their wedding day? No. So what do most women bring in 2022 that is special?
But I mean, is that truly all she believes women can offer? Virginity and a cookbook? What about companionship? friendship or guidance or communication or I don't fucking know, love? Why do the things that make women so valuable in the eyes of Pearl always boil down to simplistic things like cooking and sex? Like, I promise you, that's just not what all people care exclusively about when looking for a partner. It's also interesting she keeps coming back to the concept of being a virgin considering she isn't one.
This is probably too far, but imagine, okay, you could go to the gynecologist to prove your virginity on your wedding day, right? And there was some sort of like prize, like $10,000, $5,000, whatever like a lifetime of child support would cost. You just put that for virginity on the wedding day.
Doesn't the sanctity of marriage also rely on the woman being a virgin? So you wouldn't be able to get married?
What do you mean?
Well, you've spoken quite openly about how you're not a virgin, and so if you want to preserve that sanctity of marriage, then I just think that you're upholding standards that you don't actually live by.
Yeah, this is such a recurring theme for Pearl. Take her video, Should You Wait Until Marriage Masterclass, where she pulls out a whiteboard and scribbles down a bunch of incomprehensible notes on virginity and aging and whatever else Pearl likes to dwell on throughout the day.
In most cases, virginity is the most valuable thing you can give to a guy. It is so powerful. Like that is the most beautiful gift you can give to someone. However,
it's just like so wild that she's also like none of the things that she claims is high value. I feel like Just Pearly Things is what my haters think I am for like women's issues. You know what I mean? Like this has to be, which ironically is her fucking entire audience, I suspect. Is it really that wild? Yes, dude, it is wild. It is actually fucking wild. In all honesty, do men value that? If you're like an absolute fucking dumbass, child-brained, insecure idiot, maybe. Valuing virginity is such a fucking insane thing. It should be an afterthought, if at that. To all the virgins in the chat, I don't mean that like it's a bad thing that you're a fucking virgin. I just mean that like thinking about it is so weird. I would say borderline gross. Okay? Like it ascribes value to, I don't know, it ascribes value to like to your lack of experience in a specific field, and it is odd. Shame the cucks and virgins, shame them all. No, I'm not even shaming virgins, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm a Twitch streamer, okay? I'm not gonna go that far. Let's be real. It's perfectly normal and valid to be a virgin, even if you are of an age that you would expect is not that where you think like, oh my God, I'm too old and I'm still a virgin. It's perfectly valid, okay? For whatever reason. Don't say it's beautiful and natural as though I'm joking. I'm being very serious right now, okay? Because this is something that people are very insecure about. I have friends that are, this walk back is too cringe. This is not a fucking walk back, you absolute baboon. Shut the fuck up. I have friends who are adults that are my age that are still virgins, okay? For one reason or another. It's perfectly fine. But like seeking it out, okay? Seeking it out and being like, oh my God. Like, I have to have a partner that's a fucking virgin. I have to, my partner has to be a fucking virgin. It's like weird. It's just a thing. Okay? It's just a thing. It's just a thing. Like, it's the lack of experience in one field should not be a primary determination. The fuck are you looking at? Like, you're looking for someone who's a virgin? That's gross.
there are times when your virginity doesn't count.
Jesus, bro, you sure that's your dominant hand?
Men aren't lining up to date fat chicks. A dude will take an OnlyFans model with 100 bodies before he takes a fat chick. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules.
She loves to say that she doesn't make the rules, but I'm pretty sure that's exactly what she's doing here. You can literally watch her brain struggle to invent bullet points on the spot here, and none of it's planned. None of it's based in any underlying data, at least none that she cites here. It's all just whatever Pearl can think of off the top of her head.
Point number 3, your virginity doesn't count. If you're well, you're ugly. Oh yeah, I forgot.
Words are spilling out, but somehow nothing is being said.
Your virginity doesn't count if you're ugly, because if your girl's face looks like it was smashed in with a baseball bat, but she's a virgin, or would you rather you get a girl that's pretty hot, but you know, like 10, 20 bodies?
10 bodies.
And that's what it's saying. Your virginity, it's valuable, but it's not valuable if you're a whale or you're ugly.
At a certain point, it's just depressing to listen to. It's discouraging and untrue to think that if you're an older woman or you don't see yourself as conventionally attractive, then you're lost in the dating market. Why is that the message you want to put into the world?
Men value youth. Youth goes with purity. But if you're over a certain age, nobody's lining up for a 41-year-old virgin. If you're over the age of, should we give him 28? Men are starting to question what's wrong with you. Why are you a virgin at 30? If a dude is looking at you and saying, this is a new BMW, or I could get a slightly used BMW for a lot lower price.
It's pretty funny because, like, she's saying your virginity doesn't count if you're a whale, you're ugly, you're old. And, like, depending on who you talk to, especially people in her audience, like, she hits all of those markers and she's not a fucking virgin. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what? Why are you saying that? Why are you saying these things? Like, why are you owning yourself? It doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
With, some mileage, but low mileage. Who are you picking? Low, right.
Because it's like the outside is pretty, but the inside is just yucky.
I'd be sad if someone like my sister was watching this and taking Pearl's words to heart here. And yeah, I mean, of course.
Okay, yeah, no women is watching fucking Pearl. It's only women that are misogynistic would much rather watch like a Kevin Samuels than someone like fucking Pearly Things. Okay? Women that are misogynistic are not going to be watching her. It's only fucking deeply insecure men that I guess want to diversify their content that will watch her.
By the end of it, she's comparing women to cars. Where have I heard that before?
Every single one of my cars, there is a scenario in which I prefer that car over the others. The same applies to women. Like, one bitch can cook. When you're hungry, you call that bitch. You want a blowjob, you call that bitch. You want you call that bitch. The house needs cleaning, you call that bitch. But I don't want anyone to think I'm sexist or misogynist.
It obviously didn't take long for Pearl to grab the attention of the man who paved the way for her lucrative new business, cozying up with those who pioneered an industry of misogyny so airheads like Pearl could come along and steal the show by ripping all of their talking points, which in turn just boosted her reputation even more. Out of all of Pearl's podcast appearances, though, the most controversial came when she brilliantly decided to bring self-described white nationalist and, I guess now, advocate for child grooming Nick Fuentes onto her show, The Pregame, which I haven't talked a lot about yet because it is so painstakingly boring.
Okay. What was I gonna... When do you notice a woman's looks start to fade?
The pregame usually just consists of Pearl dragging whatever random women she can find onto a panel and strong-arming them into agreeing with her takes. You can watch her physically preparing to jump down the throat of anyone who dares speak out against her. It's just such an unwelcoming format.
I wouldn't recommend for someone to stay in an abusive relationship. So if someone's been
Why is abusive the first thing that comes to your head?
Because I'm not saying
I don't know, because she's not going to say, I would not recommend women to stay in a happy and healthy relationship. That's why. If she's setting fucking boundaries and making commentary on what she thinks is like permissible and acceptable, why would she fucking say, watch this Leftovers edit?
Fucking
Oh, this guy unblocked me.
I just ate so many fucking Oreos, so now I'm full of fucking Oreos. Let's fucking dock, dude.
What is that? I don't know what you mean.
Let's just start off by saying my penis is like
How does it even work?
I'll just announce some breaking news I saw right before we
Shut the fuck up.
Socialism is simply goated. You know what I mean?
I'm not even going to argue that. That's just common sense.
Did you hear what I said?
I did.
For sure.
Yeah. This is a good conversation we're having.
It's fucking nuts. Boom.
So I've been doing heroin.
Really?
So what?
What?
This is pretty funny. I like it. I'm fucking retweeting it. Honestly, that was the entire 3 hours right there. Yeah, this is pretty good. It's a pretty good recap. I respect Very Tall Bart. We used to be moots before my band. I don't know why this dingus fucking blocked me for some time and then unblocked me to make this.
saying that's the first thing.
It's the first thing you said.
Yeah, but I've known women that have left from relationships because of physical abuse.
Is that the majority?
I can't really speak for the majority.
Mm-hmm. You think the majority of men are abusing women? You think that's probable?
Man, she didn't.
What the fuck is this conversation? God, people are so fucking annoying.
Didn't even say that. Pearl hears what she wants to hear and doesn't settle for anything less than the absolute most generalized terms by diminishing nuance and forcing her guests to pick a side in the debate that demands far more depth than Pearl will allow.
It all depends on the person that you are. I mean, there's a lot of people that
I'm gonna make one caveat. No, it depends. I'm banning it depends. I'm banning like we have to pick a side.
And if you dare step out of line.
I think what the lady is simply doing is trying to bring up the facts, and I agree that we should actually be holding men and women equally accountable because we should be saying that there are men who should take responsibility.
I think if men,
no, Paul, let me finish.
No,
let me finish. I was speaking.
No.
We should
Again,
be holding men.
Okay, get out. Go. Bye.
Why?
I told you no.
But that's just what usually happens. The episode with Nick Fuentes is a little different, given that she doesn't actually argue with him at all. In fact, she just offers his cretinous talking points about race mixing and slavery credibility by agreeing with him at times.
This sounds similar to the slavery stuff too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said I wanted a myth for my people to live by. So they often, but that's what they do is they embellish, and I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible, it was.
Right.
But they want to make it like more horrible so that they can control people.
So that was Pearl perpetuating the idea that slavery was embellished. But hold on. Yeah, we'll get back to that. Throughout this 3-hour podcast, Pearl gives Nick the floor to share why he believes the Holocaust was also embellished, casually laughing along while he rattles off the various Jewish entities that he says want to control us or whatever. I'm not even sure how much I can play here, but at one point Nick refers to himself as a Holocaust revisionist while disputing the actual number of people killed in the genocide. So I think that's all you need to know. It was only after she received criticism, though, that Pearl strangely removed this interview from the face of her channel, along with issuing an apology.
I want to first say I take full accountability for everything that happened. Everything that happens in life, as I say to the girls on my show, is my own fault. The fact that people are making these videos is my own fault. And the situation that I'm in is my own fault.
Come on, Pearl, don't backpedal on me like this. You happily put this episode out into the world, and don't deprive us of it now because you got scared of the woke mob. Don't tell me you're scared, Pearl.
In between the time that we booked you to come on the show and you actually coming on the show, you had a guy called Nick Fuentes that you interviewed.
Yeah, Nick.
Yeah, you had him on, and then you took that interview down and apologized. So what happened with that whole thing?
Oh, I can't talk too much. There's like legal things going on.
There's legal things going on.
Yeah, there's not with Nick, but just but there's I have a video coming out about that whole thing. So you guys have to wait for the video.
That video dropped a month later, where she seemed to issue a full retraction of her original apology and instead opted to go even harder against her critics. But what led to such a sudden and massive change of heart, I wonder? She was willing to take accountability before realizing how beneficial it was to appease the audience of Nazi sympathizers she's garnered, reinforcing this new position a month later by calling Nick a nice guy, actually, and a great guest.
Nick, he's a nice guy.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy. I think he's got some crazy opinions, but yeah, he was very nice on the show. And a lot of the stuff he was talking about, I didn't really know.
God, right wingers are such fucking cretins, dude. They're so gross, so fucking slimy, just despicable, just absolute fucking despicable, disgusting fucking cretinous losers. Okay.
Have I studied the freaking Holocaust?
All I got.
No, I don't know.
Okay, but if you admit you aren't capable of pushing back against literal Holocaust denialism, then maybe you don't have him on the show. I don't know. It's just something I thought of just now.
But I will say,
like that's it, dude. If you fucking push back and constantly find yourself duking it out with people who are progressive or ostensibly progressive that are silly enough to go on your dumbass show, and you have more rigid opinions on people being like, well, sometimes men do abuse their wives and therefore divorce should not be illegal, you have more anger towards that kind of sentiment than like a dude who is literally fucking denying the Holocaust, then you're basically denying the fucking Holocaust as well. Or at least it's not making you uncomfortable, okay? You're offering a platform to it. I'm sorry, it's bullshit, okay? It's fucking bullshit. Not only that, but I also personally believe that it's not even necessarily just the having a Holocaust denier and not giving pushback, but directly even cooperating, collaborating, like being in a friendly setting with people who are out and about fucking Nazis. No shot, dude. You're a bad person, okay? Not a good person. You're a fucking bad person.
I did not find Nick to be racist. My staff actually did not find him to be racist.
Okay, roll the clip.
I said to her that it wasn't a good idea having Nick Fuentes on there, and I said that he is a racist, bro.
I don't wish luck to racists.
Oh, I'm not racist.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are, Nick.
Yeah, I am a little bit racist.
So I did know that he was a known racist.
Anyway, what were you saying, bro?
And in fact, in your apology, you said that he said racist things.
Well, there's a video coming out about all of that. His argument is more about culture. It's easier if you date someone in your culture. She was like being a bit like combative to him, and to me, he was just like kidding.
Oh, he's just kidding. I forgot. Yeah, he's kidding. I mean, this is a guy who built his career railing against race mixing.
So it's like
Yeah, she's too stupid. He's too horny to constantly fucking give the game away. He has to always fucking do the snide little remarks, right? And he can't stop himself. That's a beautiful thing, is that Nazis can never fucking hide it for too long. They're like, I have to say it, right? So he always just fucking gives the game away and then tries to, at least he's like more rhetorically gifted than Just Pearly Things, which has nothing going on up here. But even then, he openly gets too horny to hide it. He always needs to reveal his power level exactly. She's too stupid to even defend the Nazi position. Like, she is way too fucking stupid to try and even. She's too dumb to even hide it. Like, she doesn't even know the talking points to be like, oh no, and that's why you watch her fumble here, going, actually, he's just culture. Like, shut the fuck up, idiot.
Have this line that goes all the way up to you, and then after, like, then your kids, grandkids, great grandkids, and then they're going to be like aliens.
But hasn't that always happened in history? Like they would kill. That's what they would do. They would kill the men and take the women and the children, and then they'd have kids with those women. So it's like,
yeah.
I'm not saying that.
Good comparison.
And your line of defense is that he was just kidding when he said this to your co-host.
Hey, the Italians don't claim you. You're the one dating a black guy. The Italians don't claim me. They don't claim you.
Incredible.
He was really polite. He showed up on time. My opinion is that he was polite overall. He was a good guest.
Now, as long as he was nice and showed up on time, I guess it's okay that he thinks slavery was embellished. Not a big deal, right?
He did a panel and he spoke about his opinions on race mixing, and a lot of people agreed with him.
Okay, but that doesn't change whether it's racist or not.
When he spoke about it on the show, it was more about culture than race.
This is another moment where I cannot tell if Pearl is.
She's trying to do. Okay. The more I watch this, the more I'm like, okay, I'm falling on the side of like she's just a fucking idiot, because she's trying and doing a very bad job of defending these positions, because like she's way too fucking stupid. Because she's doing it's just a culture. It's just a culture thing. And that in and of itself is, yeah, that's what like Ben Shapiro says. But also Ben Shapiro, you will never catch him openly denying the Holocaust or some shit. Okay. So he at least has like the clout to make himself come across like he's the reasonable Republican and not a fucking open out and about white supremacist to at least normies who don't know what Ben is saying. But once you are defending someone like Nick Fuentes, the culture argument is gone out the door. You can't do that. Like, oh, he just means culture. It's like, no, he means race, dude. He's racist. He said he's racist.
Being dumb or disingenuous. If we look through Nick's career as a public figure, we see pretty plainly why he has an issue with dating outside of one's own race, and no, it doesn't have to do exclusively with culture.
He was also denying the Holocaust, from what I remember.
Look, I'm not with that.
Wow, what a wacky, silly guy. What a goofy little goober he is for denying the Holocaust on your show, Pearl. I feel like I'm slowly losing consciousness watching this interview. These guys are talking to her like she's in 3rd grade, and yet she still can't understand the gravity of endorsing a neo-Nazi to her fans. Plus, her comment sections on the clips that she hasn't taken down look like this, so you can't deny that Pearl is sending some people his way.
Well, what I'm a bit confused about is you did a whole apology,
Okay, can you guys stop asking me about this?
And this is all just another great example of Pearl having to reap what she sows. Sure, she has a lot of fun saying all these ridiculous things, but when it comes to actually being confronted by them in any meaningful way, well, that's where the cracks begin to.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm always gonna fucking reinforce that perspective over and over again. Anybody that says you're a grifter, like you're grifting to the left, is a fucking idiot, okay? The level of talent required to be a marginally successful, a relatively successful content creator on the right is nothing. Okay? It's nothing. You don't need anything up here. Okay? You don't need anything up here. You don't need to be charismatic. You don't need to be funny. You don't need to be thoughtful. You don't need to be empathetic. You don't need to have anything unique. You don't even need to be attractive. You know what I mean? You just need to be a talking point machine that isn't even all that good at saying the talking points. Okay? That's the best part about it, is that, like, she's not even fucking good at saying the talking points. She's bad. She's even bad at saying the fucking talking points. This is like a bricked up Bethesda NPC, dude. This is the most buggy Bethesda NPC conversation after you get off the fucking spaceship and, like, boom, right in your fucking face. And it's just like bringing up the dumbest talking points. And no, I don't mean bricked up in the trans term. I mean brick like as in broken. Okay, for the one trans chatter who immediately went bricked up. No, I mean like broken, like the GPU or the CPU is not working. Okay, buggy.
Form. We saw it a bit during the course of this interview, but not to the extent as when she made the mistake of walking into the lion's den with Ethan Klein a couple months later.
Okay, can you hear me okay now?
Yes, I can hear you.
All good.
Okay, good. Yeah, we fixed it.
Bricked up in straight circles means you're rock hard, you're horny. Bricked up in trans circles means you're brick, like your masculine features as a trans woman are showing, kind of like that, like not passing. That's what it means. Like you're getting clocked. I love when people embedded in trans culture use another trans term to describe another esoteric trans term by going, oh, it means you're clocky. You think a straight heterosexual cis guy is gonna know what clocky is? They're gonna be like, what? What does that mean? Oh, you know, like clocky.
Your feed looks good. You sound good. Thank you. I'm good. How are you?
Ethan's approach is pretty effective in the sense that he stays calm and asks common sense questions that lead Pearl to expose the ridiculousness of her own arguments without him having to actually do much. Pearl's half-baked opinions kind of speak for themselves. Like her stance on divorce, which is so completely devoid of research and compassion that she's forced into conceding that, yeah, I guess one-sided physical abuse could warrant a divorce, but that's it. Divorce should otherwise be strictly illegal across the board in a just society, but obviously even that position is complicated and stupid.
If it's one-sided physically abusive, okay, fine, divorce. We can allow divorce for those exceptions. But I've even talked to people that work at like abuse centers, and they say that the majority of abuse is mutual. So it's not just one side's hitting the other. It's like mutual. So
but it's not healthier either.
Mm-hmm. I just think that the goal should be to keep families together and that the goal should be to work through it.
Okay, but what if they can't? Do married couples really deserve to be locked into a situation that is actively hurting both of them? Would you really wish for your parents to stay together when they're physically and verbally demeaning each other in front of you every day? What good could ever possibly come from being forced to grow up around such a dangerous, vitriolic environment? Having to watch your parents constantly at each other's throat all because the government says that's the way it should be. If Pearl had her way, divorce would also be handled in criminal court as opposed to family court. But she again completely neglects the mental and logistical toll it takes for a mother or father to go through the arduous process of criminally charging the other parent of their kids. I'd wager that a lot of parents probably don't want to go through that extra headache when they're already juggling so much. But Pearl knows that, because as she tells Ethan, she'd rather strip every existing incentive there is to separate from your spouse, which really means she doesn't want single mothers getting support from the government after leaving a situation situation that wasn't good for them?
Well, I think you first have to get rid of incentives that incentivize like women to leave families. So, like, you know, for example, child support, alimony, I'm not really a fan of those.
She makes it clear that she wants as many legal hurdles as possible to discourage divorce, even when there is one-sided abuse happening. But Pearl lives in a fantasy world where wives are leaving their families in droves for financial gain, completely ignoring the copious number of studies that show actually most women on average end up in a worse financial position after divorce compared to men.
The reason I think women leave more is because we're incentivized to do so to the point we're paid. They're paying women to leave.
Again, if you're going to say something so extreme, you better be ready to defend it. But as Pearl has shown time and time again, she just isn't able to do that.
But they want to make it like more horrible so that they can control people.
So, in what way was slavery made to seem more horrible than it was?
We were talking about, I don't really want to go into this too much.
Yeah, I bet you fucking don't. But just wait though, because Ethan doesn't let up, twisting the knife and forcing her to confront her own statements on slavery.
Oh, so do you agree with that premise that slavery was embellished, or no?
I think that there are parts that are under embellished and there are parts that are over embellished. I think it just depends what we're talking about.
That's so interesting. I've got to know,
dude. It's such a fucking idiotic way to try and argue just like an position that is just like optically speaking impossible to argue against and morally abhorrent in general. You know what I mean? Like, even if you were like a bad person and you legitimately thought like you wanted to defend the historical violence of chattel slavery, okay? Like, it would be a very difficult task, okay? It would be a very difficult undertaking. And she is very bad at this in general.
But what was over embellished about slavery? Just like one example, I'm dying to know.
You can just feel the tension in the air. Pearl has got to be regretting every life choice she's made up until this moment. I mean, just look at her face and look at Ethan's face. He knows he got her. Pearl squirms around the question a bit longer, trying to get out of it by pivoting to the book she read.
It's like, first of all, she did not read any of those books, but this is like when like a debate lord's fans come in here and try to argue on the same terms. You know what I mean? And the same goes for even my fans. Like if you went and like tried to repeat my talking points at without doing like additional research on your own, and you're not particularly rhetorically skilled, you're gonna get owned by like the average neoliberal. You know what I mean? Because they know the talking points better. They're more rhetorically skilled. You know what I mean? And Pearl on this issue is supposed to at least be a little bit better because, you know, she is a professional commentator. Nobody reads Thomas Sowell except for Clarence Thomas. Yeah, you got to be real weird. Got to be a real fucking weirdo to like read Thomas Sowell cover to cover.
Yeah, I just rather, I mean, I was talking about a book that I read.
But unable to wiggle out of the hole she dug for herself, she resorts to calling foul play in a desperate move to make Ethan seem disingenuous, when in reality, all he's done is use her own words against her.
I'd rather not get into this, so I'd really just rather not.
Okay. No, but slavery being embellished, that's so interesting.
There are certain facts that we're not allowed to talk about.
Like what?
Yeah. And I was kind of hoping this was like a good faith interview.
Okay, she just said parts of slavery were over embellished in this very discussion. The only person she has to blame here is herself. Ethan is apparently acting in such bad faith that he literally gives her an opportunity to disavow what she just said. And even then, she can't do it. She can't do it. I don't know why.
Just disavow it then. Just say, I don't think slavery was embellished. I mean, that's super easy. That's like a layup. Do you agree? You know what I mean?
I think there are certain facts that you're not allowed to talk about. I don't really want to talk about it today. Again, there are certain facts you're not allowed to talk about, and I don't really feel like getting into it today.
She can't simply admit that slavery wasn't over-embellished because she's a pandering hack who has to rely on the support of socially inept, brain-dead anti-Semites who will drop her the second it becomes convenient. That's why she's so careful with her words here. It's pathetic.
I'm communicating in the interview that I'm quoting an author.
Thomas Sowell compared Barack Obama to Adolf Hitler. Do you like that analogy? That's the author you're quoting.
Every time she tries to deflect to Thomas Sowell, there's a litany of things he has written that you can use as an example to describe.
Yeah, I mean, he is the worst. By the way, it is really fucking wild that this man was the reason, this man and his books radicalized Supreme Court of the United States Justice Clarence Thomas. Just think about that. I try not to all the time, but you know, sometimes it just like pops up in my head and it frustrates me and scares me. But yes, this is the man who Clarence Thomas read and was immediately captivated by.
Credit him. So even when Pearl is trying to shirk accountability, she still gets questioned for even listening to this guy in the first place.
You also said George Washington was viewed from his slaves like a father. Did you say that?
I don't remember.
I
think like if someone's a great and powerful man in history to the point like they're talking about him hundreds of years later.
Did he own slaves? George Washington?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, not a real man to me. I'm just saying.
No, his slaves actually, like he had a really good relationship with them and they considered him like a dad. I used to read actual slave.
I remember this happening in real time. It still fucking freaks me out. Such a stupid thing to say. Dude, you said that to a black person too. It's like, what the fuck? Oh, gross, dude. Gross. What an indefensible, irredeemable, idiotic, incredibly white supremacist thing to say. Oh, the George Washington, yeah, he owned slaves, but like I heard he was real nice to his slaves. First of all, that's also ahistoric. A fun fact that I always like to mention whenever people come in here with like some bullshit about George Washington because they've gotten American schooling where they go, oh my God, it's actually, you know, George Washington was really good to his slaves or whatever the fuck is like, that's how they teach it in fucking school because the audacity, okay? But no, he was not good to his slaves. First of all, you can't be good to your slaves. The best thing to do to your slaves is free them, okay? That's number one, which George Washington conveniently didn't do. And not only did he conveniently not do that, at the time, there were laws against ownership of black people over an extended period of time in the states that George Washington was in. So he would deliberately cycle his slaves outside of the state between, I believe, Pennsylvania and D.C. or Pennsylvania, yeah, where he would routinely cycle them out of Pennsylvania every 6 months, specifically so, or not D.C., fucking Virginia, every 6 months or so that he could turn around and keep them. Okay? So not only that, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Washington was from VA, Philly was the capital. Not only that, this shows that he was not nice to his slaves because he didn't do the one thing that you could do to, you know, be nice to your slaves, which is free them. Okay? But that also shows that at the fucking time period, there were laws against that sort of thing, also betraying the second thing that people always say, which is people just simply didn't understand how immoral it was to own slaves. No, they did. That's why they had rules. Like rules towards abolition. That's why they did know it was bad. It's just they knew it was bad, but they didn't give a fuck. George Washington was one of those people who knew it was bad and didn't give a fuck.
Accounts, and I was surprised how many didn't say bad things about their owners after they were free.
It's got to be so fun being Pearl, to just consume a bunch of writings and not consider the broader context of them whatsoever. If only we had a term to describe what happens when those kept hostage develop a sort of bond with the people keeping them in captivity. If only there was an explanation for that concept.
Stockholm Syndrome played a thing. This girl's really trying to sit here and say like, yo, a lot of slaves actually love their masters because in a really fucked up psychological way, they had to learn to be able to endure.
To be able to survive. You know, the thing that you want to do for a beat up woman in their relationship, endure. Yeah.
I mean, Ethan touches on this, but what would even be the point of bringing this up in the first place, other than to downplay the severity of slavery? People have a right to be disgusted by that, Pearl.
But I thought we were talking about the issues.
They are trying to talk about the issues, and ironically, you don't want to talk about what parts of slavery were embellished. You can't go into the details, probably because you know how bad it would make you look. And that doesn't mean Ethan is being disingenuous. He's trying to get to the point of what you believe, and you aren't letting him because you're a cowardly grifter at heart. This exchange is a prime example of how Pearl cannot stand the heat from her own provocative statements, which is precisely why she will not last very long in this industry. She already isn't taken seriously by those she's attempting to win over, and in the red pill community, there are no half measures. You either go all the way or you don't go anywhere. Interviewing Fuentes only to take it down and apologize isn't helping her, and then being too sheepish and embarrassed to defend herself on Ethan's show only exposes her as more of a charlatan. All she does is say things to rile people up, and I personally can't tell how much of it she believes and how much of it is.
Okay, I have to go. I can't finish this and do more content tomorrow as well. I'm sorry for no Cyberpunk because I saw Russell Brand claimed Ethan's show. I gotta hang out with my mom. Okay, I feel like this is him. I'll be honest. I think like Legal Eagle's own personal judgments definitely play a role in this, in his assessment, right? Like he might be saying this is pure legal analysis, but like he's just going in. He's going ham. Dude, this is 30 minutes. I mean, I got permission from Legal to watch this, but wait for Monday maybe. I mean, I'll take a look at it.
You're being so lazy, it might be illegal. That's right. Professional live streamer XQC is facing accusations of stealing content for his own reaction videos while making a complete mod.
By the way, I think everybody understands that it like, I don't think anybody argues that it's legal. Like, I don't argue that it's legal. I know full well that it's not. It's like certain aspects of it are absolutely illegal and people understand it. It's more so about it's more so about the gray area of like IP holders not. Why do you have to snitch yourself like that? Because a lot of things are in the gray area legally that we all take for granted, and we would be shocked if people would legally pursue. What do I mean by this? Okay, and I've used this example so many fucking times, so many goddamn times. Okay, like me drinking a fucking Diet Mountain Dew on stream with the fucking branding on it is technically not like copyrighted shit that I'm showing that I have the right to show on stream. Okay, but it would be absolutely unimaginable if Pepsi Cola Corporation came after me and was pursuing me legally. Okay, Nintendo is the perfect example of video game companies that go above and beyond what is normally established in the industry as a no-no zone. They have all the legal right to pursue anyone that does Let's Plays, and oftentimes end up doing it because they're fucking crazy. Do you get it? They do it because they have every right to do it, but most people react to it in a negative way because they're like, what the fuck are you doing? Why would Pepsi do that anyways? It's free publicity. It doesn't matter if Pepsi benefits from it, chat. We're talking about whether it is legal or not. That is an entirely separate conversation. You are now realizing why, despite the fact that it is legal, for example, or it is illegal, for example, that most product owners, most patent owners, most IP owners in this space don't pursue litigation. There's two reasons for it. Okay. One, first reason, first and foremost, what you just mentioned, they like it. They think it's publicity. They don't give a fuck. Or two, they don't know that it's even happening. Or even if they did know it was happening, which leads me to my third argument. Three, how much money can you actually make? Because even if you have lawyers on retainer, okay, even if you have lawyers on retainer that are willing and able to suck every fucking bit of capital from every avenue they can, okay, even if they were to do that, the amount of the legal fees for that, the court fees and legal fees for that is not going to make it a justifiable venture for them. Okay. Most of the stuff that is illegal to copyright law is bad shit. Yes, copyright is horrifying. So I have two different arguments on this, like obviously the morality argument and the legality argument. The legality argument is that most people, most IP holders don't pursue it because they can't make a lot of money off of it. It's like not worth it, right? And also the morality argument is that it is unjustifiable. It's terrible. It's awful. All art is derivative. It sucks that it's like it's even talked about in this regard. It's basically digital enclosures. I think we're living out the last couple decades, maybe, if not the last couple of years, of the digital enclosures being not permanently pursued. Like the Web 3.0 thing, which luckily kind of fell apart because the NFTs and cryptocurrencies were riddled with scams, was basically that. It was basically that. For those of you who don't know, Web 3.0 was about, digital enclosures in general. A new way to maximize your profits for mega corporations and pursuing or at least like creating a ownership structure where like every single thing that you used had a non-fungible token that you could point to, that you would need to point to, that you would need to pay for if you utilized it. It's been 9 seconds, you're the best. Okay, well, this is me not doing normal, like people always expect me to just like fucking click play and shut the fuck up. But like, of course I have a lot of opinions on the matter and I'm going to talk about it. All right, let's continue.
Mockery of other people's intellectual property rights. Oh, hold on. This part's great. Man, I love this guy. Welcome back, Legal Eaglets. Today, it's time to think like a lawyer because we're going to be covering one of the most misunderstood aspects of copyright law, fair use. So hold on because it depends. But for those not in the know, XQC is one of the most popular and highest paid internet personalities. Over the past decade, the 27-year-old French-Canadian has cultivated a dedicated following for his unique style of unfiltered commentary for video game live streams and YouTube videos. Now, XQC's most recent controversy kicked off when he uploaded a video to his YouTube channel showing himself reacting to another creator's video on the JFK assassination.
It's so funny that even to this day, by the way, the owner of this video has never said anything. I don't think. To my knowledge, the owner of this video has never said anything about XQC reacting to his video. Like, he never said that it was bad or wrong. Let me know. No, he did? Wait, really? I thought he either didn't say anything or probably didn't say that he didn't care. He said he was cool with it? That's so awesome. No, show me. I need to see the proof. All right, let's keep going.
Level, given spotted Oswald approaching.
But while reaction videos typically involve lots of pausing and constructive commentary on selected clips, XQC's video is almost exclusively...
You like shit about you being a fake socialist? Yeah, I don't care. He did like a tweet shitting on you. Yeah, there's nothing funnier than like a dude being like, yeah, the main guy that you guys are yelling at who fucking walked away for the entire video, I don't really care about, but this fucking socialist guy, fuck him.
Just him watching the
like 90% of like the content disagreements I have with people online with other content creators directly as a consequence of like my personal worldview and never about the act itself.
Entirety of another person's 90-minute video. This triggered an influx of backlash from other YouTubers who accused XQC of free riding off of another creator's hard work, all while reaping financial rewards via clicks and ad revenue.
XQC is saying next to nothing. Again, it's just like, wow, this video is popular, so I'm going to sit in the corner. My audience will do basically whatever I say, and I'll say it next to nothing and make free money.
And to make matters worse, sometimes he even keeps the video playing while he leaves to use the bathroom or make lunch. Allowed various work.
Do not. Wait, he's watching Kowloon, right? I watched the video.
To YouTube for the lack of react. Boom!
And of course, XQC is not the only streamer who reacts to other people's videos in real time with almost no commentary. It's all over the place.
Me. This part I do think is like silly because it's like, yeah, of course, there are moments where you want the video to run. In my opinion, for example, H3 does a really good job with this because they pre-select the segments that they want to react to, and then they basically run the course. You say Asmon is a bad example. It's like saying I do it too, okay? Of course, you have to listen to the narrative if you want to react to it. The principle behind it is the principle behind it is like Asmon is really good about it too, actually. Yeah, I mean, there are people who do a decent job and there are people who don't do a decent job. But in this situation, you know, in order to drive home that narrative, cutting five seconds of people's, reactions to a video, like, of course, it's very different than commentary. It's very different than what like Legal Eagle does. You know what I mean? Legal Eagle is writing a script and then picking pieces. There are other people that also do that online, but then there's also people on the commentary side that will have videos that they fucking live react to, or not live react to, but like fake live react to.
Now, XQC claims he's done nothing wrong and accused his critics of being envious of his success. Now, as a YouTuber who has produced my own share of reaction videos and had their videos reacted to by others, this is an issue that is near and dear to my heart, and more importantly, my wallet. And the transformative nature of fair use is one of the most misunderstood areas of the law on the internet. So today, let's take a deep dive into one of the most heated debates on online content creation and fair use that's happening right now. Now, Felix Lengyel, better known as XQC, has spent nearly a decade building a devoted online following as a former top-ranked competitive Overwatch player turned streamer and content creator. And on the live streaming platform Twitch and now Kick, XQC regularly chats with fans, hosts reality shows, and broadcasts himself playing video games. And on his YouTube channel, XQC makes general videos on a variety of topics, including videos of himself reacting to other creators' content, and often re-upload.
Was it Legal Eagle who told you they didn't want to include the chair meme? No, it was, no, I'm not going to reveal who it was, but it wasn't Legal Eagle. Legal Eagle said that he had a segment dedicated to me as well, but he didn't really put it in there because they didn't have enough time, so I got lucky. I got fucking lucky, dog.
Uploading his live streams. Now, XQC is no stranger to controversy, and if anything, he revels in it. He's been historically suspended from Twitch for various reasons, ranging from a copyright strike for live streaming the Tokyo Olympics to an incident where he uploaded a brief clip of two gorillas mating, which he claims was by accident. And XQC has also blurted out homophobic, sexist, or otherwise bizarre comments during live streams. But ironically, the famously outspoken XQC now finds himself under fire for the things he doesn't say during his reaction videos. Now, most recently, XQC kicked the hornet's nest on July 24th, 2023, when he posted a video onto his YouTube channel titled The Kennedy Assassination. XQC reacts to...
Damn, dog, that shit got 463,000 views. That's insane. Holy shit, that is actually crazy.
Lemino. But XQC's video is not so much a reaction video as it is mostly just him watching an entire 90-minute JFK documentary in silence. A number of YouTubers accused
Lady Kanoran, they give the 5
accused XQC of stealing the content of a fellow creator while providing almost zero commentary that would make the video his own. First, it was Bub Films taking XQC to task. Then some ordinary gamers joined the fray, describing the video as garbage. And this isn't the first time that XQC's non-reactive reaction videos have actually stirred controversy. Neo, a YouTuber who creates educational videos, who you can also find on Nebula, criticized XQC for leaving the room 5 seconds into reacting to Neo's video and only coming back 10 minutes later, which Neo...
It's like kind of sad because Legal Eagle kind of argues that it's not right if you're watching it and making commentary on the go instead of pre-watching, preparing the commentary beforehand. I think that's is the most shaky argument of Legal Eagle. Yes, but I think he's like specifically talking about the legality of it or what would be not legally permissible. And I think that is where we arrive at the gray area for this kind of conversation. If we're going to get into that side of it, if you're going full legal mode, yeah, the most ethical way to do this live is by watching all the videos, picking apart exact moments that you want to fucking react to, and picking apart the exact moments that you think moves the narrative so that you can actually adequately react to the video. H3 does this, but even then there's going to be periods where you're just letting the video run in order to react to it. However, I have figured out that in that situation, the best possible thing to do is basically let the video run its course and routinely stop so that the final product, because I'm doing this live, my goal always is to ensure that the final product is something that you can chop down that it can be like a perfectly legal, valid upload of a video and not just simply a re-upload of a video. Okay? I'm adding a lot of perspective to it. I'm adding a lot of background to it. Even though technically, this aspect of it, like what you are experiencing right now as you come in, would be in a legal gray zone. It's because there are certain aspects of a work that isn't just about transformative, but is it also a market substitute, right? Like, can you watch the entire product? Of course you can't. Unless you are quite literally pushing every fucking aspect of it and criticizing every aspect of it. So the reality of this situation is that there are certain like allowable moments in the React Gate saga that everybody kind of gets. Someone can say your valuable addition is not worth XYZ. No, it doesn't matter. That's why, for example, if Ben Shapiro were to try and like hit me for copyright, that would be a legal argument that is completely unacceptable, because I am directly criticizing every single moment. It doesn't matter if he doesn't like the criticism of it. Ultimately, he could try, but he would lose in a court of law. We have literally seen you stop watching videos because you realize you don't have anything to say about them. Yeah, but that is why you will never find a video. You won't find a video on my YouTube page where like on my personal YouTube page, not in the fucking Hasanabi Clips Industrial Complex, but on my personal YouTube page, you are not going to find a video that isn't like perfectly edited and perfectly transformative. Right? It's not going to happen. But there are certain members of the Hasanabi Clips Industrial Complex that don't care about editing the videos down and making like a product that is devoid of any sort of like ethical complications or even straight up theft. Ultimately, to put out there, if it was just like there's dead air in between and there are even moments where I'm like gotten off my chair or something like that.
Described as XQC, quote, making a mockery out of the fact that he is not reacting. He also provided a graph showing that there was no viewership boost for Neo during and after XQC's broadcast. On the streaming site Kick, which XQC recently made a $100 million deal to join, one of XQC's first streams went south after a member of Kick staff had to jump into the chat to stop him from streaming the entirety of The Dark Knight. He then found himself temporarily hidden from Kick's directory, aka shadow banned, for a second copyright violation for streaming Breaking Bad. Now, addressing the backlash to the Kennedy video, XQC asserted in a live stream that he paused like crazy and added a lot of commentary to very generous statements.
Bro, I paused like crazy, added a lot of commentary. Chat, the reason why I didn't commentate is that streams are content. Streams in their entirety are content.
He then claimed he only rushed through because his chat was, quote, getting mad. And after going on one of his trademark rants, he added, quote,
yes, a lot of it is just watching it. Because that's what chat wants. If I commentate too much, chat gets bored.
Now, we'll talk about legal defenses in the future, but this is just classic, the chat got bored, so it's okay to commit copyright infringement. I'm sure he's fine here. But on Twitter, XQC hit back at some ordinary gamers, writing, quote, I'm watching a vid I like to my people that...
Oh, how does a big streamer have that take on streaming? I totally get where he's coming from. No, I get it. Back in the good old days, you used to watch so much with not a soul caring. I think what the irony is that like everybody likes the React content. Like everybody likes consuming the React content. Hassan Farley's outside. Oh shit. Hold on 1 second. I got to bring Farley in. 1 second.
That's it. Whatever that means. Now, XQC reacted to Neo's response with this.
By the way, this is the real reason why I play the video. It always seems strange to me when streamers walk away while the video's left playing. I feel like it makes complete sense to just pause the video when you walk away. I mean, we want to see your reaction. Genuine question. Is there a reason streamers just don't pause? Yes. The reason is literally because when I did that just now, almost 1,000 people left. Because people understandably want like fast-paced content. It's dead air. Why the fuck would you wait for dead air to end? You know what I mean? And also, yeah, a lot of people have ADHD brain. Now, that in and of itself, like it's audience retention metrics, audience retention measures. However, okay? Now, if someone were to say, well, that's still not permissible, totally makes sense. Okay? That is totally valid. To say that that's not permissible, and it's also fucked up to do to people that you don't know that you've never done before, and I'm certainly guilty of it. The other reason why, for the record, that I do it specifically is because I already hear it. I know what the video is saying because I'm listening to it or I'm watching it on my phone. So like, even if I'm not technically there, I'm still personally invested in the video, or it's usually like a fucking 2-minute maximum moment that is like I would have been watching and not pausing anyway. Okay.
Incomprehensible video. Chat, did this get re-uploaded? Chat, is this video re-uploaded or not? Wait, it didn't. Wait, it didn't. So what's the problem? So what's the problem then? People say that it's when you upload it to the same platform, and that's the problem.
Yeah, so what I think he's trying to say, and don't quote me on this, is that he told his editor or his social media guy not to republish his live stream to YouTube, thinking that that somehow absolved him of copyright infringement. That's not the case. Now, what this gibbering mouther fails to understand is that it's copyright infringement whether it takes place during a live stream or during a video on demand or a re-upload. It doesn't matter whether it's live or not. It's still copyright.
Yeah, it's still not about you watching it, but transform the content with your input. There can't be infinite if no streamers there. Yes. And obviously, if you like leave for fucking, an extended period of time beyond like a minute, then you're in a different area in and of itself. But like, yeah, if you're not there, but you're still listening to it, like I'm just giving you the argument. I know it's bad optics in general, which is why I don't do it or try not to do it as best as possible over the course of a fucking 10-hour stream. Obviously, I have to piss sometimes, and I don't do it to people I don't know, or try not to do it to people I don't know, or people that would have an issue with it. But the arguments for it is basically that, like, the argument always is, Hassan just has random webcams laying around. Yes, the rich keep getting richer, brother. They fucking send me shit all the time. The argument basically is, at least on my end, I want to make sure that it's a product that is something you can easily fucking cut a legitimate video out of, like a standalone video out of. Every react I do is always a video that you can make out of that. That's what I have in mind when I do that, right? My goal is to ensure that the video that I'm doing is a video that you can actually fucking make a standalone product out of. When you react to it, capitalist much? Yes. And every single aspect of the video, even if I'm not directly fucking watching it in that moment, or you think I'm not watching it in that moment, I'm still paying attention to either off camera or in general, because, I'm still doing commentary. What is a gibbering mouther? I don't know what the fuck that means.
Infringement. It just might be harder to actually find if there's no actual recorded video of it, if it was a live stream that just went off into the ether. And actually, when XQC was called out during the live stream of reacting to...
No, I know that's what he called XQC. I don't know what that means, okay? I'm not a sexy lawyer who's like 38 plus. I don't know how old Legal Eagle is.
To Neo's video for the lack of commentary, XQC just gets angry and makes some stuff up. Talking about some nonsense reaction about
I'm no big city lawyer now.
Of the pillars and stuff.
Metal pipes, cement, football, goal at the back. Wait a minute, chat. Hold up. I think this is a very rare copper alloy right there, chat.
But it highlights the lack of actual commentary. You can't just describe what you're seeing and call it commentary. That's not going to qualify. And it highlights the lack of anything of value that's being added and the lack of transformativeness of these reactions. But XQC described some ordinary gamers' take as, quote, unfounded criticism full of personal attacks, and asked some ordinary gamers why this triggers him so much. Now, speaking as a lawyer and YouTuber, the reason this triggers some people, especially content creators, is that XQC seems to be basically stealing other people's hard work under the guise of creating a reaction video, which we'll talk about whether it's a reaction or not. But besides the legality of it, there are a wide variety of attitudes toward reaction content in the streaming community itself. Ethan Klein, a YouTuber and co-host of the H3 podcast, has...
I just realized the extension I have is not for a USB-C. This is a USB-C. This is a USB-C, and I only have one port for it. Let's see. Bro, if you ask me one more fucking time if I talked about the issue between India and Canada and USA, I'm going to send you to Canada, okay? I'm going to condemn you into living in Canada for the rest of your life. Timmy Hortons for you all day, every day, okay? Shut the fuck up! Yes, I did. Extensively. Shut up! Take an hour off. When you scream, my roommates judge me. Okay.
Emerged as a prominent voice on fair use and one of the fiercest critics of non-reactive content creators. And on the August 7th episode of the H3 podcast, Klein and XQC debated what counts as fair use with respect to hosting content. XQC accused Klein of doing the same thing by featuring smaller creators' content.
I'm so scared if this breaks my PC. It's going to be really sad for me.
On his platform.
You're doing it. You're doing it.
Oh, wait, what the fuck? Uh-oh. Automatically, did the audio change? Yeah, it did. It fucking went into default. And default, hold on. Wrong mic, I know. I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna fix it. How bad is the audio? How bad is the voice? Real voice? Why? What does it sound like? You can't be seriously doing this during this video? Like, come on. Why? Dog, what are you doing? I'm losing my mind. You can't be seriously doing this during this video. Like, come on. You're reacting during a video about not reacting during a video? Yeah, except I'm literally fucking reacting to the video. And in the moments where I'm not reacting to the video, I pause it. What the fuck are you talking about? You sound muffled? No, I don't. Shut up. There's no way. Not every single moment of a live stream when I'm reacting to a video, or not every single moment of the live stream is now dedicated from this point on to the legal video. You know that, right? Like, I just want to make sure that everybody understands, like, the 3 hours prior to this and the 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours after this is not all going to be dedicated to reacting to a legal video. That there are going to be moments where I stop and do other shit. It's normal. Like, I pissed. I stopped the video. I paused it. I got up to take a piss. And now we've opened up a new can of worms where people go, you're not really reacting to the video, to be honest. You're talking about your computer issues. Yes, right now I am, because I'm no longer reacting to the video. It could be open in the background like this, but not playing because I'm not reacting to the fucking video. What the fuck is wrong with everyone's brains in this situation? Okay? What do you mean? What do you fucking mean, dog? What are you saying? This is entirely idiotic if this is your line of criticism. Of course, obviously, when I'm back and playing the video, I will be reacting to the video, which I have so far. It's 8 minutes in. We started off. Let me see if I can find the fucking VOD. We started reacting to the video like an hour ago. Shut the fuck up. I've spoken about the context and the content in the video before even watching the video because I gave my opinion from the start. Also, I have expressed permission from Legal to react to the video as well. Anyway, let's continue.
You call me a thief piece of when you're doing it.
You haven't proven that. I don't know why you keep saying that.
However, a key difference is that H3 rarely plays a video in its entirety, and XQC asserted that his live reactions give exposure to smaller creators, which set up a furious response from Klein.
Nice try. You literally do it to enrich yourself. You're
our boy Vince is coming in now. Hot.
Multi-millionaire, and you steal content from small creators, and you don't give a about their rights or what they want. You're not creating anything big for anyone. You're just taking attention and views for yourself, and you don't give a about the consequences of that. It's not your decision to make that for other people's property.
Now, the debate devolved into finger pointing and insults, with Klein cutting off the stream.
Here it is, by the way. There you have it, folks. Dog cam is back, baby, and better than ever in a big way. Not a little one, but a big one.
Stream, but not before XQC asserted people would rather watch him do the worm than watch Klein's podcast, and he then did so.
Okay, first of all, I'm sorry, but that was a goated move. Okay, legal. This is one of the very rare instances where I will be openly disagreeing with you. Sir, you are wrong. That was fire. Not only was that fire, doing the worm in that situation actually caused him to win the argument. Okay? You, sir, have won the argument. It is pretty funny because there is no moment where you can do this on stream in any context and not have it be insanely memeable. You know what I mean?
Okay, sure. I mean, that's content, man. It's original content, at least. Yes, do that, bro. Do it.
And in the wake of all of this controversy, YouTuber Meat Canyon created a parody of XQC in a video he called The Tragedy of a Reaction Streamer, in which XQC is portrayed as a Smaug-like monster, hoarding views, though ironically...
Okay, I feel like this is him. I'll be honest, I think like Legal Eagle's own personal judgments definitely play a role in this, in his assessment, right? Like, he might be saying this is pure legal analysis, but like he's just going in. He's going ham. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. It is coming across a little biased. And by the way, I am much more on Legal's side on politics and worldview and the way you conduct yourself online than I would be on XQC's side. And even then, I'm saying, like, he's just like, my legal analysis on the matter is that XQC could be, in a court of law, considered a gremlin.
The XQC golem in this video seems to be actually more coherent than the real thing.
Very fun. I liked it a lot. Make sure to leave a like, a click on the bell, and the thing. And oh shit, I'm doing the pose.
And then things got meta when XQC reacted to the video by barely reacting.
The view strip, maybe I could find it.
And then things got really meta when Meat Canyon reacted to XQC's reaction by barely reacting. Though, ironically, Meat Canyon's reaction is probably the one that's most likely to qualify as fair use, because under some circumstances, parody can be fair use. And if I was his lawyer, I'd argue the parody only works if he reacts to the whole thing without reacting. Copyright can be really weird sometimes. Of course, copyright can be hard. It's why you need a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you or a loved one...
It's going to be really funny when Legal Eagle sues me or copy strikes me for watching this, even though he gave me legal permission to watch it. And then I have to hire the legal team, because I don't just need a legal team. I need the Eagle Team. Okay. And we just have like one big back and forth prank like that. Just a legal prank. Just like at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. The legal team will also serve you in the legal field. Okay. I will serve you the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Because I personally pre-watch every video and make sure that the Legal Eagle ad segue happens exactly at my 3-minute ad break, which many of you do not see anyway because you are subscribed for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
One has suffered from cancer, suffered an injury or death in the family, or were involved in a car crash, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney who can. Just click on the link in the description for a free consultation with my team.
Did I perfectly align that so that everyone was giving 10/10s to Legal Eagle ended up contributing to my ad break segue? Because I know you fucking pieces of shit would never actually give me the same decency of rating my ad break segue in the same way that you would with Legal Team. Was that a perfectly 5-head placed moment? Yes, it absolutely was. Don't try to fucking change it. Don't try to give me a 0 out of 10. No. Okay, let's keep going.
Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. So link below. Now back to thieving streamers. And this is a perfect opportunity to talk about one of my very favorite cases that actually involves Ethan Klein. Now, originally, Ethan Klein found fame through his YouTube channel, H3H3 Productions, which was hosted by himself and his wife, Hila. Now, their content included sketch comedy and reaction videos that satirize internet culture, and it was one of their biting reaction videos that landed them in federal court. Because in February of 2016, Ethan and Hila posted a video mercilessly mocking the video of another fellow YouTuber, Matt Hosenseida, in which his character, the big, bold guy, attempts to seduce a love interest using the power of parkour.
Strong shoulders.
He wrote that in, by the way.
I don't recommend that you watch this video. It is the most cringeworthy thing you have ever seen in your entire life. And for some reason, it still exists on YouTube. But the Klein's 14-minute reaction video included numerous clips of the big bold guy's supremely cringe video, interspersed with their own commentary and jokes. And frankly, they played almost the entire video itself while they were commentating on it.
You guys want to know something crazy? For as much as we've talked about this issue, this particular law, this particular suit, and the precedent and the legal precedents like created, I guess, I had never seen this video, and I totally had no idea. Like, I didn't even realize that this was a real thing. Like, this person was the video that they were reacting to, or that this person even existed. Kind of interesting that I know the minutia and the legal analysis surrounding it. And you know, like what constitutes for fair use and whatnot. And yet I've never seen the original video nor Ethan's reaction to it. That is fucking awesome.
So objectified.
You can have me.
Holy
Of course.
And it's just that easy, baby.
And in response, Hodenseida, known online as Matt Haas, sued the pair in federal court for copyright infringement and DMCA violations. And in the original complaint, Haas accused the clients of reproducing virtually all of the work.
I posted a bold guy in 2015 on Twitter, and it was over.
As, quote, nothing more than a prop in their comedy routine. And after the Kleins posted a video discussing the lawsuit, Haas added a defamation claim as well. But Judge Catherine Forrest of the Southern District of New York rejected all of Haas's claims, ruling that the Kleins video constituted quintessential criticism and comment that clearly fell within the bounds of fair use.
Which was
In
true,
her
it
analysis,
was.
Judge Forrest highlighted that the heart of the fair use inquiry is the extent to which the purpose and character of the use is transformative by adding something new with further purpose or different character. Noting that commentary and criticism have a strong presumption in favor of fair use, she cites various jokes and comments the Kleins made about the video, like calling Haas the king of cringe tube, criticizing what they found to be unrealistic dialogue between Haas and the parkour actress, and mocking the plaintiff's parkour ability. And
defamation. Okay, let me bring something up, by the way, about this particular video and my reaction to this particular video, which is like kind of meta commentary. At this point, this is so meta at the same time because like we're literally reacting to a video about reactions, about like legally permissible reactions and whatnot. If like a big chunk of the issues that arise out of this is usually because like people don't fully understand streamer culture in general, or don't understand like what is supposed to be allowed and what is not supposed to be allowed, or what is like understood in this instance, right? Like in this unique setting. For example, Legal could turn around and be like, Hassan did a very dog shit response to my video, dog shit reaction to my video, and actually pointed to the moments where I was yelling at chat because I was putting the camera together. Okay? He could. And that would, because the video, technically a still frame of the video is in the background while I was reacting to it, like most people would look at that and go, well, yeah, he is right. Hassan is dog shit at reacting. Okay? But in reality, that very moment, I'm technically not fucking reacting to the video at all. But most normies don't see that. You know what I mean? Most normies don't see that. They don't understand that. Most people that are not like, that don't understand Twitch streaming just kind of see people walking away and go, oh, that's fucked up, which is true. Optically speaking, on an optics front, it is fucked up. Judge, listening to Hassan getting stun locked by chat would immediately give you a 0 out of 10 as well. One reason that a lot of IP owners don't take things to court is that they don't want to have an unfavorable precedent, e.g. this case here, or Galoob v. Nintendo, which definitively allowed ROM hacking. Better for everyone not to rock the boat unless something egregious happens. Yes, but also the other side of this circumstance, as I explained thoroughly, is that there's not a lot of money to be made because you have to, once you prove that harm had been committed to you, like there was some level of financial gains that this other person stole from you, not how much they made off of your video, but more so like how much you could have made, okay, from the video that substituted, that operated as a market substitute to the video. Like it's basically pennies at that point. You know what I mean? It's fucking pennies. Why would you hire a legal team, even the Eagle team, to pursue someone legally for a DMCA thing, and with the expectation that the other side is also going to countersue, because that's how DMCAs work. Like if I was at this very moment, if I uploaded this video to my YouTube channel, okay, and he didn't like the reaction upload, and he actually pursued me legally, right, and DMCA'd me, I could just say, all right, I'll take the L on this. Boom, it's done. Or in order for this to become like an actual issue, I would have to say, no, fuck that. I'm countering. I think that this was not violating DMCA at all. Oh my God, the worst thing that could have ever happened just happened. My fucking sweet green order is here, and yet they left it outside the gate. Barley, what are we going to do about this? What the hell are we going to do about this? Get back into it.
And Judge Forrest also analyzed to what extent the Klein's video usurped the demand for Haas's work by serving as a market substitute. And citing the Supreme Court's ruling in Campbell versus Acuff Rose, aka the Two Live Crew case, Judge Forrest noted that lethal parody may indeed hurt demand for the original work, and the injury may even be intentional, but that does not produce a harm cognizable under the Copyright Act. And accordingly, Judge Forrest found that the Klein's video, replete with criticism and mockery, is, quote, decidedly not a market substitute.
Okay, am I crazy, or does he keep saying decline? Like, does he keep saying Ethan, like Ethan decline? Or is that just me? I feel like he keeps saying decline.
For the Haas video, holding that the Klein's video constituted fair use. Judge Forrest then
Klein
dismissed the claims of copyright infringement and the DMCA violation, and she also tossed the defamation action, deeming the offending statements non-actionable opinions. And Ethan Klein rightfully declared this ruling a huge victory for fair use on YouTube. But in a footnote, Judge Forrest also cautioned, quote, the court is not ruling here that all reaction videos constitute fair use. She then provided helpful guidance for why the Klein's video was fair use, but other reaction videos might not be. Quote, some reaction videos, like the Klein video, intersperse short segments of another's work with criticism and commentary, while others are more akin to a group viewing session without commentary. Now, even though this case is 70 years old now, it's a great rundown of the fair use factors, especially in the context of an actual YouTube case, which is why I cite this case in every single one of my video descriptions. And if Lemino or Neo or others decide to sue XQC for copyright infringement, I can pretty much guarantee that they'll quote from this decision to argue that XQC's videos are a group viewing.
Yeah, except it would never, like, I mean, I guess I was about to say, it would never happen because XQ would just take the L. But there's one aspect of this that we are not considering, which is that even without DMCA, he would settle. But XQC would settle without it going to court. However, I think a lot of people forget that it doesn't simply have to be the DMCA mechanism. Technically, we could override that. Like, you know, content creators could override that and directly sue. That is one other aspect that people actually forget. One other aspect that people actually fucking forget is that, hello? One aspect that people actually forget is that it doesn't even matter. You don't need just the DMCA process to like pursue litigation. You just go directly. You can sidestep YouTube and go directly. The DMCA process actually just like streamlines it so that YouTube doesn't get in trouble.
Session without commentary, not entitled to any fair use defense. So let's run through this analysis for what XQC is doing and figure out whether he has a fair use defense or whether it's copyright infringement. Now, fair use is a legal doctrine that allows unlicensed use of copyrighted material in certain circumstances. As an affirmative defense to infringement, fair use seeks to balance the property interests of copyright holders with the public interest of encouraging freedom of expression and the wider distribution of creative works. And while fair use is decided on a case-by-case basis, there are certain enumerated activities that are laid out in the Copyright Act as potentially qualifying for fair use, and that includes criticism, commentary, news reporting, and research. And that is not an exhaustive list. And in determining whether a particular use of a copyrighted work...
Oh, by the way, this is the other aspect of it as well for many of my reactions. Whenever people are like, Hassan, like, what will you do when React comes for you? It's like, yeah, like most of my commentary is also especially protected under news. So suck my fucking dick, dumb bitch, is what I would say to a lot of people who are preying on my motherfucking downfall, if you know what I'm saying.
Constitutes fair use, courts will consider the following 4 factors as codified in Section 107 of the Copyright Act. And no factor is determinative. You have to weigh every single one of them. The first factor is the purpose and character of the use, including whether the use is of a commercial nature or for a nonprofit educational purpose. The second is the nature of the copyrighted work, the amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole, and the effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. So for the first factor, courts examine how the party claiming fair use is using the copyrighted work. And while non-commercial and educational uses are more likely to be deemed fair, making money from the use of another's work doesn't automatically preclude a fair use finding. Instead, the key inquiry is to the extent the use is considered transformative. And the example that I often use is that Jurassic Park was originally a novel written by Michael Crichton. Then eventually it was turned into a movie, Jurassic Park, created by Steven Spielberg. Now, the movie is a derivative of the novel, and while it was transformative to turn the novel into a movie, you better believe that Steven Spielberg got permission and was able to license the IP to turn the novel into a movie. If Steven Spielberg had not gotten permission, that would have been copyright infringement. And that's why fair use can be tricky, because for it to qualify as fair use, it has to be transformative. It has to...
It's crazy he knows E.T. personally, that he could just like make that. Like, what about us that don't know E.T. personally? You know what I mean? What are we supposed to do? How are we going to fucking ever show the real documentary story of E.T., you know?
create something new, but it also has to be for the purpose and character of one of the fair use categories that the law recognizes as available to use for fair use, whether it's education or whether it's commentary, criticism, or parody. The purpose has to be there, as well as it being transformative. Being transformative alone is not enough, and in fact, that can make it copyright infringement. Now, whether something is transformative is...
Yeah, he's talking a big game over here and not realizing that XQC could just turn around and pull the worm on him and absolutely eviscerate the legal team that is the Eagle team. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be talking a big game against the guy who invented the greatest debate tactic of all time. If Trump did it, he would win.
Is a pretty complicated subject. I could make an entire video just on whether something is transformative. But here's what the Supreme Court said in the Two Live Crew case. Quote, the central purpose of the purpose and character of use inquiry is to see whether the new work merely supersedes the objects of the original creation or instead adds something new with a further purpose or different character, altering the first with new expression, meaning, or message. And in that case, the Supreme Court held that the rap group Two Live Crew's commercial parody of Roy Orbison's song Oh Pretty Woman was non-infringing fair use. The court also found that the more transformative of the new work, the less significant the other three factors are. And as a result, the first prong has historically been the most decisive in fair use determinations. And generally speaking, you're supposed to take the minimum amount necessary to create the transformative work that you're creating. Now, parody is a little bit different. There, in an exception, you sort of need to take at least enough for people to get the joke. You have to be able to conjure up the thoughts of the original for the parody to work. But generally speaking, for fair use, you're supposed to take the absolute minimum necessary. Now, there's a little bit of gray area in terms of what is minimum and what's not, but still, generally speaking, you're not going to be able to take the entirety of a work and simply play it in the back.
Yes. And I think the sliding scale on that gets, the sliding scale on that is the more professional a work is, like a movie, for example, the less you can show. And then like the Super Bowl being the absolute maximum, most litigious copyright holder. Or like Disney, you know what I mean? Because if you watch an entire movie, you can't do that, obviously, even if you do commentary over it. However, you can have different frames of a movie and show it. And when it comes to a YouTube video, you could do most of that, right? Sports games and shit like that, live sports, like is the least legally permissible, I would say, Super Bowl being the worst. But overall, I think that when you get down to like YouTube, it's just more of a case-by-case basis, depending on who the copyright holder is. Like CGP Grey, notoriously litigious, doesn't like it when people react to his videos. That's why you won't see like a lot of people react to his commentary or his videos at all. He even hit Ludwig one time. So it does get down to like the interests of the IP holder. Like they can use the system or even abuse it in certain circumstances, or totally let you do whatever the fuck you want because they don't give a shit and they're chill like that.
And this is the heart of the criticism against XQC, namely that his reaction videos are insufficiently transformative to constitute fair use. Now, the second factor is the nature of the copyrighted work, which analyzes the degree to which the work that was used relates to the copyright purpose of encouraging creative expression. In short, the use of copyrighted material from a work of fiction weighs in favor of finding infringement, while taking from a factual work, likely a news item, is more likely to be deemed fair use. But frankly, the courts don't put very much import for this particular factor unless the work has never been published before. But the third prong considers the quantity and quality of the copyrighted work that was used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole. So in other words, fair use is less likely to be found when large portions of a copyrighted work are used, or if you're taking the heart of the copyrighted work itself. So in other words, fair use is much less likely to be found when large portions of a copyrighted work are used, and you're much more likely to be able to mount a fair use defense when you only use small portions. But in some contexts, even taking a small amount of a copyrighted material can render a use unfair if the selection constitutes a substantial part of the work or the heart of the work itself. So, for example, in a case called Harper and Row versus Nation Enterprises, the Supreme Court held that a news article's quotation of fewer than 400 words from President Gerald Ford's 200,000-word memoir constituted the heart of the work, and the use was ultimately found to be infringing. And the reason there is because the magazine published the part of Ford's memoir that related to pardoning Richard Nixon, which apparently was the only reason you would ever read Gerald Ford's memoir. So this would be another strike against XQC, because XQC and these other live streamers are just republishing the entirety of the other YouTube videos and then reacting to it. Now, as we saw in the Klein case, just because you republish virtually all of a video doesn't necessarily mean that you can't mount a fair use defense, but it makes it really, really hard. And the more that you cite, the more you're going to have to add commentary or some new transformative meaning to your secondary video. And then the fourth and final factor focuses on whether and to what extent the unlicensed use saps the demand for the protected work by serving as a market substitute. In other words, in assessing this factor, courts consider whether the use is hurting the current market for the original work, for example, by displacing sales of the original or preventing people from watching the original video, and or whether the use could cause substantial harm if it were to become widespread. And I think this is yet another strike against XQC, because when you republish virtually the entire portion of another person's video, and then you're not commenting on it with new meaning and commentary, why would anyone then watch the original video? They've already seen the video on your live stream. Now, as someone who has made dozens of reaction videos for this channel, and as a lawyer who has a vested interest in not getting sued for copyright infringement, I have a lot of experience on how these reaction videos are supposed to work. Or at least that's how Gamerant feels about my channel. But to give another example, when I reacted to the movie My Cousin Vinny, I didn't post the entire movie, and I didn't just show myself watching it, however fun that might have been. Instead, I took clips and punctuated them with my actual legal comment.
What's interesting is he kind of like cooked some of the other content creators, by the way, that literally do that, like in the beginning, for the record. So this is my favorite type of guy. My favorite type of guy to be like, wow, Hassan sure isn't reacting hard enough to this video. Is in here, 2-month subscriber, came in here specifically for like the one duration of this entire fucking React saga that has continued on for what, 2 hours almost, and came in, and in the one duration where I let the video ride so that there's like a cohesive narrative that everyone can understand so I can respond to it. He went, ha, Hassan can talk. Wow. Got it, dude. You're right. I am the least ethical reactor online. He's right though. Yeah, well, you know, sucks to suck for everybody, I guess, especially considering that the person who is making the video has given me express permission to react to it. Isn't there a strong argument that when you react to these type of Reactgate videos, people are interested in your takes over watching the original video, especially since you were in the midst of it? Yes, there is, except in this circumstance, because it is not specifically a market substitute, it is quite literally my commentary over what that is. It falls, especially the final edited product of this, will fall perfectly in the legally permissible area. Even if Legal Eagle had not given me express permission to react to it, he could hit me on the Twitch side, like watching this in real time. But the final package product on my YouTube channel, if I were to post this, which we might actually, as a matter of fact, hit that subscribe button, please. Also, go subscribe to Legal Eagle. He's wonderful. I love his videos, as you guys already know. Ultimately, even if I hadn't gotten express permission from him, and I basically watched this without an audience, not live on stream, and then put my reaction up, like my real-time live reaction, if I was doing this without a chat, and I fucking watched it on my own, recorded it, and then cut it down and upload it onto my YouTube page, that would be perfectly legally permissible, and it would probably be a DMCA violation that I could counter on because of both my own personal background, my own personal involvement in the video, or rather like my analysis being a little bit different than Legal Eagles, but I'm directly countering some of the things, at least, like, or I'm criticizing some of the things, even though I agree with most of what he said so far, because at the end of the day, I feel like at the end of the day, this revolves around certain issues where it's like people like it. It is like in most circumstances seen as a victimless crime. You know what I mean? But there are instances where it's not, and that's really fucked up. Which is why you have to try and navigate through the space as best as you can in the most ethical way you can. Which I'm sure he will inevitably mention a criticism of mine, which is when I said 99% of the people don't have an issue with it, but the 1% of people that do, you can't have that. 99% of the people that you react to do not have an issue with your reactions. Let's continue.
Commentary. You see, the traditional way of making reaction videos is to actually react to the videos.
Full disclosure, you dickhead.
Hey, I just said that. Now, creators who stream for long periods of time assert that, of course, there will be dead air while they eat or go to the bathroom. But the problem with that argument is that by the nature of live streaming, you can't take the minimal amount necessary as required under the fair use factor. And instead, you're playing the whole thing in real time, and you're not making any discretionary choice as to what is actually republished. And yeah, biology might dictate that you might need to take a bathroom break, but that's not a defense to copyright infringement. That's a...
Yeah. So this is a direct quote against me, right? And this is not a response to a legal situation. This is a response to people being like, why the fuck are you walking away after we have established that it's not a problem for the most part? Does that make sense? Because if we're talking about, again, if we're talking about the legal aspect of it, of course, it's a violation. It's entirely in the hands of the copyright holder. Technically, they can take you to court. That's just how it works. Most people won't do that because there's no reason to, because the amount of money that they can make off of that process is marginal and the legal fees will be way higher. But the reality is that the reason why people are so callous in their indifference and the way that they talk about this sort of thing is because most people in general, like across the board, with the exception of certain people who have made it their entire lives mission to specifically talk about ReactGate and how fucked up it is and blah, 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 don't really have that big of an issue with it. Now, you can also make the argument that like some of the people don't have an issue with it because they're afraid to speak out, which is true. I think that there certainly is a problem. Okay. Take the L. Just take the L. Every time you defend it, it's just bad optics. There is nothing indefensible in what I have done in any of these processes. You are just internet brained to a degree where you like literally think this is the most important thing, even though most people don't give a fuck about it, even online. Okay. It is so fucking stupid that people, no, it's not, you're right, it's still bad optics, but I'm not even fucking debating on the issues because once again, as I've said, if you catch me fucking getting up, it's either a news story from like a fucking ABC or from one of my friends that I react to on a regular basis who I know do not take issue with it. That's it. So I don't give a fuck about the optics of the situation. I want to ensure on the other side, regardless of the optics, that everything I'm doing is above board. Everything I'm doing is above board and not harming other people, because I don't want to harm other people. I don't see why you don't commission a BRB screen like your opening waiting screen. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I am going to video game myself in a very public manner, in a very public and open setting. I'm going to video game myself. This is not the conversation. Why are you trying to fucking have a debate? This is not even an issue because I don't do it anymore, okay? I don't. And if I do it, it's not going to be on a video of a person that I haven't expressed permission from. I didn't do it on the Legal Eagle video, as you know. I fucking paused the video when I walked away from the camera, okay? I did it already. That was a great example of what I normally do if I'm reacting to someone that I don't fucking know. Fuck! I did it! I literally did it here! You fucking idiot! Fuck! Sorry, Farley. I didn't mean to scare you. Anyway, ultimately, if you're asking me, like, why do people have this argument? Why do people say this? It's so careless. It's because the overwhelming majority of people don't give a shit. They like it if they're a consumer. They don't give a fuck. They only care about, like, jam-packed action. They're being more selfish as consumers. They don't give a shit. And content creators are responding to that selfishness. They're also selfish themselves. The content creators are the ones who are selfish in this circumstance. Like the reactors, right, are the selfish ones playing the fucking video because they care more about like ensuring that there is a nonstop flow of fucking content. However, given that this is a very low stakes battle, that's why people can come across as very callous and indifferent. That's it. And if there was a genuine issue in this circumstance, if there was a genuine issue in this situation, then I'm not one of those like the market would kick in type dudes, but the reality is people who are routine violators of this sort of thing, or people who do fucked up things in this field, have been yelled at quite a bit. At the end of the day, people are very passionate about this, but it's such a fucking meaningless conversation because it's incredibly fucking low stakes. Like the harm being done is not as severe as the back and forth debate demands it. I mean, I'm fine. I'm willing to have this conversation all the time. And I think it's perfectly valid. It is a perfectly valid one to have. And at the end of the day, I don't want to, as a content creator myself, I don't want to fucking harm other content creators by like yoinking their shit and having them feel like I just like yoink their shit with no recourse whatsoever. But having said that, you know, I've done a million videos on the subject matter, and yet people still come in here and say fucking idiotic shit like, why don't you put a BRB screen? It's like, yeah, I know, man. I know. I already explained it to you like 800 times in 800 different videos. I don't do it anymore anyway. Oh my fucking God. Let's continue.
Live streamer problem, not a content creator problem.
I have to agree with that.
Wire chat is making you answer for this when you're not even one of the perpetrators. Go bother ICU or something. No, there are times when I'm away from the camera and the video's running. Yeah, if it's ABC News or Vice or something like that, and I do that to a Vox video, you can suck my dick if you're getting fucking mad at that, okay? They don't give a shit. You don't give a shit. Why the fuck are you complaining? It's probably the same fucking news article that I've written and read a million times over, and I'm going to give you commentary on it. Who the fuck cares? There's no need for a BRB screen in that situation. It's another person's video that I'm playing. Yes, absolutely. But if the other fucking content creator and the content holder doesn't give a shit, then why do you care? I don't do it for content creators who I think could give a shit, okay? It's very fucking annoying that people lose their minds over this, okay? People care like ReactGate. People care about ReactGate like it affects their fucking rent prices. No, ReactGate is the ultimate back and forth between NEETs, because NEETs who like love their content creators, because the only part of this that actually is tangible or important is for a content creator's perspective. Okay, from a content creator's perspective, this is important. You don't want your shit getting stolen, but you also don't want to fucking utilize the DMCA mechanism to look like a fucking rampant abuser of DMCA. Okay, so that's why a lot of content creators talk about it. Azan yelling equals true. XQ calling him poor equals true. Prick one. You are all centered on only you streamers. Oh man, I love when you come in and you fucking give an incredible. Thanks for your feedback. It will also be taken into consideration in the next meeting. I can assure you that much. I love the you know, the nuanced opinion that you have about all content creators online are narcissistic and self-centered. Man, what an incredible fucking assessment, dude. You are so brilliant. Yeah, no shit, dog. Also, people who hate you love and care about this topic because it's just another thing to complain about. I know. Let's continue.
So yes, leaving to take a break will almost certainly violate copyright due to the lack of commentary, but arguably so does just watching it in real time if there's no commentary being made. And this highlights why it might actually be impossible for any live streamer to have a live stream reaction where they're just simply playing the entire video and reacting. Because there's been no forethought about what's the minimum necessary to make the point of the commentary or the point of the criticism. They're just playing the entire thing and interjecting some little bits of commentary or criticism.
It's like a being.
And courts don't look fondly when you use the entirety of the work. So yes, you could add some original commentary to your reaction, but if it completely displaces the market for the original, it's probably not fair use. And it's pretty obvious that once you see a video during a live stream, the way that most of these live streamers do it, you're not going to go back and watch the whole video again. Let's be honest, this kind of reaction content is extremely low effort and easy to do. Why? Because you're just piggybacking on the work of the original.
By the way, I agree with everything that he's saying. I mean, I do it. And I agree with everything he's saying. Do you think that at least doubling the original video with commentary is a good metric to measure a good React video? I don't know. I don't know what like the best practices would be. I would say the best practices are what I do. The reality is though that most people don't care. That's the point. Like most IP holders don't care. The only valid counter to that is that They do care, but they're too afraid to say anything about it, which I do think is real. And I do think that that is the reason why a lot of people don't do call outs like this, which is why I think it's good to have like some standard that you set on your own to ensure that you're not harming people. He's completely ignoring the exposure these creators get from live streamers. It doesn't matter. We're beyond that point, okay? We're beyond that. You're never gonna, it doesn't matter. First of all, number one, it doesn't matter how positive of an impact live streaming and live reacting to people's content has. That part doesn't matter, because as long as there's someone who says, I don't give a fuck that you gave me exposure, you stole my shit, they're valid. It's entirely in the eyes of the content holder. That's it. Okay? It does not matter whether or not the other person has seen tremendous positive benefits. And before people say paid in exposure omega lol, because that's such a fucking easy argument to make, dog, this is a work of art that you want other people to go and fucking see. So yes, technically it is exposure, and that is actually unironically something that live streamers literally get paid to expose, okay? If what you're saying was a laughable concept, then fucking video game companies and literally movie companies would not pay Twitch streamers to fucking run their content specifically so that you can drive an audience there. Of course, paid in exposure in the economy of exposure is unironically a valid conversation to have, because it's not like you specifically made this work of art for certain eyeballs. You made it for all the eyeballs. The issue there is no tangible empirical evidence that live streamers watching a certain content creator is legitimately yielding positive benefits for said content creator. There's just not enough information on that. It's not readily available. Shut the fuck up. Video games is different from YouTube videos, though. No, it's not. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. That is not true at all. Nintendo has shown that that is not true at all. They very legally can ass fuck you for playing their fucking video games. PewDiePie has been hit with a let's play that he was not allowed to let's play on as well. So it doesn't fucking matter. You didn't make the video game. You're not a developer. There are reasons for why companies don't do this, though. The EULA is being one of the foundational reasons as to why video game companies don't turn around and fucking sue people for playing their video games on stream. But ultimately, you didn't make the video game, okay? You did not fucking make the video game. You didn't make every aspect of the video game. You didn't pay for the assets. You didn't pay for the fucking copyrighted music. You didn't do any of that. You're just playing the video game on stream. So on the same legal boundaries and on the same legal principles, you could get ass fucked like Nintendo does all the goddamn time for even playing fucking video games. Shut up. You're not wrong. I mean, you're not right. Sorry. Now, that's number one. But again, it goes back to the same principle, is that the IP holders certainly do not think that it's a bad thing. They think it's a good thing. Okay? I do think video games and video content are different, though. Like, in their essence, not the reality of how it's treated legally. Like what you're saying, everyone's experience is completely different. I understand that. But if we're talking about on the legal side, it doesn't fucking matter. So that's number one. Number two, even though there are additional protections for video games as well. Number two, it goes beyond video games. I've told you this already. There's so many copyrighted things that we take for granted that no copyright holder is going to actually pursue me on. There's a literal Spalding fucking logo right behind me. Technically, Spalding could say, I don't like that. Okay? Take that shit down. Now, with video games, you are reacting and creating transformative content 100% of the time you're playing. That's not true. You are not right. Okay? Okay, what about Let's Play games then? Or not Let's Play, sorry. What about story games? Telltale games? No, exactly. It doesn't matter. What about the areas where there's like cutscenes and shit? You're wrong. You're just not right. What about linear fucking games? Like, you're not transforming it in the same way that you think you are all the time. Okay? No commentary playthroughs. Yeah, there are no commentary playthroughs. It is very frustrating because people literally do that. People do that. People have done that. So, and I've said that people could do that if they wanted to. The only difference is, I agree with Legal. He's right. It is legally not permissible, but my counter to that always is it's up to the IP holder. In a perfect world, I believe that like certain patents should expire anyway. IP should expire. after a certain point. But that's not where we live in. That's not the world we live in. And I don't think we are ever going to be able to rewrite copyright law because fucking Disney.
Person. And whether XQC is in the room or not, there's an argument to be made that his borderline incoherent babbling might not even qualify as the commentary or criticism necessary for fair use anyway. Honestly, I think my dog could offer about the same level of incisive commentary as XQC during most of his live streams. Yeah, if you want to feel bad, just remember that apparently this garbage is apparently worth $100 million to the streaming platform Kick. But there are some live streamers who do
Okay, to be fair, that's Kick, dog, you know?
things the right way. If you get permission or you get a license from the person who owns the rights to the videos, then by all means, it's great that you are getting that permission and then reacting to it. And if you want an example of people who do reaction content right that aren't lawyers on YouTube, there's the popular YouTuber Ludwig. Not only has he created...
First of all, nice hat, asshole. Stole it from me, number one. Number two, I'm sorry. If you think Ludwig is doing a good job reacting to videos, but I'm not, you know, you probably haven't seen enough of the Ludwig's reactions. And mostly, you're motivated by what people say about others online. It's vibes-based. This is the part that it is, like, literally fucking vibes-based, dog. Lud just has better PR. No one wants to get mad at the golden retriever guy, and they shouldn't anyway. That's it. That's literally fucking it. I'm sorry. He actually asked, though, dude, stop. There are plenty of fucking videos where there are plenty of videos that Ludwig has watched on stream throughout his entire fucking lifespan and throughout his entire career where Ludwig has not asked for fucking permission. Here's a great example of this, CGP Grey, which he apologized for later down the line. Okay? He used to watch CGP Grey videos all the time. He literally went to sleep during his subathon. What the fuck are you guys talking about? I love Ludwig. Okay? I think he's a wonderful person. Spent an hour talking to him on the phone this morning before I got started. The only difference between me and Ludwig in that regard is that we both have other people's best interests at heart, except he doesn't have the metric ton of negative fucking shit launched in his direction that I do from having schizophrenic cyber stalkers from the beginning of my career. That's it. And also, he's much better at PR than I am. He is very charismatic, he's very funny, and he's much better at PR, which is why a lot of this stuff is fucking ridiculous, and it's vibes-based. Here, let me show you, okay? Entire fucking channel dedicated to Ludwig reacting to videos. I mean, this is old stuff too. I mean, sorry, this is a channel that no longer is like existing. You think Ludwig asked that every single fucking person? Oh, this guy actually is a bad example. He literally did talk to this guy. But you think Ludwig reacted to every fucking person that asked every single fucking person that he's like reacted to? No, of course not. Did you call Ludwig funny? Yes, he's hilarious. I love Ludwig 100%. This is not snitching on him. The point is, it's vibes-based, okay? The point is, it's fucking vibes-based. It's funny looking. Yeah, exactly. You talk to him on the phone. Do you lay on your bed and kick your feet in the air? No, I was taking a shower while I was talking to him so I could, like, maximize on my time. Yeah, Lud did TikTok reactions. No shot he asked every TikToker, but that's just how it works. Also, TikTokers don't give a shit about copyright in that same field because, again, pays and exposure, but, like, TikTok literally is that. I know Legal Eagle likes Foreign Man, who I enjoyed too until he joined on the whole list. Bash people we don't like. That included UNTYT. That's why I was glad to see FD on the stream. I don't know who you're talking about, but you know, there's plenty of people that don't like me. Isn't Red versus Blue and Rooster Teeth the counterexample to the gameplay legality opinion? Wait, what do you mean? Hassan is always going to be held to an absurdly strict standard of reactions in the chat today. Prove that they will never give him credit for following through on every single minuscule demand. The entire thing is bad faith. Yes, absolutely. But it does make sense. You want to know why it makes sense? Because people are motivated by other people. Nobody is an island of their own. Nobody makes assertions and develops opinions simply on their own. So when enough people are actually tilting the scales in a direction, others 100% are motivated by that. Other people that hear people shit on me will go, you know what, maybe there got some reason here, especially because a lot of my fucking haters do a very good job of crafting the narrative in a way that, like, the average person will also respond in kind. They don't just go, Hassan is bad because he owns a house. They go, Hassan is bad because he didn't have to fucking buy a house in the most expensive fucking zip code, but he chose to do so while completely leaving out the reality that like it's perfectly normal and viable to want to live in a specific area that you lived for, 10 fucking years, and that you bought the house for not just yourself, but your whole fucking family. And also, why the fuck is buying a house a problem? Hassan has never said that buying houses are a bad thing. Only being a fucking landlord would be bad in that situation. Okay? So like, you have the capacity to really get people on your side by just like massaging the counterexample in a perfect way. That's why I got so mad at the person that was saying, in my opinion, in the shittiest way possible, why can't you just put up a BRB screen? Because I already do that, okay? I don't put up a BRB screen, but I just either don't pause if it's a person whose content I do not know if he's appropriate, like if he thinks it's appropriate that I react to or not, okay? I just don't get up or don't move away, and I react the entire fucking time. Or if I do that, it's usually for a fucking ABC News article or something like that, or it is a friend of mine's video. Okay, can we move on? Legal Eagle did not legit mention you, and it's still about yourself. No, I know. I'm sorry. I know Legal Eagle did not put me in the video, even though he told me that he actually had a segment for me in the video as well, but there wasn't enough time for it. The reason why I'm responding to all of this stuff is because, well, I do this. I have a lot of opinions on it, and not only that, but also put you in the video. Just wait.
In his own video differentiating between a genuine reaction video and stolen content, he's also held in high regard among other content creators for his ethical streaming practices. In particular, he asks for permission. And when he reacts to a fantastic series like Jetlag, also available on Nebula, he continually suggests that people sign up for Nebula so they can watch Jetlag where it was originally published. So Ludwig is evidence that it's not impossible. And another example of someone who does...
I'll just never get that fucking... I will never get like a stray W like that ever, unless it's like Vince vintage.
...does reaction content the right way is Dr. Mike. He is only looking at little snippets, and then he is talking about how that snippet relates to his chosen practice. Obviously, medicine. Now, you don't have to be a lawyer or a doctor to do reaction content. You do need to make commentary about the thing you are reviewing, and you, generally speaking, can't use the entirety of the work. You should have some forethought about what you're going to use and what's not necessary. And ultimately, non-transformative re-uploading of videos hurts content creators, free rides off of their hard work, and likely infringes on their IP rights. If these videos are re-uploaded in their entirety, it should be left up to the original content creator to approve or reject it. And remember, there's a super easy way to get around this. Just ask permission from the original content creator. Though in defense of live streaming reaction videos, Hasanabi said, quote, 90% of creators don't mind. They like it when we're watching their videos. I'm a content creator, and I love it when people react to my videos. But the thing is that even if 90% of those people...
I should have said 99%, by the way, because I think I'm up in that to 99%, dog. I take it back. 99%, baby.
...would agree to it if you ask them, you still have to ask them or it's copyright infringement. And that, of course, leaves out at least 10%. It's probably more than 10% of content creators do actually mind, and you are explicitly going against their wishes. So ultimately, the easiest way around this that's good for...
For the record, that's precisely why I do ask for permission. Unless it's something that I know I'm going to fucking criticize because it's like in the political realm, or offer political analysis. Like the examples I will give you is when a 200 IQ teen destroys corrupt cops, or genius scientist versus expert detective. A lot of those videos, it's just like riddled with commentary. It's going to be riddled with commentary specifically because it's going to be political commentary. If I'm not asking for a channel that I do not know for permission, that is usually going to be because I know I'm going to fucking react up and down, which I always do. I always hated how you need to do bibliographies and craft for essays, but isn't that basically this, giving people credit, etc.? But yes, of course, I don't ask every random person that I watch. However, the principle that I have, this is so triggering that we're spending so much time talking about this and not enough talking about the fact that in 1998, The Undertaker threw mankind off of hell in a cell and plummeted 16 foot through an announcer table. I don't understand Eagle's point, because if you're trying to make a reaction vid proving strong critique to something being hateful, ask the hateful person for permission. Lol, what? No. What Legal Eagle is talking about here is when people randomly react to shit that is like apolitical in nature, right? like a Lamino video. That's a perfect example. Like most people are not going to find it offensive. They're just watching it because it's filling space, and you're watching it with your community, and you're watching it to fill space. Let's be fucking real. That's what he is talking about. Not like me asking Ben Shapiro or Steven Crowder for permission. Hey, Steven Crowder, can I get some permission before I call you a white supremacist? He's going to be idiotic. Of course, I'm not going to do that. In my opinion, if, like I said, and I'm going to mention this one more time, if I reacted to this video on my own, not live, just like I did this entire time, and then I had my editor chop it down and upload it, okay, as he would if this was a live stream, okay, then Legal Eagle most likely would not have legal grounds to criticize the or DMCA the video. He still could, and then we'd have to take it to court. Okay, like I would counter it, which I never would anyway, because there's like no reason to fucking take some dumb shit like that to court. But ultimately, it would be left up to the courts, and I do think that in that circumstance, it's most likely legally permissible for me to watch his video, because I'm literally breaking it apart piece by piece and offering commentary that is transforming the product, and the people are not going. The people would not be going to my video as a market substitute. They're not going to my video to hear Legal Eagle's opinions. They're going to the video to hear what I have to say about Legal Eagle's opinions on the matter. Okay? So, that's it. How come Legal Eagle's throwing hands at my streamer? No, he did not throw hands at your streamer at all. As a matter of fact, he was very gracious to not include me in this video and draw a lot of fucking ire in my direction, as oftentimes I try to be as ethical as I humanly, physically, possibly can in my reactions, because I've been yelled at a lot, quite more than XQC ever has over the course of his career on this particular issue. And there were certainly things that I have changed, for the record, certainly things that I have changed in the way that I do these kind of reaction commentary. Okay? He did disagree with that 90% of the people don't care. And that is not necessarily a defense for it. Of course, it's not a defense for it. That is more so, that's not a legal defense for it. That is more so to say, most people don't give a shit, which is why sometimes mistakes happen, and that is fucked up and bad, and you should want to avoid it, okay? You should want to avoid it by asking, if you don't know the content creator himself or herself or themselves, okay? However, that is the major reason as to why, even though this kind of back and forth gets riled up and there's a new cycle of it, no matter what, day in, day out, like every couple of months, this cycle reinvigorates. People get mad about it. People get passionate about it. But because of that reason, because most people don't care, it doesn't become like a major issue.
Permission in many, if not most of these circumstances, as well as it being the morally right thing to do. It's also in their...
I disagree, by the way. I do think it's morally the wrong thing to do to ask like a Nazi for permission to react to their videos. Not that he doesn't mean that anyway, because like commentary news is like falls under a different set of protections. Educational content falls under a different set of protections, as he mentioned already. Like, but I would never, ever in a million fucking years ask Steven Crowder or Ben Shapiro permission to react to their content. And they also understand that as well. They would never ask me, and it is well established in the commentary space that like they won't give a shit. Can you imagine like calling up Matt Walsh and be like, hey, Matt Walsh, I am going to call you a theocratic, fascist, transphobic monster who the world would be a much better place if you never existed, if your mother swallowed you instead of allowing your father to cream pie inside of her. Is that legally permissible? I'm going to do that over a video of yours where you're fucking screeching about sending bomb threats to a child's hospital. Like, I don't think that that's something that's going to happen. Like, it saps views. There is not enough evidence in either direction on that front, by the way. There are plenty of people in this community that have become content creators on their own after, having their works get cited in this community quite frequently. There are plenty of content creators who believe that, like, me watching their videos have been very positive for them blowing up and shit like that. But then there's also plenty of content creators who say, as much as I like a commentator... Oh, great example. What's his face? Shit. Oh my God. What's the British guy we watch all the time. Not all the time, but sometimes. Tom Nicholas. So Tom Nicholas is a perfect example of this. Tom is also a socialist leftist, right? Like he's a leftist, he's a socialist, whatever. He also personally believes that like IP shouldn't be such held to such strict standards. However, Tom and I have had a conversation around this particular subject, where one of my one of the Hasanabi Clips Industrial Complex channels took his Griftopia Grift Economy video and re-uploaded it while he was trying to get more attention to the video itself. And the reality is that I immediately, or Asanox immediately reached out to that person because and wanted to take it down. Tom also has a more nuanced opinion on the matter, where he personally believes that like it's okay if you react to videos, especially older videos, because it does have a tendency to like breathe more light and life into the video in and of itself. This is something that I have worked on and tried to make sure that it's the most ethical. Like I tried to do it in the most ethical way possible, because I don't want to fucking harm other content creators, no matter what people say. Like people think that it's like, you know, Hassan doesn't give a shit. He's a piece of shit. He's selfish. But of course not. I love these people. I want to make sure that other people enjoy their videos. That is precisely the reason why I oftentimes will use their videos as a vehicle to deliver the same exact fucking news and information that I would be delivering to you anyway. Right? So, didn't Gavin McInnes ding you out of spite for watching his video? That's a radical right-winger who hit you for reacting, even if you did it pretty ethically? Yes. Exactly. He did that, and they openly said that they were doing it to fuck with me. So, it goes in either direction. Do you get it? Tub is a great example. He went from like 20K subs to 400K from critical reacting to his TikTok criminals iceberg and blowing up his channel. Exactly. There are plenty of success stories of content creators, plenty of success stories of content creators getting a lot of prominence and a lot of fandom off of larger content creators reacting to their videos and sending their audiences there. That is precisely the reason why Vince also said, Hassan is great at reactions. I love when he reacts to my videos because he always hypes me up. So for people to say paid in exposure is a really idiotic fucking conversation, or an idiotic counter in this circumstance, because yes, exposure is how you make money on fucking YouTube. So yes, that is like the fucking point. That's how you make money. You know? YouTubers get paid in exposure. So yes, the paid in exposure argument sounds like a good fucking soundbite. And it's very frustrating because there's a lot of fucking artists out there who do get hit with that, oh, well, you're getting paid in exposure shit. But like, yes, it is different for YouTubers because they quite literally are getting paid in exposure. When you fucking send people to go and watch a video, that's technically a good thing. Okay? Is there a legal difference in reacting to old content versus new content? I feel like reacting to old content seems better, but I have nothing to base that on. No. There is no legal difference in the eyes of the law unless it's like the copyright is, the patent is expired. But ultimately, what I'm talking about is beyond legality. I have a set of standards on how to fucking react to certain things, specifically because I don't want to fucking hurt anybody else's content. I want to help them. Okay? So it literally does not matter because there is, like, technically it's all fucking not legal, but most copyright holders don't give a shit. Does that make sense? And there is, as it stands right now, not enough empirical evidence to show that, like, watching a fucking YouTube video actually helps the channel or watching a YouTube video actually hurts the channel. Okay? There isn't enough evidence in either direction. People that love React content, consuming it, and love their fucking React content doing internet daddies, will say, no, you don't understand. I went and I followed this guy because you watched him. So it must be good for him because there's plenty of other people like me out there. And there's validity to that argument. Okay? Also, on the other side of the fucking spectrum, you have people that say, no, you are literally stealing their views. You're taking their views away. And you're actually harming the content creator. And there's validity to that as well, especially if someone takes something that I watched on here and re-uploads it immediately, doesn't even fucking change the thumbnail and just slaps my face on it and posts it on there. It's going to basically eat away at their market share, especially if it's a video that is like just becoming viral. See, there's someone who just said, by the way, I won't watch this episode of Legal Eagle because I watched it here, real talk. I would think that that hurts their bottom line. So it goes in either direction. Does that make sense? Also, this person is probably just saying that to shit talk for the record so that they can clip it. Ironically, on an alt account to be like, huh, look at that. Hassan responds to guy who says he's not going to go watch it. It's like, at that point, don't be a piece of shit. Go watch this fucking video right now. Turn it on in your other fucking tab. It's not that hard, asshole. It shouldn't be a streamer's decision to make it beneficial to another or not. Just ask for permission. Yes, dog, I already do. Oh my fucking Lord. Half of the arguments around this now basically fucking revolve around like things that I already do. When I'm talking about something, when I'm defending a position, I'm trying to explain the reasoning behind why people have that position, not necessarily saying that I'm doing it, okay? Oh my God.
Pecuniary interest. Someday a lawyer is going to explain the concept of statutory damages to them, and they're not going to be happy about that. Until then, you can support creators directly by getting a membership to today's sponsor, Nebula. Neo and I are not only on Nebula, but we're both co-owners because Nebula is a streaming platform built for and by creators. And this month only, they're doing...
I wonder why Nebula has never reached out to me. I feel like they are a pretty sick company. Yeah, no, it's literally a fucking, it's basically a co-op, I think. Yeah, Nebula profit, the money remaining after service costs not exclusive of engineering is divided 50-50 between the creators and the standard. The creator pool is paid out based on watch time. Who owns Nebula is a joint venture between standard and the creators. There are no outside investors or venture capitalists. If that ever changes, we'll disclose it here. I don't think it's not like I don't think it's a co-op, but yeah, second thoughts on there too. Like a lot of my friends online, a lot of content creators I like online are on there who have identical opinions to mine. It's not full-blown co-op, but there is like a cooperative structure, I guess. I go straight to the video because you waffle so much, lol. Yeah, there you go. There are some channels that you watch that I watch now regularly, like I Did a Thing and Second Thought, but then there are people I only watch here, like The Daily Wire. Exactly. That is the perfect summarization of this entire conversation. The only reason why I'm talking about that, the only reason why I'm talking about all that, of course, is not because there aren't like best practices or anything, but because it is not a perfect solution. No one knows if it helps or harms, okay? Some say it helps, some say it harms. My friends say it helps them. And people that I never have reacted to ever and never will react to ever say it hurts them if I do even react to my friends. The reality is those people are fucking stupid and have no say in the process. They are not the IP owners, okay? Sucks to suck.
Doing something wild. Just until the end of the month, Nebula is offering a lifetime membership. Instead of a subscription, it's a one-time payment that will get you everything Nebula offers forever. I've seen a lot of speculation about this. No, Nebula is not going bankrupt, Linus. On the contrary, it's more successful than it's ever been. But we're offering lifetime memberships for a select few fans so that we can make even more original content. Huge productions from your favorite creators. And we're in it for the long haul. Lifetime memberships allow us to not take on outside investors. It's the opposite of a going out of business sale. It's a going into much bigger business sale. And if you're new here, Nebula offers tons of exclusive videos from me, original series from your favorite people, movies, plays, classes, and more. Including the hit series Jetlag that Ludwig was actually raving about. And with your favorites like Neo, Jetlag, Real Engineering, Real Life Lore, and Legal Eagle, we create the content that other people actually react to. You can see my feature-length documentary, Bad Law Words Good, and my other Nebula exclusive content includes my full-length interview with the screenwriter of My Cousin Vinny, and my Not Safe for Work video about lawsuits that are too hot for YouTube. But like I said, for this month only, you can get an exclusive lifetime membership. It's $300 for life. No tricks, no gimmicks, that's it forever. And if that's not your speed, that's completely fine. You can still get a 40% discount on yearly subscriptions that pencils out to less than $3 per month.
Yeah. I missed all of it. Can you just let me know if Elise shit on you or not? I ain't going to watch. No, he didn't. He did not mention me except for one moment in the entire video. And I think, I talked to him before I watched the video. He said I had permission to watch it. And he also said that I actually had an entire segment dedicated to myself as well, because I've said a lot on this. And some of my transgressions, but they cut it out for time. So I got lucky on that front. This isn't junk food, by the way. I think that in this process, you guys will find a bunch of instructive, informative talking points. I feel like reacting to the context nuke from my former podcast co-host is most likely going to be a much more productive setting, considering that I have the capabilities of pausing, inserting my own clips if I choose to do so. It will most likely be an infinitely more productive process than trying to have a debate, because these are all of his gripes that he has with me, and this is what he thinks, if I show to my stream, will end my career. Now, the content nuke itself is long. Okay, it's called the content nuke. I call it the context nuke. I've called it the content puke in the past, but I feel like it's the context nuke. Now, I've yet to watch this thing in its entirety. As you guys know, famously, I chose not to. And, the reason why I'm doing it now is because Ethan, in his endless conquest to destroy anything and everything that people hold near and dear to them for the simple crime of criticizing Ethan lightly, gently, or aggressively, as a matter of fact, Ethan has chosen a path of death and destruction, pretty much, perpetually claiming that he is the victim of unjustifiable attacks by many parties. All of them were fans of his, by the way, for many, many years, or directly were friends of his and content creator collaborators of his, whether it be iDubbbz or even someone like myself. As you guys know, I had a podcast with him for 2 years that ended after October 7, but I'll let him tell that story in a second. But the reason why I chose to watch this is because I wanted to fundraise for iDubbbz's charity that was under attack. iDubbbz will explain his side of things later as well, but him and Anissa basically relinquished control over Creator Clash 3, a boxing charity match that they had put together 3rd year in a row after Ethan got Lena to drop out. She was supposed to fight. Lena is one of the employees at H3H3 Productions, and also another fighter, Harley, also dropped out because he was upset and offended that Ian and iDubbbz dared to criticize Ethan. So I wanted to use the full strength of this community to do something good, to actually fundraise. And we've already reached $30,000 in fundraising before I even started the fundraiser. So that's pretty crazy. And, we'll see. Maybe we'll increase the charity goal later down the line. We could potentially do that. So thank you, Ethan Klein. Once again, your path of death and destruction is hopefully leading to something that is good ultimately. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I present to you the content nuke.
The world would not be the same. A few people laughed. A few people cried. Most people were silent. I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu takes on his multi-armed form and says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds."
We think the Houthis are doing what Houthis should want in America.
God forbid, violent pig dogs. Why am I held accountable?
God forbid you throw up the fucking green Hamas banner.
Happy birthday to you.
I'm cooked.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hassan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
So far, so good. Prologue. Why am I making this?
Oh, hi there.
That's me. He's watching me play Marvel Rivals in the background. Okay,
me,
cool.
your old friend, Ethan Klein. It's been a while since we've last spoken. In that time, I've had 3 kids, all boys. I've lost 100 pounds, and I've pissed off 75% of the internet. Probably a lot of you guys, too. Actually talking about there at the NRA meeting that's today in Texas. Someone should bomb. Oh, yeah, and I got a tattoo also, so I'm cool like that now. Left or right, I always thought that despite our differences, there was one thing we could all agree on. And what was that? That we love America and everything she stands for. Mom and Dad and apple pie. Sure, there's plenty to criticize and endless things to improve, but I thought it was about making a more perfect union, not tearing it down. And marching bands, a pride that only the thing is, there's something kind of scary brewing in America. Communism. That's America. That's America to me. I started a show a couple of years ago with my acquaintance, Hassan Piker. You might remember him from...
Yeah, by the way, I do want to point out something here. This is January 31st, 2025 was when this video was released. January 31st, 2025. Yeah, I disliked it. I ripped it. I ripped it already. Got to do it. Got to do it for the one time. There was something brewing in the United States of America at that point. Do you want to know why I say this? I point out the date. Because the thing that was brewing in America was not communism. I know he's trying to make a joke, right? He's, I think, trying to make a joke. But we were already deep into the insanity of the Donald Trump Burger Reich administration. At this point, I was in Japan, escaping the fascist administration rising to power. But at this point, it had been 11 days since Elon Musk had dropped the Sig Heil twice at inauguration. Okay? We're 11 days into Donald Trump. And the reason why I point this out is because I suspect, regardless of the fact that I didn't watch the context nuke, but I am very familiar with Ethan's commentary on the matter. The reason why I mention this is because Ethan has a lot of issues with figuring out his priorities, because a lot of what Ethan talks about in this video are values that he cares about, values that he wants to defend. Like, he's a fighter against anti-Semitism. He's a fighter against right-wing attitudes and things like that. He's a fighter against extremism on all sides. And yet, it feels like what he chooses to spend his time on betrays that idea, betrays that value, that first principle that he's operating off of. Because if you're freaking out about anti-Semitism on the rise, I would assume that you probably wouldn't make an entire video and use your previously unused platform to attack your former podcast co-host, who you knew was not an anti-Semite, and you, I think, still know is not an anti-Semite, but sometimes you go back and forth on it. And I know his response always is he can care about two things at once. Yes, but the thing that he's caring about is bullshit. And I think my response to this is going to explain to you exactly why the thing that he ostensibly cares about with respect to me, okay, or all the other people that he brings up in this context nuke is ridiculous. Especially because whenever Ethan says, I can care about two things at once, well, he certainly doesn't talk about the other thing that he's supposed to care about. If Ethan says, I care about the genocide, for example, and then spends every waking moment talking about those who speak out against said genocide, then it's kind of hard for people to go along with this ridiculous narrative that he actually cares about the genocide.
Such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit. That's not what I said, you dumb cracker bitch.
and of course, the Leftovers podcast, which was our show, which we made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
Here is Ethan Klein being a delightful human being.
I was just going to say, if there's another Holocaust, if they start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben gets
Okay, the Seinfeld references are stale, man. But that's an aesthetic note.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And we went on making the show.
Okay, right off the rip, let me get started by saying I have failed. I'm a failure. The reason why I have failed is because the Leftovers podcast was supposed to be a podcast where this man, who I thought at the time was an open-minded, empathetic, kind person, who was interested in learning, was on his own journey of learning, was supposed to be the goofs and gaffs guy, and I was supposed to be the guy that gives them, you know, the meat and the bones. I was supposed to be the information guy. He's the goofs and gaffs guy. We clown on the right, and we educate the audience as Ethan himself is getting educated by politics. But it seems like I failed on that educational aspect, considering that his analysis right off the rip is, well, you know, he's a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. What does this mean?
Oh, for a left.
What does this mean?
Supports basic things. And
left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things? Okay.
We went on making the show for about 2 years, and everything was good. Everyone was having fun. The audience was having fun. No problem. That was until this happened. We were doing our regular show, and for the first time, I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was.
Ethan Klein did not know what social democrats are or what that represents, by the way, before Leftovers. And I suspect he might still not know what being a social democrat is, even at this point. But let's continue.
I don't hate the idea of like people who can be successful. I think it's good that people can achieve success in the term monetary success. I mean, that's what that means, right? I do. You know, there's nothing.
I am not a hater of success. I myself am financially very successful. One of the largest points of contention with my existence from many right-wingers is that, oh, you're a socialist, but you have money. How does that happen? So clearly, I don't take issue with that. There is no disagreement there.
What's wrong with that?
Because I see so many people in the chat saying no.
I don't know what y'all are tripping about. Like, what the fuck do you
What is the idea that
you
people
guys, like,
are
just
looking for?
You guys are all like radical communists? There's that many radical communists? Suck it, chat. You're watching a capitalist pig. Deal with it. And then this happened. This comment from Hassan really started to sound some alarms in my head.
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist.
Yeah.
What would you do if that party started gaining momentum?
The solution to that would always be education and offering more
re-education?
Re-education, certainly, yeah. There should be an enforcement mechanism.
Yeah, education. Here, I'll give you an example. What to do with the right-wing charlatans who are anti-vaxxers and unimaginably racist. I am a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation. And because I am a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation, I believe everyone can be rehabilitated, including right-wing reactionaries. So if you can understand that from the perspective of like getting your parents who are brain broken by insane right-wing sentiment coming back to reality through the process of education, then you can understand exactly what I'm talking about. The problem is this is red baiting to be like, oh, this is red terror. He wants to do re-education. Now, of course, many of the conversations that we had as friends and podcast co-hosts at this point are now being utilized in a nefarious way to say, oh, he really scared me with this one. Let's take a look.
And in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
If putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough,
This is, again, very scary. It does not mean, he said capitalists on horribly racist. No, my point is you can understand the importance of education in that regard, right? Because a capitalist is not going to gain incredible amounts of momentum, but a capitalist might actually do crimes in the process. And if that happens, then yes, education and rehabilitation is absolutely a necessity. It is a far more preferable outcome than actually throwing someone into, as Ethan claims here, camps. I never said camps. He said camps. Notice how he's guiding the conversation in the aftermath without me being able to respond, to lead you to believe that I want concentration camps.
Started to note if putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough, I started to notice that Hassan was carrying a lot of water for communist states' war crimes and genocides.
What do you call Crimea? I call it a part of Russian territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. The annex. Is he going to respond to the actual full context here? I suspect not. Is he going to actually broach the subject matter even a little bit? Probably not. Let's see. Let's see what else he puts here.
Is absolutely a justifiable annexation. Tibet was literally a fucking feudal.
Okay, nope. Just moving on. Got it. Okay. Russian communism is hilarious. Russia, as I have maintained over and over again, is an irredentist kleptocracy. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is unjustifiable. There are a million different moments where I have described this process. I have fundraised for Ukrainian refugees to the tune of $200,000 after the invasion of Ukraine. I do not believe that Russia is a communist country at all. It is an authoritarian kleptocracy. Why is he presenting this? Why is he presenting this information as though I believe Russia is actually in the right here? There is a difference that I have maintained over and over again. Russia's annexation of Crimea. Russia has a profoundly important military base in Sevastopol that it actually had a loanership agreement over with Ukraine even before it actually overtook Crimea. But there's a difference between the annexation of Crimea and what took place in the aftermath of said annexation of Crimea versus what Russia is doing in Ukraine right now. Okay? As far as my stance on this, there's no defense of Russia taking any additional land, okay? This is a ridiculous act. And I have maintained the position that Crimea, throughout its historical process under the USSR, even before then, has been Russified. This is precisely the reason why Western Poles, not even like the Russian annexation and the subsequent quote unquote democratic process that took place, but the pre-Russian annexation before Russia's military incursions in eastern Ukraine as well, people that lived in Crimea were rather sympathetic to Russia already. This is part of the reason why Russian annexation of Crimea, while still unjustifiable under international rights and international humanitarian law, was done without a single shot being fired in the process. That's why I always separate Crimea and the annexation of Crimea as opposed to the completely ridiculous and incredibly violent invasion of Ukraine. In the aftermath of the annexation of Crimea, Ukraine shut off the waterways into Crimea by damming the waterways that were designed under the USSR into Crimea, making Crimea even reliant on making Crimea basically reliant on Russia. If this in and of itself, beyond the unjustifiable land extraction, land annexation, outside of the fact that the land annexation is still unjustifiable, if there was an opportunity for Ukraine to be able to salvage Crimea, it would have taken place already. Okay? I don't know why people still try to I don't know why people still try to relitigate this process when Donald Trump has already offered Crimea with a legalized annexation to Russia. Now, as far as Tibet, let's see what he puts here.
Mandate, autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and
China unilaterally took over Tibet.
Like these are
their culture. They basically are trying to,
No one's culture is slavery. I don't know why. He brought up culture. There is no slavery culture here. From a Western perspective, this immediately rings alarm bells. Where it's like, well, you're making the British Empire had to permanently occupy India because they all have had a barbaric culture or whatever, or that the United States of America had to tame the savages. That is not the argument here at all. Okay? That is not my argument at all. And while there are issues with the continued sovereignty over Tibet that China has had, Tibet being a part of the Chinese empire in perpetuity and having some semblance of autonomy throughout even the nationalist process, and certainly under Mao as well, has been the same thing since the fucking 19th century. It was the Tibetans themselves that wanted to rise up against the feudal land ownership. It wasn't simply just Chinese annexation and occupation. It was actually an abolition of serfdom in Tibet. This is no different than other Han Chinese areas that were previously occupied by the nationalist forces, where once the Maoist forces took over, a lot of the peasant class that was under the rulership and even fought alongside the nationalist forces defected. The reason as to why they defected was because they wanted to restructure Chinese society completely. Because when faced with these two options of working with Mao, working alongside Mao, and rewriting the rules of Chinese land ownership, they, of course, chose a universalized land ownership structure rather than going back to the nationalist-dominated previous landlord ruling over the peasant class structure that they existed under. It is not different. What happened in Tibet is also not different. What happened afterwards is, that is a certainty. Because Tibetans still, as far as I understand, maintain a lot of love and a lot of support for the existing Dalai Lama, regardless of the fact that the CIA actually used that to their advantage, gave a lot of money to the Dalai Lama. It doesn't matter. Tibetans like the Dalai Lama. That's it. Okay? And there are contemporary issues in Tibet right now as far as Tibetan sovereignty, Tibetan culture, and these are still significant problems. But if we're talking about the way that the Chinese annexation of Tibet took place, it's not the same as China coming in and taming the barbaric Tibetans. Tibetan serfs did not want to be serfs. They did not want to continue existing within the peasant structure where they were being dominated by landlords, their landowners.
Homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
They're trying to spoil the religion and the identity.
the part of feudal warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
This is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going into the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government that squashed, okay?
Tibet is the South in the Civil War?
Yes. Yes. The previous serfdom structure, and it's not Tibetan culture. I think it's like ridiculous to say, it's like, I think this is akin to saying like black people in the South, it's just a part of their culture to be enslaved. That's not the case, okay? That's not the case at all. The reason why I try to use this analogy here is because it was initially an action of resistance against the the feudal serfdom structure in Tibet.
Yes.
And most disturbingly, a complete whitewashing of the Chinese genocide against their Muslim minority group, the Uyghurs. Don't they have Uyghur death camps? Is that?
It's not a death camp. They were re-education camps, and they are no longer in operation.
Is that
according
true?
to the Associated Press?
Okay.
Everything I said here is correct. I don't know why he put this in the video. I assume he's not going to make an argument against this and instead simply claim that it's a genocide that took place and he's hiding it or something. I don't know. Let's see.
I saw this crazy documentary, and I don't know. I don't know the surrounding narrative or anything about it, but it was about there was doctors in the area. They would be able to procure organs.
No, no.
I'm telling you, they were in China with
okay. That one is like Shen Yun.
Okay, so he saw a documentary this was the conversation that took place. I don't even remember the full details, but he's saying that he watched a documentary. I immediately suspected it's probably like a Falun Gong documentary. Falun Gong is a right-wing anti-Communist Party of China cult that's anti-miscegenation. They're the ones who also own Shen Yun and Epoch Times and numerous other media outlets that are super far right, and they work alongside the CIA. Having said that, this does not mean that there is no repression in Xinjiang. Of course there is major repression in Xinjiang. There was a lot more major repression in Xinjiang, especially a couple of years ago. For those of you who don't know, there is an East Turkestan separation movement in Xinjiang, okay? Some of the Uyghur Muslims, many of them also trained by the CIA, some of them are in Syria right now, wanted to separate from China, mainland China. In the process of enacting their separatist goals, there was a lot of knife crime, a lot of terror, and the Chinese government, in my opinion, completely, in the most ridiculous ways possible, enacted an unimaginably cruel regime of surveillance and also cultural erasure and also concentration camps, but re-education camps, where they claimed that these were simply vocational retraining schools, worked to actively, and ruthlessly re-educate the Uyghur Muslims, okay? They bullied an entire population into submission. There was mass surveillance that took place. And also, I have never said that this was acceptable. I've never I've never considered this to be appropriate. I am always critical of this. This is something that a lot of people get mad at me over because they say, where did you learn all that? Did you watch a documentary too? They'll say Adrian Zen's propaganda. It is still completely unacceptable. It's ridiculous. What I'm doing here against Ethan is recognizing the truth of the matter. So let's take a look.
And like we could get you an organ from a Uyghur. But why is that? Is that really that crazy?
The Associated Press quietly fucking wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how, like, okay, well, you know, all the concentration camps have been closed now. Like, all the re-education camps are closed now in fucking Xinjiang, and it's like very different vibes in Xinjiang. And now, you know, it's the tourism hour.
Let's see what the Associated Press actually had to say.
Why is China invading Tibet to end slavery different than the Spanish invading Aztecs or supporting those groups who existed under Aztec oppression and West African slavery and the British? Yeah, really simple. It's because they fought alongside the Tibetan communists, and then they fucked them over in the process, but they initially fought alongside the Tibetan Maoist movements. That's the difference. That's it. You're also comparing a foreign invasion coming in to the Aztecs thousands of miles away to an autonomous region that was already under Chinese rulership, and the previous Chinese rulership did just simply overlooked the structure of serfdom. They didn't give a shit. They were like, yeah, the Dalai Lamas can do whatever they want. They want to fucking chop an ear off? That's great. That is the real problem here, because it's not like Tibet was not under a autonomous part of China. It was an autonomous region that was still under Chinese rulership. It's just that the previous Chinese empires did not care about what the fuck they were doing to the Tibetan serfs, to the Tibetan peasant class. And also on top of that, even the Nationalist Party did not care about that same exact landlord slash feudal serfdom structure that existed in Tibet. That's a major difference, don't you think? That's a major historical difference. Having said that, however, I think that there are still many issues in terms of not giving enough autonomy to Tibet or not cherishing certain aspects of Tibetan culture, Tibetan language. This is a real problem in China. This is a real issue in China, okay? And then there's the second side of this in terms of the historical reference point, because you're failing to understand my point here. You said the Spanish fought alongside the anti-Aztec local fighters. It was the majority of the fighters. Tibet was loosely under Chinese rulership but never Sinicized. I know. I'm not saying that the Sinicization of Tibet is the appropriate measure. I'm saying it's actually the part that I'm critical of is precisely that. But what you fail to comprehend here is that what came in the aftermath of this was not a reassertion of the same serfdom structure. They didn't do that. They didn't just go back to the land rulership structure in Tibet, but now with Chinese ownership. Do you see what I mean? And also the relationship between Tibet and Chinese sovereignty is, of course, entirely different than the relationship between colonial Spanish occupation over the Aztecs. There is not hundreds of years of being under Chinese rulership despite having autonomy. And also what happened in the aftermath of that is important, don't you think? There wasn't slavery of the Tibetan masses conducted by the Communist Party of China. Anyway, Hassan, I can see the fear in your eyes. Maybe we should call it on the content nuke. That's so funny. All of these people that have been begging for me to watch this are now finally coming in to be like, you shouldn't watch this, actually. I feel like you're afraid. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. Yeah, I'm still being a coward.
To say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years.
There's also ignoring that Spain practiced slavery in Mexico. Like it would be the same if China, yes, China went in, okay, no collaboration whatsoever, no demands whatsoever from Tibetan Maoists and Tibetan communists that wanted to rid themselves of the antiquated practice of serfdom that was incredibly violent, incredibly brutal. Okay, and instead. And instead just reformed that exact same societal structure and continued to enslave Tibetans. But that's not what happened. So obviously, you know, there is a major difference here. This doesn't mean that there is any sort of, this doesn't mean that like it's great. I'm not saying that it is, okay? I'm simply offering some nuance to the way that people frame these conversations as black and white and try to make to make it work within the imperialist structure in the same way that, like, you understand Spanish colonialization. Okay?
Press actually had to say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years. UK independent body reports China committed genocide in Xinjiang. China sanctioned a U.S. research firm and 2 individuals over a report about the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing.
Okay, he pulls up a lot of these AP articles, and I feel like from all of the clips that I've seen on the Context Nuke, he basically does not go into great detail about these articles at all. I don't think he's read any of these articles at all. Many of these articles are basically from National Endowment of Democracy funded groups like NGOs that are playing a significant role here, okay? Having said that, is there veracity to some of these claims? Absolutely, okay? Some of the claims that he's highlighting in the headlines is actually correct. The problem is, and I don't know what when these articles are from or what these articles are actually featuring, but I would go so far as to suspect that he's making it seem as though the article that I was referencing, the article that I was reading, as a matter of fact, in terms of China's re-education and cultural erasure has ended, and that Xinjiang has now become a tourism destination. He claims that that article does not exist, except here is the article. So while he was actually looking for all of these different article headlines that he could draw from, what happened? Did he just simply fail to find terror and tourism? Xinjiang eases its grip, but fear remains. This is the Associated Press article that I was actually reading and referencing to Ethan Klein in that conversation. Xinjiang, China, the razor wire that once ringed public buildings in China's far northwestern Xinjiang region is nearly all gone. Gone too are the middle school uniforms and military camouflage and the armored personnel carriers rumbling around the homeland of the Uyghurs. Gone are many of the surveillance cameras that once glared down like birds from overhead poles and the eerie eternal wail of sirens in the ancient Silk Road city of Kashgar. This right here is basically the summarization of like my summarization of the story is this article saying that they ended their operations. They ended their operations, and the clips that, and here's why I say he's fucking devoid of context. This is the reason why I call this the context nuke. The reason why I call this the context nuke is because he rips these clips, which I don't even know where he sourced them from, okay? Because I don't think he sourced them himself. I think someone gave him these clips, because if he were to actually, if he actually cared about understanding the nuance of this position that I'm presenting, he would recognize that some of the clips that he pulled out are literally directly from me covering this article. Here it is, October 13, 2021, Uyghurs in Xinjiang. Gone too are the middle school uniforms and military camouflage and the armored personnel carriers rumbling around the homeland of the Uyghurs. Gone are the many of the surveillance cameras that once glared down like birds from overhead poles and the eerie eternal wail of sirens in the ancient Silk Road city of Kashgar. Uyghur teenage boys, once a rare sight, now flirt with girls over pounding dance music at rollerblading rinks. One cab driver blasted Shakira as she raced through the streets. 4 years after Beijing launched a brutal crackdown that swept up 1 million or more Uyghurs and other mostly Muslim minorities into detention camps and prisons, its control of Xinjiang has entered a new era. Chinese authorities have scaled back many of the most draconian and invisible aspects of the region's high-tech police state. The panic that gripped the region a few years ago has subsided considerably, and a sense of normality is creeping back in. Is because he purposely limited the search to 2 years so his article was left out intentionally? Now, time and time again, time and time again, I have actually railed against, as much as people say I'm a China glazer, which I am a China glazer, let's be real. Time and time again, I've actually brought up the unjustifiable practice of mass detention and mass surveillance and dragnets that were cast upon the Uyghur Muslim population in Xinjiang. I do not think it's appropriate, and I do not think it's acceptable. And I have made that very clear over and over again. I've actually made fun of the people that are so invested in defending China that they come in here and sometimes act like hogs, but for China, and say the exact same things that hogs say about Muslims and Muslim detention or immigrant detention in the United States of America, but this time for China. This is an age-old bit that I do all the fucking time. But if you were actually interested in the nuance or my actual perspective on this, you could have probably figured it out by, I don't know, doing a cursory analysis, just fucking Googling it, you know? He admitted on a stream that he got these clips from someone, but because I'm not insane, I don't have the clip of him saying it on me. Having said that, going back to, if you Google search Xinjiang Associated Press, that's the first article that comes up. Terror and tourism, Xinjiang eases grips, but fear remains. Now, there's some other articles that he's also sourced here, which I suspect he probably didn't look at. And I think it's important to understand the timeline here on what he's talking about, because he's trying to make it seem as though he's basically pulling articles from after our conversation to imply that that I was lying, that the Xinjiang detention had not ended. He's also implying that I'm actually in favor of this detention. I am not. I'm in favor of the truth, okay? So when I actually retaliate and say, no, those are not death camps, those are not like, you know, there's no like organ harvesting operation that's taking place, I'm simply combating against misinformation. This is what I do. This is my primary purpose, okay? In a lot of circumstances, it's usually right-wing misinformation. You guys love it when I do it to Joe Rogan, but you seemingly don't like it if I'm doing it to a liberal position, okay?
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand for almost 11 years are on hunger strike to protest their imminent deportation to China, where they face imprisonment or execution.
Not only does this AP article seem not to exist, reading the AP proved exactly the opposite.
So, again, he claims that this AP article does not exist. It obviously exists. So what the fuck are you talking about? Here is the AP article. Here's a video of me reading the AP article. Why would you even put this in the video? What kind of research have you done? Also, none of this even proves your point, which was that you watched a documentary that I suspected was like a Shenyang or Falun Gong documentary that said that there were death camps in China. None of what he has shown so far has said that there are death camps in China. Part of the reason why I don't think that he was able to prove his perspective in the conversation at all is because they weren't fucking death camps, and I was right. They were re-education camps. And I've never said that that was appropriate or permissible or acceptable. I've always been against that. This is the problem. And people will say, Hassan, we got you. You said you would be in favor of re-education. There's a difference between re-educating people who have done crimes in the process of rehabilitation, okay, versus doing dragnets against an entire minority population and mass surveillance against an entire minority population. That is what I'm against. I am in favor of re-education and rehabilitation for those who have actually done severe crimes. I think that that is an infinitely better way to deal with that than to just fucking execute them or to imprison them like we do in the United States of America. This is a consistent position that I have maintained throughout my entire fucking political commentary career. This is part of the reason why I'm also endlessly charitable to people who have done thought crimes, who have been reactionary from time to time, because I believe that we are, you know, subject to social conditioning. Now, it doesn't make any sense, but I'll just start out by saying we're 8 minutes in and his research is not so great. He doesn't prove his point at all. He brings up all of these other articles that have come out after this conversation in an effort to imply that my article actually did not exist at all and that these things are still happening. But I'm willing to bet that if we were to look at these articles, even if they came after our conversation, we would find out that the articles itself were talking about what China was doing before they ended the mass detention structure that they had. This is a UK independent body. China committed genocide in Xinjiang. An independent, unofficial body set up by a prominent British barrister to assess the evidence on China's alleged rights abuses against the Uyghur genocide concluded Thursday the Chinese government committed genocide and crimes against humanity. This is the only article that says that China did a genocide. The Uyghur Tribunal, made up of lawyers, academics, and business people, doesn't have any government backing or powers to sanction or punish China, but organizers hope the process of publicly laying out evidence will compel international action to tackle Beijing's policies against the Uyghurs, a largely Muslim ethnic group. Tribunal Chair Jeffrey Nice said the genocide ruling was based on evidence that the Chinese government's forced birth control and sterilization policies targeting Uyghurs in the far western Xinjiang province were intended to destroy a significant part of the group's population. The abuse was part of the comprehensive policies directly linked to President Xi Jinping and the highest levels of Chinese government, it said. Now, this is not a real court. This is not the ICC. This is not the ICJ. This is simply, it's not even a people's tribunal, which does happen, okay? Brace, friend of the show, Brace Belden, YPJ terrorist Brace Belden, has actually participated in a people's tribunal, I believe, against the former Duterte leadership. I think it was the Duterte leadership, if I'm not mistaken. There has been an intention to destroy the act of interfering with the birth of a group. About 30 witnesses and experts gave evidence through a series of public hearings in central London this year, alleging torture, forced abortions, rape, beatings by authorities while in state detention centers. The tribunal concluded that it was beyond the doubt that the crimes against humanity were committed. Nice said she and other senior officials bear primary responsibility for what has occurred in Xinjiang. Once again, I don't see the organ harvesting or the execution camps that Ethan was talking about here. This is still unacceptable, okay? Completely unacceptable and not a part of, considering that I don't actually agree with the Chinese detention structure that exists in Xinjiang, this is not even against my position. My position was literally that Ethan is wrong about Chinese death camps, okay? Chinese death camps and forced organ harvesting. These were fabulous claims being made. Why did you skip over the Chinese embassy statement? Tanky propagandist. The tribunal and its so-called conclusions are merely clumsy and shows staged by anti-China elements for their self-entertainment. Anyone with conscience and reason will not be deceived or fooled. Yeah, the Chinese government, if I was pro-China, I will give you what the pro-China position is, okay? The pro-China position is that these separatist elements in Xinjiang are radical Islamist fundamentalists that were propped up by the CIA, and there is a little bit of truth to that as well, but that doesn't matter, okay? Because it doesn't matter in the way that they dealt with this issue, okay? The Chinese Uyghur separatist terrorists were actually doing mass slaughter, doing unimaginable amounts of terrorist attacks all over China, and certainly in Xinjiang as well. So that's the reason why they had to do roundups and very targeted roundups and create vocational schools where these guys were simply getting educated for vocational training. That's not my position at all. As a matter of fact, I've argued against that position quite frequently, okay? That is a lie. That is an exaggeration by a state that makes it seem as though their completely warrantless and unjustifiable detention structure was actually simply justifiable and was working towards rehabilitation. I don't agree with that position. I think that's a classic moment where a state lies, right? The Chinese state also has the capacity to lie. They're not infallible. There are plenty of issues with the Chinese state. Now, this doesn't mean that I'm defending the Chinese practice of mass detention anyway. And ironically enough, the article that we were talking about here, also features this. To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights abuses. Remember, Ethan actually posted this as an own. In that fucking same article that he posted, if he had actually read that article, he would see this part where it says Beijing has closed many of the camps, which are called vocational training and education centers, but hundreds of thousands of people continue to languish in prison, many in vague secret charges. The report called on China to release all individuals arbitrarily detained to clarify the whereabouts of those who have disappeared and whose families are seeking information about them. There's never been a moment where I did not claim that there weren't serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region, just like UN Secretary General Antonio Gutierrez believes the assessment clearly identifies serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region. I agree that there were serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region. There's never been a moment where I've actually defended the serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region. So why did Ethan, one, do a horrible job? Why did he do a horrible job of not reading his own fucking articles that he posted in here? Okay? This is, and yes, you are right, KO Fishy, this is exactly like when I denied or went after atrocity propaganda in the aftermath of October 7. There was plenty of real atrocities that took place on October 7, but Israel greatly increased the intensity of atrocity propaganda in an effort to justify its genocidal ambitions that came immediately after October 7. What did they do in the process? They lied about 40 beheaded babies being lit on fire with kerosene, and numerous other issues. And I was very critical of that propaganda because there was plenty of real atrocities that they could point to, but they wanted to make it seem like there was so much more. And that didn't mean that I was actually defending the actions that took place on October 7, but you would obviously believe that if you're a fucking moron, or if you are trying to present a very different reality, a reality where you want to fit me into an unnuanced perspective. Now, what's ironic here is twofold. One, my mother's maiden name is Uyghur, okay? Uyghurs are Turks. They are Turkic, not the whole, like, the whole world is Turk memes. I'm saying, like, literally, they are a Turkic people, okay? Not only that, which is why I also jokingly say I'm white Chinese, okay? But not only that, but also the Turkish government does actually train them. The Turkish government does actually train a lot of Uyghur fighters and uses them alongside the Salafist brigades that they've trained in Syria. This is real, and they do this under the watchful eye of the United States of America. This is also real. I am very familiar with the Uyghur separatist groups for this region, okay? If I can't correct misinformation with my podcast co-host without getting called a propagandist for China, then what the fuck am I supposed to do? Just let it happen? Just let him just say this? Let him say whatever the fuck he wants? It's ridiculous. And he did this exact same thing. He did this exact same thing when I corrected his dangerous misinformation that's going to come later, where he talks about Hezbollah and the 500,000 casualties in the Syrian civil war. We'll get to that later, though.
About the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights abuses.
Tourism hour.
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand for racist. Reading on this and has regurgitated it to his mainstream audience. Why is he defending China?
I wasn't, and I never have. And you're wrong for claiming that I have. Your entire premise here is that they had death camps. You did not prove that. That there was organ harvesting. You didn't prove that either. And then you turned around and said, I'm defending China. I never did. I never defended China. Not in any of these conversations. Describing the actual horrifying conditions while also saying that they're horrifying conditions and completely unacceptable is not defending China. It's only defending China if you have a Steven Crowder style approach to fucking global conflict, where you're like, wait a minute, you're offering some nuance while also still criticizing the Chinese government? You must be defending China.
China's genocide of their Muslim population. How does this even make sense? It only makes.
He still hasn't fucking, offered additional claims to this genocide. Now, what's really interesting about this is, and I have to talk about my second position here. There is one thing that I have maintained throughout this entire process, and that is that while Ethan on the one hand talks about how China is genociding the Uyghur Muslims, his position on Israel genociding the Palestinians always goes back and forth. He has sometimes called it a war and sometimes offered concessions to why it truly is a genocide. Okay? So it's very hard to pin him on this position. So you have to focus on what he actually is doing whenever he talks about Israel. What kind of defenses he's engaging with respect to Israel. Is he actually offering nuance to Israel's military actions, or is he simply running defense for Israel's military actions? Okay? Because I did not defend the Chinese government's mass detention facilities. I've called it a cultural genocide before, as a matter of fact, over and over again. Now, one thing that I have to make clear here, and this is another thing that I have talked about over and over and over again. If Israel treated the Palestinian population in the same unjustifiable manner that China treated Xinjiang, Israel would get a Nobel Peace Prize every year going forward. Every Western nation would turn around and cherish how wonderful and how peaceful of a nation state Israel actually is for taming the savage, barbaric Palestinians. They would talk about how incredible Israel is for actually simply doing mass detention and mass surveillance upon the captive Palestinian population and not slaughtering them. If Israel started to do China-style mass surveillance and mass detention tomorrow on all Palestinians, both in the West Bank and also in Gaza, literally every American would be doing tricks on it. They would talk about Benjamin Netanyahu being the most peaceful person on the planet, okay? So think about what it takes for people to say China is doing death camps and has an exterminationist principle and doing organ harvesting, as opposed to how much it takes for people to even come to terms with the genocide that Israel is committing. China never bombed entire city blocks. China never shut off humanitarian aid. As a matter of fact, one of the most ironic statements throughout this entire fucking process was the fact that China was also still committed to developing Xinjiang as it is everywhere else, including in Tibet as well. But the American perspective on this has always been they are trying to develop these areas to continue destroying them, to continue killing them. There was literally an Associated Press article that I read talking about a high-speed rail line going all the way to Xinjiang, basically creating this massive network of high-speed rail that was seen as a negative, that was portrayed as a negative thing. People in Xinjiang still have freedom to travel in that regard, okay? Under the hukou system, which needs desperate reform, there are obviously limitations to travel and how much you can, internally travel inside of China. But many of these people that are criticizing me don't even know what the fuck that is anyway. And they're now going to Google it and be like, Hassan didn't bring this up, or talk about the severity of the structure, okay? Whew. We are at $71,000. I'm going to obviously increase the the Tiltify donos. Hold on. Where the frick? How do I get to my account? My hub campaigns. Hold on. How do I change the goal? Is it not allowed? Can I not change the goal after the campaign actually? Oh, here, I'm changing it. I'm doubling it. Double or nothing, baby. Boom. We're only 8 minutes and 32 seconds into the video, and we've already fundraised $72,000. Are you still giving money so you will stop this torture? What? Okay. You have gained me from H3 high new father. So one must ask the question, why Ethan Klein refuses to actually engage in any of the things that I'm saying, uses out of context clips, and also simultaneously has a very different standard for what China is doing as opposed to what Israel is doing. Okay? What the fuck's going on here? It doesn't make any sense. I'm actually morally consistent on this process. He's the one who's not. Now, isn't Israel's activity in between lawn mowings essentially what China does in its worst moments? Exactly. That's why I brought that up. if China did what Israel did to Xinjiang, we would nuke China. Okay? Understand something. If China did what Israel did to the Palestinians in Xinjiang, we would nuke China tomorrow. And if Israel did what China did in Xinjiang as a part of its like rehabilitation or re-education vocational training campaign or whatever the fuck the Chinese government calls it, they would consider that to be a pathway towards infinite peace. Can you imagine where Palestinians will now have freedom of travel into other parts of Israel, into greater Israel, mass detention and the subsequent re-education inside of these like supposed vocational training schools or whatever, but then in the aftermath of that they have full-blown citizenship and access to the same fucking resources? That would never happen in a million years. Netanyahu would get a Nobel Peace Prize. Netanyahu would get every single Nobel Peace Prize for the rest of time. Also, speaking of organ harvesting, I mean, that's, but that's besides the point.
Sense if A, he's being paid, or B, he has the political complexities of a 5-year-old. I know America Bad is a meme that people laugh at online, but with Hassan, this does actually seem to be the beginning and the end of his analysis.
2 principles. Let me explain to you. 2 principles that you should keep with you. So this is a classic. This is something that I hear mostly from Sex Pestany and his orbiters. But the idea that like my commentary on political matters is simply reduced to America Bad is incredibly, incredibly dumb. It's ironic that this is yet another case of pure projection where Ethan is saying, oh, his commentary is just literally America Bad. At no point, if I simply stated America Bad over and over and over again, how the fuck would I fill 8 hours of space every goddamn day? Why is it that these people never actually make the argument America good? Why is it that these people never actually dive deeper into why I say America bad, for example? And this is, once again, obviously a reductive clip out of context where I'm describing a complex position. Let's take a look. Coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. So when I look at other countries, I look at the regional actor, whoever the regional power player is, and then I look at who is backed by the Western superpowers. That's a principle that you could take home with you if you want to actually be moral or if you want to be smart about the way. As I've said before, time and time again, okay, from both my own personal experiences and I'm Turkish, okay? Turkey is a NATO nation. Turkey is the way that it is specifically because Turkey is a NATO nation. Do you understand? And in that process, during the Cold War, because it was supposed to be a bulwark against the growing socialist movement in the country, they actually suppressed Kurdish liberation movements, socialist movements, trade unionist movements. The American government, by way of the CIA, created a right-wing ultranationalist paramilitary, the MHP party. Okay, the MHP party, the Grey Wolves, you know how Ethan's community will fucking call me out for like, oh, he did this. He's actually secretly a Turkish ultranationalist. You can only arrive at that position if you're a fucking moron. I have, again, countless hours of talking about the history of the MHP party and how the CIA did an Operation Gladio like they did in Italy, but in Turkey with the MHP ultranationalist paramilitary groups that they violently sent to destroy any sort of trade unionist, socialist, or workers' movement. Many of those movements comprised of Kurds that wanted their own version of Kurdish liberation movements, as a matter of fact. MHP was responsible for that. MHP is still a part of the governing coalition alongside the AKP in Turkey right now. The ultra-nationalist fascists are still in power in this country, in my country, okay? We have officially reached the boundary of $75,000. I'm very proud of you guys. Okay? There's more. I wanted to There's more I wanted to get into. Bro, you're making this unwatchable. I know. Context and nuance is silly. Way you analyze other countries, that's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation.
After seeing all of this, I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had...
Also, I don't think he saw any of this. He didn't see any of this. He already arrived at the position that I was bad after an entire year of fucking shitting on me with snide remarks as I was actively defending him in the process. For all the fucking foot soldiers that are in here to see the other side of this story for once, welcome. Okay, I have an 8-minute compilation that he couldn't even sit through where I was defending Ethan Klein, including this is, I guess, from what, January 11th, 2024. Ethan was hitting me with snide remarks over and over and over again while I was simultaneously defending him. Okay, I was simultaneously defending him from people that kept bringing him up and saying like, oh, he said this, he said that. I didn't want to be fucking focusing on drama. Okay, I did not want to entertain the drama perverts because I thought it was irrelevant what Ethan Klein was saying because I assumed that he was just doing goofs and gaffes. In any case, we'll get to that in a little bit as well. Okay, the entire premise here so far in the 9 minutes and 39 seconds that we watched is that Ethan is saying Hassan Piker groomed me, a 40-year-old man with the political convictions of a sea cucumber. I had no way of thinking on my own, and this 30-year-old man at the time groomed me into believing dangerous radical ideas. Dangerous radical ideas like what, you might ask? Socialism. Socialism being good. He made too many convincing arguments. He was hot and he groomed me and it scared me. It scared what happened to me. Scary man. Stupid, sexy Hassan.
Any idea who this guy actually is. And then this happened.
We have breaking news out of Israel this morning where Hamas has launched a surprise attack within Israel's borders.
Like, this is bullshit. This is a video that he made a year after our podcast ended, okay? He developed this resentment over the course of the year. He didn't like start hearing me say these things that I was saying directly to him and see it in a different light. This is pure narrative, okay? Pure narrative. He's doing post hoc rationalizations, and I think the reason why he's doing these post hoc rationalizations is because he wants to convince you, the viewer, to being like, he duped me and he was duping you with his scary, elusive, mysterious ways of doing propaganda. The real story of what took place is that in the aftermath of October 7, okay, in the aftermath of October 7, we had disagreements. We had significant disagreements. Ethan wanted to hyper-focus on the feelings of Israelis and potentially the fears of American Jews in the aftermath of October 7. And my argument always was hyper-focusing on the broader picture because I knew what was about to happen. Because history, contrary to what Hosbarists like to tell you, did not start on October 7, 2023. History started far before October 7. Zionism was an exterminationist, ethno-religious supremacist ideology that is identical to Nazi fascism far before October 7. As the Euromed Human Rights Monitor and the Save the Kids Foundation both correctly pointed to, in 2023, before October 7, 2023 was the deadliest year for children in Palestine. And before then, 2022 was the deadliest year for children in Palestine. Why was that happening to the Palestinian children? If history started on October 7, how could that have happened? How could that have happened? And the reality of the matter is, Ethan knows better. He should know better. He lived in Israel. He hated Israel. He talked about how Israel was an exterminationist, crazy country that was incredibly right-wing. In 2021, he posted an Instagram story about it, which I'm sure he'll bring up in a little bit to show his bona fides as to why he's so pro-Palestinian.
Overnight.
After the shock of October 7th, I noticed a huge increase of anti-Semitic comments from Hassan's stream and Discord, including from his head mod. I was disturbed that Hassan...
Yeah, let's see what these anti-Semitic comments are, okay? Now, remember, there's a lot of story making happening here, okay? There's a lot of story making happening here to make it seem as though, you know, I just showed a very different reality, or I duped this 40-year-old man into I don't know, dangerous radical ideas, and I actually radicalized his audience, not realizing that his audience actually radicalized on their own. They were radicalized by the reality. Many people in his audience, including many people in my audience, were completely oblivious to the horrifying practice of apartheid and genocide that Israel was doing before October 7. October 7 was an act that made a lot of people in the United States of America pay attention to it, okay? And they organically started realizing that the statements coming from Ethan Klein were actually at odds with how they felt about the situation. Now, is it because they were becoming anti-Semitic? No, it's because they started recognizing the reality of Israel's occupation and genocidal practices. So when Israel was doing genocide, which Ethan, again, goes back and forth on, sometimes he thinks it's a genocide, other times he thinks it's a war. His wife certainly doesn't seem to think so. Hila, who was a soldier in the Israeli occupying force, which, again, as I talked about in our debate, where Ethan admitted that she could be considered a terrorist, by the way, her statements on this are even more right-wing than Ethan's, okay? There's always a steady push and pull here. And, of course, his audience, organically, a progressive audience that he had cultivated, not because of leftovers, but even like the girly pops that wanted to care about the goofs and gaffs, obviously started recognizing that some of the stuff that Ethan was saying was damn near identical to what Ben Shapiro was saying, or what Charlie Kirk was saying, or what any number of right-wing commentators were saying about Israel. One of the moments that was majorly consequential is the moment that Ethan actually decided to no longer, when Ethan decided to no longer be on Twitter. Part of the reason why he left Twitter, now he says, is because of all of the anti-Semitism, and there was plenty of anti-Semitism on Twitter after Elon's takeover, so there is plausible deniability there. But the reason why he left Twitter was because he couldn't deal with the fact that he kept wanting to say something, okay? He kept wanting to say something about Israel, and it was always in defense of Israel, okay? That famous moment is, and I'm sure someone can fucking bring it up for me right now, that famous moment is when he looked at Mark Barg and his post, a Muslim sex worker, an Iranian Muslim sex worker, who he said, this is it. This was the moment. Enjoy your drugs, and being a sex worker, Hamas would kill you on the spot. This is what he tweeted about Muhammad. I'm in South Beach having fun on drugs. This is literally no different than what Israel defenders say. The idea that you can't show solidarity to a people that are being ethnically cleansed is ridiculous. The idea that you cannot show solidarity to the Palestinians because you have fantasized that those Palestinians would be homophobic and fucking kill you and viciously kill you is ridiculous. Even if that was the case, you could still show solidarity to people, even if they were homophobic, even if they were anti-sex work. Yeah, I know. A lot of people in underdeveloped nations that have been victim of colonial exploitation do not have the same woke mindset that we do here in the Western world, okay? That doesn't change this dynamic at all. I still don't think they should be fucking destroyed. I still don't think that their lives should be ruined, as a matter of fact. No one deserves genocide, period. It doesn't matter if their opinions are not aligned with mine. This is simply trying to engage in the act of pink washing. It's also a conflation between ISIS and Hamas. Hamas is a militant organization that was designed under the rulership of the oppressive Israeli apartheid regime. Hamas's tactics have evolved throughout time and become more radical. Hamas's tactics have become more violent throughout time, but that violence is still maintained. The standard of violence is still maintained by the colonial power in this process, which would be Israel, because Israel has gotten more and more violent throughout time. That's why the cliche here is that the first intifada was fought with stones and work stoppages, and the second intifada was still relatively peaceful, but there were bus bombings on top of that, okay? Bombings at bus stations. What could have taken place in between that process? Well, if you watched any number of different instances where I've talked about this issue, especially when talking with Zach Foster, a Jewish historian, an academic that has dedicated his entire life's work to Palestine and Palestinian liberation groups, you would know why the Palestinian militancy has become more violent throughout this process, because Israel has become infinitely more violent in its colonial occupation. Why did he even attack this guy? I think he probably said something like "death to America" or something. I don't fucking know. He was wilding out on the timeline. Okay. There's more to this though. He had a back and forth. Does anyone have that? Do you guys have the back and forth that took place? Because he expands on his ideology here. Yeah, I stopped using Twitter to protest Elon. No, you stopped using Twitter because you couldn't handle the backlash of your racist-ass comments towards a queer Muslim content creator. Do you think we forgot? You are a ghoul, fucking freak. I'm the freak and ghoul, yet here you are still refusing to criticize Hamas. I haven't killed any children or families or burned anyone alive lately. Who's the freak and the ghoul? Why do you have harsher words for me than Hamas? Was it hard to type that bullshit with one hand, jerking off to the thought of queer Muslims being murdered? Bro, what the fuck? I'm fully in your corner. What was wrong? What was I wrong about? This is the revolution you're supporting, right? Just don't go anywhere near Hamas because your life would 100% be in danger. Am I wrong genuinely? The idea that, once again, every single person involved in whether it's affairs of civil governance or involved in militancy against the state of Israel is a fucking barbaric rapist monster that will burn your ass on the spot is ridiculous. And he hasn't changed from this perspective because he literally said about me going to Gaza potentially, right? When I was working alongside Jeremy Scahill to try to apply pressure to the Egyptian government during the brief period of ceasefire, to open up the Rafah crossing so Western media could actually go into the Gaza Strip, which Israel obviously never allowed, and then Israel destroyed the entire ceasefire anyway. In that process, he kept saying if he goes to Gaza, he'll be a high-profile target for Hamas. Why the fuck would they do that? If Hamas was in the business of kidnapping any random non-Palestinian that happens to be inside of Gaza, they would have kidnapped a shit ton of the aid workers. Except those aid workers were, once again, just like I was concerned about my own safety and well-being, those aid workers were killed by Israel, not Hamas, like the World Central Kitchen aid workers that were killed by Israel. They were there under the watchful gaze of Jose Andres. They were working alongside the Israeli government. The Israeli government brought World Central Kitchen to the Gaza Strip to show the world, to disprove the narrative by their estimation that they were not letting humanitarian aid flow into the Gaza Strip. So they worked with Jose Andres, a very famous chef, a very famous activist chef, and his group, World Central Kitchen. And what did they do? What did they do in that process? Because they had created killing fields, their fucking Israeli occupying force commanders lasered the World Central Kitchen aid workers. So yes, the major fear here is not Hamas in terms of going into the Gaza Strip, it's Israel. And the reason why I bring this up is because Ethan still doesn't recognize that. He still, to this day, does not recognize that. He still thinks it's like Hamas is the barbaric, violent force. And not Israel. Israel is a far greater evil in the region than Hamas ever could be. This is the truth. That's it. There is plenty of evidence to showcase this truth. This is just the reality. It's an observable reality that you cannot deny, okay? That's it. If you are a lesser evil voter and you wanted to vote for Kamala Harris, for example, because of the lesser evil voting that you wanted to engage in, then you should be a lesser evil voter and vote for Hamas as opposed to Israel in this process, because Israel has done on October 7 to the entire Palestinian population over and over again for the past 16 months. Israel has so much more power than Hamas has ever had. And it has used that power for true evil, for death and destruction. It's ridiculous. There is no moral playing field here, but even if the moral playing field was even, just looking at the sheer casualty numbers and the percentage of who Israel has targeted and who Israel has killed versus who Hamas targeted and who Hamas killed, the numbers on the board reflect a very different reality that does not make Israel look good. Is what Ethan is saying is true? No, it's not. He's doing the fucking ISIS conflation, saying that like Hamas would throw you off the roofs or whatever. And by the way, before people turn around and say, oh my God, well, Hassan, what do you say to this? Hamas has executed this gay person or whatever. First and foremost, let me explain to you how that process works, as I explained to Ethan as well in our leftovers conversation. As a matter of fact, the last one that we had in the studio, Israel will blackmail and extort gay, queer Palestinians with compromising footage in order to turn them into collaborators. And in that process, and this has been the same practice for every fucking resistance group, every resistance group throughout history, whether it be the IRA, which implemented the practice of kneecapping, or whether it be the ANC, which implemented the practice of putting tires around the necks of collaborators and lighting them on fire, a practice called necklacing, okay? Hamas, when they find collaborators that are working alongside Israel, will execute them. This isn't appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate. But that is the reason. It's no different than what the IRA did, shooting someone's kneecaps. That's where the term kneecap comes from, by the way, the band kneecap. And that's precisely what the ANC, supposedly under the watchful, humanitarian, peaceful, pacifist gaze of fucking Nelson Mandela, did in terms of necklacing, putting a rubber tire around someone's neck and lighting it on fucking fire for the crime of collaborating with the apartheid government.
Was seemingly okay with this.
Can you do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that at all?
I have not looked at my chat at all, but you have
I just
to
opened it, but don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about me?
This is, I think, probably the most honest criticism that Ethan has here, okay? Which is that his feelings are hurt. His feelings are hurt because he's saying things to an audience that has a higher political acumen than he does, and that audience is obviously tuned into the frequency of right-wing reactionary propaganda. So, of course, they immediately hear some of the words that are taking place in this conversation, which, by the way, more informative than this context nuke, if you want to understand Ethan's actual framework and actual perspective on this, on the matter, you should go back and rewatch that debate that we did, okay, this debate, all the way in like the 17th of October, 2023. I believe that's when we had that conversation, if I'm not mistaken, okay? But yes, of course, when they hear you say things that are in defense of Israel and engage in racist tropes and racist stereotyping and acting as though like Hamas is ISIS, for example, then yeah, of course. Of course people are going to say, you're being fucking racist. Hassan, you're literally playing into Ethan's hands with this. Don't speak positively of a literal fascist terrorist group. A fascist terrorist group? What the fuck are you saying? Hamas is also right-wing and reactionary, though. We don't need to support them. What is the support here? I'm not saying, oh my God, it's amazing. It's the greatest fucking liberation group that has ever existed. But what are you supposed to do? Who is supposed to rise up in arms against a nation state that is a settler colonial entity doing a genocide? Don't you feel like it's a little suspicious that you constantly are railing against people who are fighting against the genocide? What the fuck are people supposed to do? What would you do? This is a reality that former Israeli Shin Bet leaders also recognize. This is a reality that Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel, also recognized when he said, if I was on the other side of that Gaza fence, I would join Hamas. Of course you would. What the fuck do you mean? What is this expectation that people are supposed to be perfect victims after 76 years of colonial occupation? It is crazy. He said this yesterday. You're 100% right. What?
About actually wanting to understand the situation in a way where we humanize everybody, where we can actually create a lasting peace, one that's not built on like hate. So yeah, no, Hila's not a terrorist. Somebody who's like, I want to join the Houthis so that I want to join Hamas so I can like suicide bomb a cafe. That's it.
Israel's defense minister paid a visit to Palestinians would-be suicide bombers who failed their missions in an effort to try and understand what motivates them. Benjamin Ben Elizer's conclusion: they are driven by despair. While condemning the act, Ben Elizer said he felt compassion for one bomber, a young woman who, in a fit of grief over her boyfriend's death, volunteered to go on a suicide mission. The minister, a moderate in Ariel Sharon's hawkish government, said as soon as Palestinians can realize the dream of a normal life, they will say no to anyone who tries to convince to choose death over life. Stanley Cohen, a lawyer who represented Hamas activists, presented a very different vision of recent history. He portrayed a powerful and vicious Israel that has indiscriminately killed many thousands of innocent Palestinians. Hamas is not a terrorist group, but a nationalist resistance force. Nationalist resistance forced to resort to violence because it has so little power compared with Israel. This is something that I've described over and over again. This is the primary difference between Hamas and ISIS. ISIS is a better analog for Israel than it is for Hamas. The only thing that you can point to with respect to ISIS and Hamas is the fact that they're both Muslim and scary to you. Hamas is a national resistance group. In terms of their own personal opinions, yes, some are right-wing reactionary, certainly. Okay, but the goal is emancipation. If there was no occupation, there would be no Hamas. It's that simple.
That's someone who's like, yeah, and they're like, yeah, I'm a terrorist. I want to be a terrorist. I am a terrorist. You know what I mean? Could you argue that like the IDF commits acts of terror? Yeah. You know what I mean? For sure. But
yeah. Fuck. By the way, I actually talked to Ethan about this in this very same conversation, but he clearly did not listen. In this conversation that I had with Ethan, we discussed the subject of Hamas and anti-Semitism within Hamas, where I said, are there anti-Semites within the ranks of Hamas? Of course there are. There are anti-Semites everywhere. Having said that, the broader goals of Hamas and all Palestinian resistance and all Palestinian militancy is an end to the occupation, so Palestinians can be free, so they can be a sovereign state, so that Palestinians no longer have to worry about drones hanging over their heads and mass surveillance and death and destruction. That's it. 32,000 people in here right now.
I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child, cold, arrogant, as fuck.
I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like
Hassan's chat.
Let's see what argument he was making. Does anyone have the clip? Let's see what argument he was making that caused people to respond that way. I want to see. Because my statement there is, listen, as much as I try to moderate my community, of course, if your output is fucking insane, if your output is fucking insane, of course chat is going to respond to that by going, what the fuck is this arrogant asshole saying? Let me take a look. I don't know if this was right before or right after he implied that anti-Zionist Jews are capos or not, but I'm going to try to fucking find the clip real quick. And if you guys can help me find the exact moment where he was complaining right there and what led to the chat response, we can maybe manage through. We can maybe look through the reasons as to why his feelings got hurt. You all right? We don't have to continue if you don't want to. Palestinians, and also that simply cynically or in a weird way, just like being like, no, anti-Semitism is like totally fine actually with this one phrase.
But what you won't make any fucking concessions, and it's crazy. Like I make so many fucking concessions to you all the time from my heart, and I listen and I fucking try to move towards your side every time we talk, and I do. But when I fucking try to explain to you.
Oh, you found the actual timestamp?
Do you care that your chat is calling me racist?
Let's see what it was. Let's see what the actual thing that he said was before. Like, there were plenty of moments where he's listened to my words. Does that change the broader movement and the morality behind Black Lives Matter? Or does that change what? Oh, that's right. It was because he was complaining about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, saying, well, according to Jews, it actually is a scary statement, to which I responded with, hey, Ethan, you understand Black Lives Matter. You ask white people what Black Lives Matter means, right-wing white people will tell you, well, Black Lives Matter is a scary slogan. So if you can understand why I don't give a shit about the perspective of white right-wingers when it comes to Black Lives Matter, you can understand why I don't care about your perspective in this regard. Because if you don't understand that this is an emancipatory slogan and not one that is exterminationist, then yeah, I don't know what to fucking tell you. What people mean when they say Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter doesn't, again, it's what's in the phrase, dude. Saying the thing is, like, saying Black Lives Matter doesn't insinuate that other lives don't matter. It's in the fucking phrase, bro. I don't know what to tell you. From the river to the sea,
Palestine will be free also doesn't feature from the river to the sea, we should destroy Israel and kill all the Jews. You're the one who's saying that that is the secondary implication behind it.
I'm just telling you how people see it, bro.
I know, but if you were to tell me this is how white people feel about Black Lives Matter, I would say I don't care how white people feel in this regard, because my business is not about explaining what this...
There's no inherent... Bro, there's nothing in Black Lives Matter that's saying that white lives don't matter in the fucking
There's nothing
slogan.
in From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free that implies Jewish people must be eradicated or Israel must be destroyed and Jewish people in it must be killed.
A lot of people disagree because you're talking about from the river to the sea.
Yes, a lot of people who are not Palestinian and a lot of people who are not anti-Zionist disagree. Anti-Zionists, on the other hand, don't agree. And they're the ones who are using the slogan. So why would I'm asking you, if I'm not going to ask a white person who is against Black Lives Matter, why would what they feel about this slogan? Why would I go to in the broadest majority Zionists, both Jewish and Christian? Why would I ask them what they think about a Zionist, anti-Zionist slogan?
I already explained it, but you don't want to hear me.
This is why people were saying, "Hey, Ethan, you're fucking racist. Hey, Ethan, you're a Zionist." Do you feel like it is inappropriate for people to assume that he is a Zionist in this very moment? Is it because of the Jew hatred that is in the heart of every single one of my chatters that caused them to think that his resistance and his lack of interest in understanding the argument that I'm making came across like he was still very much defensively posturing at the behest of Israel? This is, of course, When are you going to stop talking about Ethan? I'm going to have sex with your mother over and over again. Why don't you shut the fuck up and donate, bitch? We're at $85,000, slated to raise all the way to $150,000 in the process of watching this context nuke for charity. Do you hate charity? Is that what it is? Is that what's going on? Or are you a fucking Ethan dick rider who probably begged me to watch this thing for months on end, and only to turn around now when I'm finally watching it and go, oh, I don't want to see it? Ethan begged me to do this, so I'm finally doing it. Everyone needs to calm down. Please stop watching the video I begged you to watch. What? No, I'm asking you. Like,
it's not. And the fucking slogan itself says people interpret it as destruction of Israel. I know it doesn't say let's destroy Israel,
but it's not.
But that's from the river to the sea is mainland Israel.
Okay, Ethan.
That's it, man. That's how people see it.
No, you can't simply say that's how people see it. And
it is though.
There. Remember, this slogan has been used to censure Rashida Tlaib. This emancipatory slogan has gotten people to be fired like Mark Lamont Hill. There is a reason why I won't back away from defending this slogan and saying this slogan. It was so disingenuous of Ethan to use Norm Finkelstein. It was so disingenuous of him to use Norm Finkelstein and his assessment of the slogan when Norm Finkelstein would never in a million fucking years sit there and be like, well, my feelings are more important here than Palestinian emancipation. He says that's how people see it, but in reality, that's how he sees it. Exactly. Do you feel, chatters who are watching this right now, 16 months into this genocide, if you felt like Ethan was unjustly maligned, do you feel like your opinion has changed now in terms of why people saw this argument? Which is an argument that he still tried to present to me 16 months into a genocide when we had a conversation this past Friday. Do you feel like this is reasonable for people to assume he is Zionist? Norm has said that. No, Norm said that he doesn't approve of it because it comes across as something that Jews fear, not even Jews, Zionists fear, but he totally gets it and totally understands it. I only started watching you again because of his claims, and it got me to resub. I tried to use a perfectly coherent narrative that Ethan should understand here, okay? Which is something that he gets. He gets that Black Lives Matter, gets a lot of flack. He is in support of Black Lives Matter. Who cares? Who cares what racist white people think about Black Lives Matter? Just like, who cares about what people who want to defend Israel feel about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free? Bro, you fucking fell off after the content nuke went from 30K to 53K. Suck my ass. I know, I'm falling. I'm consistently falling off over and over again. It was just critiquing Norm was critiquing the use of the phrase, not its inherent meaning, but it doesn't matter. Norm also doesn't give a shit about that phrase. Anyway, now that you know the context of where he drew got this clip from, where is he wrong? What is Ethan's complaint on this one, I wonder? Ethan is a left-wing grifter Zionist. Fuck his content.
Zionist, baby killing.
Bro, nothing is wrong with this. Yeah, this is W. Am I wrong? He's not wrong. Unrelated buying a hang glider. Like this is edgy shit. Okay, that right there is 100% people being edgy as fuck. That is fair. He didn't even bring that up, by the way. He's just talking about.
Maybe it is unreasonable that I'm asking.
Because you're racist. Is this guy not spitting facts? What the fuck?
To moderate his chat for a friend. He doesn't even know where I'm coming from because it's.
They are settlers, you stupid fuck.
Not something
they really should stop aid to Israel. Ethan's going full goblin mode for Zionism. Nothing controversial has been said so far. Like the only thing he fucking cares about, is his own personal feelings. There is no moment where he tries to understand my position here. There's no moment where he tries to understand why people have this attitude over him. And he just And this is a Discord chat that he can't see, by the way. He pulled after the fact to be like, wow, this is really fucked up. And if that's the most fucked up shit you saw in a fucking open to everyone Discord, holy moly, dude. You are out of your fucking mind. Yes, nobody cares about your feelings, Ethan. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Can you imagine if I spent the past 16 months constantly talking about my own personal feelings? Like I'm talking about babies that are in plastic bags being carried over to medical facilities by their crying fathers after being lasered out of the sky with Israeli munitions that we fucking shipped over to them. And I just sit there and I say, you know what? My feelings are so important here. And we really need to take time and cover what I feel right now in this moment. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Of course your feelings don't fucking matter in this process. What do you mean? Especially when I am at this moment, back then, as his fucking friend and podcast co-host, trying to explain to him why people are being critical of him. And he totally did not understand this at all. I was saying, Ethan, there's only so much I can do in terms of moderating this community. But if you keep your output to this like ridiculous Zionist propaganda nonsense, yes, it seems like it's a good position in your mind. And maybe your chat will actually hype you up and say, no, King, you're so valid. You're so valid for actually constantly reframing the conversation around your feelings. But yes, outside of your own community, outside of your own echo chamber, people are going to hear what you're saying and go, yeah, you're defending Israel. What the fuck is wrong with you? Yes, you're a racist Zionist is what people are going to think. There's nothing I can do to change their mentality.
Fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child cold, arrogant,
Ethan,
fuck?
I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like
Hassan's chat had been calling me a Zionist.
All right. Oh, and then he brings it back
Whatever
to
ask for.
And all these other content creators actually, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you, like, what's so crazy about this is he's literally pointing to XQC, which he knew at this point was constantly inviting hate towards my position, pulling the fuck Hassan ripcord as Ethan is doing now to basically light up every reactionary online who fucking despise me to the goddamn core. Okay? I never did this to Ethan. I did the exact opposite to Ethan, as a matter of fact. I constantly fucking told my community to shut the fuck up about Ethan for an entire year. And the only reason why people still arrived at that conclusion is because of what he was fucking saying. The reason why XQC's community hates me, on the other hand, is not because of my positions, but because he kept calling me a fucking snake and a piece of shit every time he was underwater, every time he got into trouble because of Gamba or because of any number of different reasons why he was being a fucking asshole. He would turn around and be like, oh yeah, you guys are calling me an asshole? Guess you know who's a bigger asshole? Hassan. That's all he did for years and years and years, as a matter of fact. That is what I'm talking about here. That's it. If you can't see the difference between these two things, I don't know what to tell you. I never actually attacked Ethan. For literally an entire year, I defended Ethan. I did not attack Ethan. I defended him, okay? This is for all the girly pops that actually watch Ethan Klein and didn't get to see the full scope of my defense of Ethan, okay? I need to show you. This is the clip that I wanted to show on the podcast that he didn't let me play through, okay? I also kind of want to show like what he was saying in the same time frame about me. But here, we're also at 91,000 and 10 minutes into the video. Holy moly.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong, okay? Trust me. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude.
Can you imagine? Can you compare this to what fucking XQC was doing every time he was in trouble because he was like scamming his audience or doing another gambling fucking broadcast or whatever, and he would still turn around. He would still fucking turn around and be like, "Oh, Hassan's a snake, though." Something that he also recognized he was doing, by the way, when I had a conversation with XQC. XQC literally implied that I actually fucking hid sexual assault. And then openly admitted he was lying about that. And he shouldn't have done that. Think about that. Is this an apt comparison? XQC literally fucking lied and said me and Pokimane, two people who were against gambling on unregulated cryptocurrency casinos on the website that we were on, were actually participating in a fucking cover-up of sexual assault. We were not, by the way, but he fucking said that. Do you think that that experience is comparable to, because that's the comparison he's making here, where he's like, oh, I demand XQC moderate his chat, but Hassan, you never moderate yours, right? That's what he's saying. Let's play this and I'm gonna play the clip.
Allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up.
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
Especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was pro-Palestinian, because I share a lot of those.
Yeah, let's see. First, I'll show you this. Backtrack. XUC apologized to Hassan for assault cover-up claims. Says it crossed the line. The other stuff about like me feeling like we have a falling out over the course of years and that sort of thing. That stuff is whatever. We can even have that like drama and that conversation live, which we discussed on the episode as well. That sort of stuff we can, hash out in public. But there are lines, and I think that XCC knows he crossed it as well. I mean, he admitted it. Anyway, let's see. Now, ironically enough, Ethan is right now doing exactly what XQC did for years and years in the same exact way, constantly fucking lying about me to his audience over and over again, claiming that I'm actually a piece of shit. I'm a bad guy. I'm a misogynist on this and that, in an effort to basically poison the fucking well so that no one actually comes in here and hears what I have to say and go, oh my God, wait a minute, maybe that's not the case. So I hope that this will be helpful for you to understand. My position on Ethan has changed throughout time, but while Ethan was actively fucking gaslighting his audience and poisoning the well and constantly claiming I was a piece of shit and bad and not doing enough to moderate my community, which he still maintains is a decent thing to say about me, this is what I was doing instead.
Time and time again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again. I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you are actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shot on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care. I do not care. This is petty drama, okay? I don't care. And neither should you, okay? I will always stand by Ethan's ability to empathize and want to learn and want to change his perspective, okay? That's it. Ultimately, Ethan has the capacity to arrive at a meaningful position because he has empathy for Palestinian people. He is literally better on this circumstance, this issue, than 99% of like Americans who are ultra-Zionists, okay? I'm not saying the entire country is ultra-Zionist, but like 99% of Americans in the media and 99% of Americans in position of power that literally are just like unconditional support to Israel. Shut the fuck up. I've always demonstrated that until it reaches a boiling point, that I will always be kind to those around me that I believe I can communicate with, that I can lead by empathy, okay? This has been my policy in perpetuity. You know this if you've been in here long enough. I fucking tried with Aiden Ross, okay? And Ethan is not Aiden Ross. I think he will inevitably come around. Ethan is my friend. I think he's an empathetic person, and I hope that that is clear. No one, like, changing your perspective on an issue that is, like, near and dear to your fucking heart is virtually impossible. It's one of the hardest things you can do. I will forever have respect for him for doing that on his own, okay? Everything that people say cynically he did to, like, win favors with a larger crowd, fuck that. He did it on his own. Yes, you want to know why I know he did it on his own? Okay? You want to know why I know he did it on his own? Because look at the situation. He has family in Israel. He is like he's absolutely shaped. Like his worldview is shaped by this experience. And instead of just like writing off every single thing that people have said and very comfortably finding himself in the bosom of like Zionist sentiment, which he could have just as easily done. He could have just turned around and been like, yeah, fuck this shit. I'm scared. These people are being anti-Semitic. And there is a lot of anti-Semitism that increases in times like this. That much is absolutely true. Instead of fucking turning around and being like, fuck that, he's like trying to tackle it head on and go through the internal conflict, that internal struggle that he feels with his own personal experience, with his own personal worldview and his morality and the way that he sees it from what he perceives as a completely hostile audience. And you need to, as a community, also stop fucking ripping into Ethan nonstop. As I've said it over and over again, leading up to the conversation that we had on this broadcast. You guys are so fucking stupid.
And Ethan refused to watch this on stream because it would make him feel guilty and look bad. Yeah, no, the reason why he didn't want his audience to watch this, the reason why he did not want his audience to watch this, by the way, is because he knows that if his audience actually saw this, then it would undermine the year-long propaganda campaign that he engaged in, claiming that I was never actually defending him. Thank you for Stand Up to Cancer, y'all. This is huge. I'm so grateful. Hell yeah, iDubbbz. iDubbbz is in the chat. Yeah, we're already at 94,000. We already blew past the 74.
For doing that. You are. And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame, just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well, people that have actually changed. I'm sure that if you were to log what he was saying in this time frame for Ethan, there would be a very, very different attitude from Ethan's side on this, by the way. When talking about me or making snide remarks about pro-Palestinian content creators, there's a reason why so many people were coming into my community and being like, hey, Ethan said this. Hey, Ethan said that. Can I get your take on it? And people were pissed off at me for not giving my take on it. And the reason for why I did not want to give my take on it was because I thought that Ethan was redeemable. I thought that Ethan was salvageable. I foolishly thought that he actually could see the light. I assumed that he was at most, a liberal Zionist who had been far more critical of Israel than the average liberal Zionist that could be amenable to my position. Okay? I was wrong. I was fucking wrong. I'm sure if we were to match every single time people are coming in here to tell me at that point what Ethan is saying about me, the reason why I was being charitable is because I thought, like, no, he'll just give up. He'll come to terms. He'll come to the correct position on his own terms. Okay? Same reason you don't talk about Bad Empanada drama video, ironically. Exactly. Because I thought with Bad Empanada, it's different. Like, with Bad Empanada, I know he's pro-Palestine, and I know he's not an anti-Semite. So, of course, when he fucking does, like, dumb drama shit, I'm like, I don't care. I don't care about this. I don't care about what his criticisms are. We have different methods. We have different tactics. But ultimately, we align on this issue. So as long as he is not weirdly becoming like an anti-Semite or weirdly becoming someone who's like pro-Palestine, which is, of course, never going to happen, I don't give a shit what he has to say. Thank you for the 2K dono. I want to know what you think. Why is Ethan Klein mad at me? The reason why Ethan Klein is mad at me is because his community, slowly but surely, kept hearing him over time say a bunch of shit that was pro-Israel, okay? Oh, pro-Israel for Bad Empanada is the argument that I was making. Sorry. If Bad Empanada became pro-Israel, which is never going to happen, I would, I would tackle everything that he's saying head on. Of course, that's not the case. You don't want to attack other pro-Palestine content creators, even if they attack you. Exactly. Exactly. So listen. If you reached him sooner, do you think there's a different tactic that would have fixed them? No, there wasn't. Because 2K here, Israel doesn't permit me to send this donation to my family in Gaza. Instead, I'm happy to donate to Stand Up for Cancer. Cancer killed my aunt in Gaza 4 years ago after Israel prohibited entry of her chemotherapy into the Strip. Free Palestine. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're doing all right. The reason why Ethan was mad at me is because his community kept hearing him over and over again over the course of all of this time when they were coming into my chat to be like, hey, Ethan said this, Ethan said that. They were pissed off at him. They obviously were fans of him. Otherwise, why the fuck would they know what Ethan is saying? And they were pissed off at him for his commentary because his commentary was always running defense for Israel. Okay? And slowly but surely, people started leaving or criticizing him. And he couldn't deal with that criticism. So he had to point the criticism in one direction. So in his mind, he thought, I actually brainwashed his fucking audience into hating him anti-Semitically. And not because, for many in his audience, due to the sheer depravity of Israel's actions, they had completely had a reversal of their opinion on Israel. I didn't do anything. As a matter of fact, I tried to do my very best to get people to shut the fuck up about Ethan. And this is the proof of it. And the reason why I try to get people to shut the fuck up about Ethan is because I think it's irrelevant what he had to say in this process. And I maintained that position until his own ego inflated to such a size that he made this fucking context nuke. And also simultaneously made this context nuke after months and months and months of actively trying to deplatform and successfully deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators by falsely smearing them as anti-Semites. Of course, recognize their mistakes in the past. And now advocate against those sorts of things, I think are very valuable because every single person has a reactionary perspective deep down inside on one issue. We are all totally susceptible to the intersectionality of privilege. Privilege causes us to have blind spots.
Members go up.
Ethan is my friend.
Thank you for the 50 gifted subs.
We may have disagreements every now and then, but I have maintained the position that his heart is always in the right place and he's on a journey of learning. Every single day I went live in the beginning, every single day I would spend at least 5 minutes to 30 minutes talking about how Ethan is not your enemy. You should not yell at Ethan. Ethan is a good person. Be more charitable to those who are open and susceptible to your opinions. Every single day. I'm still friends with Ethan, by the way. I still talk to Ethan every day. Every single day. Throughout the stream. Just say Ethan is a fucking idiotic take. Ethan and I obviously have disagreements on this stuff, but Ethan has also personally said it isn't apartheid. What the fuck do you want? As a dude who did go on birthright, he is infinitely more progressive than, a lot of these people that are writing these fucking, a lot of these people that are writing these letters and shit, okay? Please, stop fucking yelling about Ethan all the time. Jesus Christ. Time and time again, I told my adult community to shut the fuck up about Ethan. I even banned the mention of Ethan in this community, and I think still to this day, it is banned. The idea that I did not try to genuinely scale back the harassment that Ethan was experiencing is ridiculous.
How you do PR for Ethan Klein, who's a Zionist? You do PR for Ethan Klein, who's a Zionist. How can you tell her not to defend a Zionist when you defend Ethan Klein, who's openly Zionist?
Are you okay? Ethan Klein called Israel an apartheid state in, I think, 2021. Okay? Ethan himself has been very critical of the state of Israel and has even called it an apartheid state far before October 7. Okay? I personally don't even care if he's like calling me out or whatever. I heard that like people were saying that Ethan talked about me on his podcast today or some shit like that. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. For me, you know what I do care about? Ethan considering what Israel's doing to be genocidal far before October 7th. Okay? I do care about that. I think that that matters, especially when he is.
You know what's crazy about this? I think this is literally the mentality that some foot soldiers still have. Like they unironically still are trapped in this bind where they think, oh no, he's my comfort character and he means well. He actually means well. He's like, he said it's a genocide. What more do you want? Okay. And I said this even though I could identify the Hasbara because I thought, as someone who is very good at identifying Hasbara, I maintained this position because I thought over time his perspective would shift. Over time, I thought he would be an anti-Zionist. I was wrong. I was totally fucking wrong. Is so close to the subject matter, so close to the different aspects of social conditioning that play a pretty prominent role in the development of American Jews, who are very progressive people overall. Okay? I don't care. In no matter what he says about me, my community, or my mods, I still... While you were doing this, Ethan was doing things like watching a video called Hassan saying anti-Semitism is fake. The Hassan situation, addressing Hassan and his community. Firmly believe, okay, I still firmly believe that regardless of everything else, regardless of how he's responded to people yelling at him online, regardless of all of that, I place a lot more emphasis and a lot more value on those things that he has said. Ethan fan here, I don't think that Ethan's behavior is honestly dangerous. He's not always right, neither are you. All right, brother, you are irredeemable if you genuinely think that Ethan's year-long conquest of trying to fucking out Palestinian content creators and pro-Palestinian content creators as like rabid anti-Semites who now the Trump administration is basically fucking using as a hit list. If you don't consider that to be genuinely dangerous for an issue that you seemingly care about, if you think that there's a fucking genocide going on in Israel, if you think Israel's doing a genocide, I assume that his focus on the people who are calling that out is a little unproductive. And yes, it is fucking dangerous. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's dangerous twofold. One is dangerous because it actually creates insane amounts of pressure and potential criminal litigation if need be. But also on top of that, he's gone after fucking people that he's doxxed. He's gone after people with litigation, frivolous litigation. Real life decision makers are feeling no pressure. That's the bad side. Dude, he is 100 millionaire who's using all of his fucking clout to attack pro-Palestinian content creators for a fucking year and has actually been very successful at deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators by making erroneous claims about how anti-Semitic these pro-Palestinian content creators are. He made 6 small content creators lose their income for a fucking month. One of them was Jewish. It's his community that is weaponized aggressively against all of his fucking enemies. And in the past, his enemies were people like Keemstar. So no one actually thought of anything about it. No one actually thought it was weird or gross. Or billionaires like fucking Ryan Kavanaugh. Now his enemies are seemingly all of the pro-Palestinian content creators. Whether they're Muslim or Jewish doesn't fucking matter. He literally shit on Sam Cedar the other day. Stop both sidesing this fucking issue. You're out of your goddamn mind.
On. He actually chastised me. For what? Let's see.
Ethan is very frustrated and very emotional in this moment, but doesn't recognize that, like, perhaps a Lebanese woman who's a hijabi in the United States of America could also be very emotional in this exact same moment. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's so... And the reality of the matter is anti-Semitism is an unacceptable form of bigotry.
whereas Islamophobia is a very acceptable form of bigotry. So being the bigger person in this situation, regardless of your feelings.
So anyway, and God forbid you actually read the chat. But
that's it. So I'm still being fucking open-minded to him, and he's mad.
What I'm hearing, frankly, is that anti-Semitism is not really an issue. And so you shouldn't, your complaints are less equal than Frogan's complaints because Islamophobia is more serious than anti-Semitism. Despite, by the way, the fact that, as I pointed out, in reality, or not the opposite because there is Islamophobia, but like this claim that anti-Semitism doesn't exist because everybody knows it wrong, as I perceiving it, is absolutely false. I've never seen more open anti-Semitism in my life.
So it's his stupidity. Like he didn't understand. He didn't fucking understand what I was saying there. That's not my point at all. How the fuck does his chat watch this, by the way, and not go, hey, Ethan, that's not what he said?
My whole life, the way that it's being.
I called out how toxic Hassan's community is, and I said I remember why I left, and he brought up my chat logs and put me on blast. That was fun.
Normalized by the left and the right, and it's being kind of, in a case like this, he's normalizing it. He's normalizing it, he's green-lighting it. Again,
I'm normalizing anti-Semitism and I'm green-lighting it. You get banned in chat for pushing back. Textbook example of competitive victimhood. There is no fucking victimhood here. He's conflating real anti-Semitism with anti-Zionists criticizing him, a Jewish man, not realizing that they're not criticizing him because he's Jewish. They're criticizing him because of what he's fucking saying. That's at the heart of the matter here. That's the whole problem. I made a fucking good point here. I literally said what I'm saying right now. I said, Ethan does not understand that Islamophobia is institutionally permissible, and what he suspects as anti-Semitism is not anti-Semitism, and he should be more gracious to people that he perceives as being anti-Semitic when it's actually over his opinions on Israel. I genuinely think Ethan Klein thinks that anti-Semitism is whatever he feels bad. Got you with the $10. Fuck cancer. No, I'm not done with your little ass yet. All right. Well, I wanted to watch
There's
this.
very real anti-Semitism directed towards him, directed towards Hila, directed towards Jewish people across the board, and that fucking terrifies him. And I think that there's a real element there for a lot of Jewish people, especially. Like, yeah, they see anti-Semitism rising, and if at any point do they actually associate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, and people like Dan Bilzerian play a fucking formative role in people.
All the way up until December 15th, I'm saying like, oh, I think Ethan is misunderstanding and making a conflation, still giving him charity, still giving him grace. This is what he was saying about me at the time.
So you know what? Go listen to Hassan. People say, I need to go listen to Hassan. This is bullshit. Please, go listen to Hassan. Who fucking, by the way, yells at people in chat, calls them Zionist genocidal monsters for suggesting that the hospital wasn't bombed, okay, by the IDF, which is the same fucking thing that Hassan's fans come and tell me. So fuck that. There's nothing wrong with me and Hassan, but there's a lot of shit that on the way that he covers this that I think is fucked up.
Okay, 500 of the last confirmed kills did not come from Israel. So what? Are you just mad only when Hamas kills people then? Because that's what you're saying.
I'm mad when all people die, but I don't think he or many people seem to care when Hamas kills a bunch of their people. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Dude, I can't believe the counter rocket barrage from the Hamas teams on the ground actually caused these 500 people to die in the fucking hospital. Then what the fuck are you saying? What about the 3,000 people that died in the fucking week prior by Israeli bombs.
I don't understand the theory that like the truth doesn't matter. Someone said, hey, I don't think Israel bombed the hospitals according to the evidence, something like really mild. And he freaks the fuck out.
I wonder why I freaked the fuck out. This is right after Al Ahly. No wonder his fucking audience understandably thought that he was defending Israel. Can you imagine? Can you imagine claiming Israel would never bomb a hospital? I don't understand. This is definitely the doing of Palestinian Islamic Jihad or Hamas or whatever the fuck Israel said without any evidence whatsoever. Okay? Yeah, I didn't know this shit. This is my first time seeing it. Yeah, of course people are going to think you're a fucking Zionist. This is Zionist propaganda. This is precisely what it is. Oh, I care when all Palestinians die, except it's really fucked up that you would say Israel bombed a hospital. Does Ethan know that Israel actually bombed the Al Ahly hospital the week prior? 2 days before the courtyard explosion, Israel actually blew up and artillery shelled the fucking radiology room in the Al Ahly hospital. I wonder why all the doctors in the Al Ahly hospital were like, oh, Israel did this. Perhaps they're all in the pocket of Hamas. That was also a pivotal point for a lot of, these fucking dipshits, the apolitical centrist commentators all jumped on that to be like, Hassan is lying to people. Israel would never bomb a hospital. So where are they now? Where are they now? Israel's bombed every fucking hospital, including Al Ahly, over and over again. Israel sieged every hospital since then. Now, when you hear Ethan Klein's perspective on this matter, he turns around and says it's because Hamas is putting fucking people under tunnels inside of the hospital. That's why that's why Israel has to bomb these hospitals. That's what he said to Sam Cedar the other day, before his talk with Sam Cedar. Think about that. Oh, they have command centers under these fucking hospitals. That's why it's Hamas's fault that Israel has to bomb these hospitals anyway. Has he covered any of those fucking strikes? No. The only time I've heard him talk about hospitals being bombed was here when he's trying to say that it was actually the Palestinians that blew themselves up, and how fucked up it is that I'm casting suspicion on that narrative, which, by the way, still to this day, no fucking conclusive evidence, and the only evidence that Israel ever presented on the matter was immediately destroyed.
And he goes, you're a genocidal freak. And then people say the same fucking thing to me from his fan base. And we're acting like surprised, like we don't know where they fucking learned that from. Like, I learned it from you, Dad. I think his cover.
Yeah, this is perfectly representative of his mentality. Everyone in his fan base learned it from me.
In some of these cases has been not good. Thought we needed leftovers more than ever. Yeah, I changed my mind. I mean, what do you want me to do? It was fucking horrible. I felt like Hassan's fans were trying to destroy my life, my wife's life. They were calling me genocidal. For what? For what? But I do think he's contributing to this idea that all Israelis are, occupiers, which is a really dangerous fucking stance to take.
Why?
Doesn't matter. Terrible that the people died, but I encourage you to look into where Hamas was firing. You fucking piece of shit. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You said IDF didn't bomb the hospital, and then you said it did. But Hamas was firing rockets from it in the same 2-minute time frame. So why did you fucking lie at first? Huh? Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself?
By the way, for the record, the IDF did not bomb that fucking hospital.
You genocidal piece of shit.
People were telling me the same exact fucking thing. You know what I mean? I know that this isn't good. I don't think this is a good way to talk about shit. Even if you're angry and fucking horrible things are.
Oh my God. You know what's really funny? I'm also fundraising even back then That's when I was fundraising for Palestinian medical assistance. I wonder who's clipping it and sending this to Ethan. Yeah, I don't care who's clipping it and sending it to Ethan. Admitting his view of Palestinians by saying he thinks Hassan views all Israelis as the same because he expects Hassan to think about Israelis the same as he does Palestinians. Yes. Wonder why he's, wonder why he's actually so sympathetic to the person who's defending Israel here, by the way. I wonder why. And this was early on. This was right after the fucking Al Ahli hospital was bombed. Okay? Right after then. And for an entire fucking year, I was oblivious. Until this very moment, I'd never seen his commentary on this. Of course, people thought he was a fucking genocidal monster. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my Lord. Yeah, it was only because I was completely oblivious to the shit that he was saying at the time that I was like, listen, man, I care about covering this genocide. I don't give a fuck about what Ethan has to say about this. I don't want to make drama out of this. I care about fucking locking in, and you should too. In that same time frame, while I was defending him all the way up until December 15th, 2024, that's what Ethan was doing. So the expectation that I am supposed to brainwash my audience into liking Ethan Klein is impossible. Of course, plenty of people who are more educated than Ethan on this, or at least have basic empathy towards the Palestinian plight on this issue, of course, arrived at their own fucking conclusion, regardless of my year-long effort to fucking defend Ethan, because I was also oblivious to his actual position. If I had seen his actual position a long time ago, I would have fucking shoved it back down his goddamn throat as a genocidal piece of shit, okay? And here's the reality. He looked at all of this, and he could not comprehend that in spite of my defenses of Ethan Klein, that it was actually me. I was the reason why I was making anti-Semitism permissible. Yeah, Ethan thought this specific hospital was bombed by Hamas, but every other building in a 20-kilometer radius was bombed by Israel, even though the hospital itself was also bombed by Israel 2 days prior.
Views, and I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years. Problem with Hassan.
By the way, I want to fucking, here, this is your opportunity, okay? Show me all the fucking things Ethan said in this time frame. I know we're only 11 minutes in. I don't care. Give me all the fucking Ethan clips that in this time frame where he was like from the beginning to the end, all the times that this motherfucker was actually defending Israel, so we can make an assessment on whether or not it was actually appropriate for people to think that he was pro-genocide or anti-genocide. Stalwart supporter, he says. Why'd you say at Hasanabi? What? Stalwart supporter of Palestine. What will he say? Wait, hold on. 1 second. Hold on. Yeah, he was going to show you all the support that he's done. Yeah, let's see.
John's coverage, and a lot of people like him, was their complete lack of empathy for the Jewish people who were frankly slaughtered by Hamas. He refused to show even a crumb of empathy for the Jewish victims. But listen to what this guy has to say.
As you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. But nobody had seen this coming.
I mean, that's insane, right?
I don't even. Yeah. Okay. Like.
Okay.
I don't.
I'm just criticizing people. You don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it. I honestly felt at times that he and his audience barely thought of Israelis as humans. But this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
Part of running defense for Hamas is...
I can't believe he literally clip-chimped conversations that we had together. Like, how depraved
How fucking depraved that he would go back to a back and forth conversation that we had to clip a conversation that we had out of context. You know what my fucking position was. My position is for a one state. The reason why I believe in a one state is because I don't even think the 750,000 settlers could be in an ethical manner moved from all of the land that they have occupied as terrorists. I was saying, you think every settler is a valid military target. There are settler babies. I didn't say I think it's valid to kill settler babies. What an insane thing to do. It's a literal conversation that we had. It was a back and forth conversation that we had. And Ethan also said this, what?
I've even said the West Bank settlers are valid military targets. When you talk...
Yeah. But again, that's later in the clip. This is still the context nuke, but it's later in the clip. We haven't even gotten there yet. It's so crazy that this motherfucker clip-chimped. He clip-chimped our own back and forth. What a fucking crazy thing to do.
Downplaying the violence, specifically the sexual violence, which he's done a lot of.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. Now, this is a famous clip that he kept repeating and using. We now know that he actually recognizes that he disingenuously edited. Show the clip of Ethan and Gila.
Can I add, Ethan, one personal feeling that I've had with Hassan that I can't really get past is his dismissiveness of the that happened. He acts like the
October 7th. Doesn't matter if R words happen on October 7th. It doesn't change the dynamic for me. What's interesting about that quote specifically is that I get what he means in that one. Like, I felt like he said worse stuff than that. Because he's saying, he's saying even if the R words happened, well, I think the way he phrases it is fucked up. Even if it happened, they did happen.
Yes.
But he's saying, even if they did happen, it wouldn't change the calculus for him, which I understand what he's saying. But I guess the way he's saying it is,
horrific.
Even if it didn't happen is fucked up.
I didn't say even if it didn't happen. I said even if it did happen, it still doesn't change the calculation for me. Now, ironically enough, that argument was when because of the last piece of evidence that hadn't come out yet with like the Israeli prosecution team going over the forensic analysis of every single body that they put at the Shura base, okay? I literally was debating a chatter, and I know we have the clip for this. Here's the full context.
Also, how are you?
I'm literally debating a chatter who is denying any rapes took place. Let's take a look.
Sure, Israel didn't force them to lie. That's ridiculous.
By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live fucking free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets, and there's no criminal elements that could have conducted themselves very differently. Like that doesn't change the dynamic for me at all. It's so fucking stupid to act like, no, they're perfect. They were perfect on October 7, and they were conducted themselves perfectly. But these kinds of stories delegitimize Palestinian resistance? No, it does not. What the fuck are you talking about? No, you think it delegitimizes Palestinian resistance. Okay? You think so. I don't. The fuck? Do you understand? My position is,
I'm not expecting perfect victimhood from Palestinians. It will never stop to be insane how that clip makes you sound out of context. And ironically enough, it was me arguing against the chatter at the time that was saying, why don't you just say rapes didn't happen?
Many people are like, what the fuck? How am I going to believe this? Other like non-professional forensic accounting being conducted on October 7, this has muddied the waters so much that understandably many people are like, what the fuck? How am I going to believe this? How am I supposed to believe anything that Israel says? There's a perfectly valid fucking criticism to have against the state that has lied every single step of the fucking way. Many hostages have records of saying two different things. Also, how are you sure Israel didn't force them to lie? That's ridiculous. By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right.
What I'm saying is, rapes or no rapes doesn't fucking matter. Beyond October 7 and before October 7, Palestinians still have a right to dignity and self-determination. You cannot genocide people and be like, oh, well, they did rapes. Like, nothing justifies a genocide. Even another genocide doesn't justify a genocide. Do you understand? Like, would it be justified to genocide the entirety of the German population after the Holocaust? I still don't think so. There were fucking children. There's babies. You know what I mean? You're killing innocent civilians. That's my perspective. And that's the most extreme position that you can arrive at. Genocide is not justice. That is why I don't believe in genociding the Israeli population. And I think it's a fucking ridiculous assessment of the situation. That's why I believe in a one-state solution. Justice is not vengeance. That's it. Can't believe he fucking used that, even though he used this clip in the fucking context, Snook, when he personally understood what I meant right here. This is before the context, Nuke. This is from October 30th, 2024. So what's up with that? Why is it that right here, Ethan understands what I'm saying, and then his wife stops him from understanding what I'm saying, and then he still chooses to put this clip in the fucking context, Nuke? So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. That's so fucking gross, dude. That's so goddamn gross. He understood my position months before he still put this awful fucking joke. Awful cringe-ass editing. Not even good for 2016-ass editing in a stupid fucking video, dude. Oh my God. You have to be genuinely mentally stunted to actually appreciate this. Oh my fucking Lord.
Frankly, are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything. Is it really insane to think that Jews as an ethnic minority in Israel would not be safe?
Racist piece of shit. That's what he is. A racist dumbass. And the only reason why people don't see this horrifyingly, monstrously racist dumbassery is because they too are conditioned into thinking that Arabs are fucking barbaric rapist monsters. The idea that equal rights for Arabs who are not Jewish and Arab Jews and Ashkenazi Jews and everybody in the region to have equal rights and equal representation would spell doom for the Jewish population of Israel is simply Jewish supremacist,
racist, Islamophobic, anti-Arab garbage. And if you don't see that, you probably are also a fucking piece of shit. Okay? That's it. Oh my fucking Lord, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Of course people looked at that and were like, this is gross, dude. You're a fucking gross piece of shit. God damn, what a racist fucking monster he is. Oh my fucking Lord. Yeah, I know. We already talked about, I covered this before. Hila Klein, former IDF soldier and wife of Ethan Klein, says that if an Israeli went to Ramallah, they would be lynched. It's a fact. Literally the same type of propaganda used during the Jim Crow South and apartheid South Africa. And then he's like, why won't people think I'm actually pro Palestine? Stalwart ally of the Palestinian plight, by the way. This fucking guy. This fucking guy.
There frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically anything is fair game for the Jews.
Yeah, once the white people are outpopulated by the black people, anything is fair game. Oh my God. But is it weird to be afraid though? Yes. Yes, it's racist as fuck. What do you mean? Do you guys actually do you lose your mind when the term Jew comes into the equation, where you just have no capacity to understand Jewish people as the dominant majority group in the Jewish ethno-state? You're thinking anti-Semitism in the way that it exists in the fucking West, or has historically existed in the fucking West, while talking about Israel. What the fuck are you stupid? Are you dumb? Did this happen in apartheid South Africa? Is that what happened? Jews are taught to be afraid of Arabs is what I mean. I don't think they should. Yes, what you're describing is fucking racism. What the fuck? Would you ever be this gracious to any other group? Would you ever be this gracious to any other fucking group that came out and were like, well, these Arabs are, they're going to rape us. They're going to fucking kill us if we get equal rights. These blacks are going to rape us if we get equal rights. Like, if a white person said that, you'd be like, what the fuck are you saying? We are all so trained to see Islamophobia as just like invisible. We don't even recognize it. We don't even think that it's like out of the norm. This is what I meant when I said anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are obviously bigotries that are completely unacceptable, okay? But Islamophobia has institutional permissibility. Anti-Semitism does not. You say anti-Semitic shit, you're gonna get fucking fired. Even if you don't say anti-Semitic shit, people still say you're saying anti-Semitic shit to get you fucking fired, like what Ethan is doing with me. But you say Islamophobic shit, they will literally have you, they will elevate you to the highest position of society. They'll be like, all right, great, thank you, please become the next fucking Secretary of Defense, sir. Look at Pete Hegseth. It's the double standard that exists. If someone were to say what I consider to be obviously unjustifiable, but if someone were to fucking turn around and say we must nuke Tel Aviv, then obviously that person would not only get banned, but probably imprisoned. But if you turn around and say we must nuke Tehran or we must nuke Gaza, you become a politician. You become an American politician. That's a normal position within the American political discourse. That's it. Pete Hegseth has a Deus Vult tattoo, okay? Talking about the fucking Crusades, which is ironically also not exactly too fond of the Jews either. He's a Christian nationalist. But could you imagine, like he has a tattoo that says like kufar on his kafir on his arm in Arabic, okay? To say like, I am the one, I am the infidel. I'm gonna fucking come and kill all you Arabs or whatever. He has all of these goddamn borderline neo-Nazi tattoos, like the Jerusalem cross and shit, okay? If Pete Hegseth has a fucking swastika, people will be like, yeah, you can't be the Secretary of Defense, okay? Resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. It's not perfect. Oh, this requires its own debunking. This is not correct, okay? I'm sorry, and I know it's going to fucking make you feel bad when I say this, or for Ethan, it's gonna make him feel really good because he can be like, he's denying rape. Hamas did not mutilate and rape women on October 7. That actually was initial reporting that was identified as incorrect. What this report is showing is something that fucking Rabbi Shmuley has also brought forward. I know that because he literally repeated it over and over and over again. Okay? He said Hamas militants went in and cut the titties off of a Israeli woman and then cut the head off of an Israeli woman and then fucking played soccer with the head and the titty of an Israeli woman. Don't say I'm crashing out. He's crashing the hell out. You're crashing out. The fuck do you mean crashing out? So good. They have the power. And even then, what is so crazy about this process is that I'm not even fucking denying that rapes happen in that one. He just clipped me out of fucking context. They stopped when they thought I was dead. The ordeal of Esther, raped and mutilated by Hamas terrorists. Cases of rape and sexual mutilation committed during October 7th massacre are surfacing. While survivors are still struggling to speak out, one of them, who participated in the Tribe of Noah festival, agreed to tell us what she suffered. Now, I need you to understand something. This is in the immediate aftermath, okay? In the immediate aftermath. It's in November 26, 2023. It's understandable that the reporting on this was going to be murky at the fucking time, okay? I'm going to be as gracious as I possibly can be. Israel denied all investigations into the matter. All the forensic evidence was basically fucking either destroyed or literally designed in a way to erroneously create a alternative fucking reality by Zaka. They did this, and there's plenty of reporting on this process, okay? Go back and look at all these fucking reports. Now, the reason why, let me explain something to you. Why is this important to me? Okay, because the reality of the matter is, this is one of those things where it's like, it's the major no-no, okay? It's the biggest no-no of all time. And there is a likelihood that rapes did take place on October 7. It's just that there is no evidence for a Hamas-backed, systematized version of sexual assault that took place on October 7. It is logically already a very difficult thing to suggest. Okay, but on top of that, it was one of the most live-streamed atrocities of all time. There are CCTV footages everywhere. There are body camera footages. Israel had access to every single Hamas militant's body camera footage, okay? They had it from every fucking angle, and they couldn't find one singular piece of fucking CCTV footage or visible evidence beyond photos that beyond photos that they claimed implied that sexual assault took place, including family members. I believe it was Shani Luke. Family members of Shani Luke came out and said, stop saying my daughter got raped. She did not get sexually fucking assaulted. Like, they literally would deny the wishes of the existing victims, the family members, to make this argument. Now, why is this important? Because there was a shit ton of atrocities that took place on October 7. It was brutal, okay? It was violent. They came in with hang gliders. It's a breakout from a fucking open-air prison. Of course it was violent. It was like the Nat Turner Rebellion, okay? It was ruthless. It was violent. There was plenty of atrocities that took place, but it was important for Israel to actually increase the atrocities to the best of their ability in an effort to justify what was coming next. That's why it was important to do good journalism in this moment, in this very moment. That's why they went on with the babies in the ovens nonsense, or 40 babies were beheaded. Shit that, by the way, Ethan and Gila still repeat. Atrocity propaganda that justifies the unimaginable, untold amounts of terror that Israel has subjected the entirety of the Palestinian population to. Okay? There's never been a moment where my analysis over the situation wasn't that October 7 was horrifying. It was absolutely considered an act of terror. It was. It's true. Still, the majority of the fucking people that were killed were civilians. Okay? That's unacceptable. But I understand what the conditions are that caused October 7 to happen. And if you can't have that fucking conversation, you don't want to solve the problem. You just want Palestinians to get slaughtered over and over again for 76 fucking years. Ethan understood the gravity of accusing Israel of systematic sexual abuse on the last episode of Leftovers. When he provided a source on the spot, he didn't believe it and wanted more credible evidence. Weird how he understands the gravity when it's accusing Israel, but not when accusing Hamas, and those accusations are being used to justify genocide. Exactly. The irony, of course, is that I'm not even using Israel's previous reporting on the matter that Israel has systematically raped Palestinian women and boys at checkpoints and in their detention facilities to justify October 7. I'm not even saying that. Some people do. I'm not doing that. This right here, for the record, this is the Esther case on display from Wikipedia. The New York Times changed her name to Sapir. October 2023, Israeli police showed multiple journalists a video of a woman whom Le Parisien called Esther and BBC called Witness S, describing what she claims to have seen from her hiding place near the festival. A militant bent someone over, then Esther understood that he was raping the victim. The militant passed her on to someone else. She was still alive and bleeding from the back. The men cut off parts of her body, sliced her breast, threw it on the street, and played with it. Another militant raped her, then while still penetrating her, shot her in the head, and then ejaculated. 2 months later, in December 2023, the New York Times reported accounts with very similar themes from a witness identified as Sapir. This is not something that took place, okay? I need you to understand, this is not real, okay? Here. Also, the person that conducted the fucking UN report admitted that it was a mischaracterization that genital mutilation took place. Fuck. The reason why this is important, by the way, stop debating rape and focus on the genocide, good Lord. No, shut the fuck up. You want to know why this is important to cover? Because this is a colonialist tactic, okay? All of the barbaric rapist savages. It is the same exact fucking principle that whites in apartheid South Africa applied to the black population of South Africa. It is the same exact principle that white settler colonial violence that the Native Americans were subjected to that justified their genocide. It is the exact same thing that white Klansmen said in the Reconstruction era, and as they went on to lynch black people in the aftermath of the Reconstruction era in the Jim Crow South. This is a colonialist tactic to fucking lie about the sexual barbarity of these animals, these primal beings that are violent and scary and must be fucking put to heel. That is precisely the reason why it's important to address the truth of this so that justice can be served for the fucking victims, okay? Not discounting that sexual assault or sexual violence ever took place on October 7th, because that is commonplace in conflicts. But having said that, you must understand the reason as to why this was so important for Israel to push. It absolutely plays a role in the way that people fucking analyze the Palestinian population. Chris Kunzler and I had a wonderful conversation about this, about the psychosexual nature of this kind of projection propaganda. Here, let's take a look.
The settlers always projected their desires onto the colonized. They would always say, he says specifically in the case of the southern United States, is the white man not always saying that the black man at any opportunity would jump on the good white woman at any given opportunity? Lynchings would very often culminate with of people's. In the case of, he spoke constantly about how bad Jewish boys would attack German women at every opportunity. And in fact, one of the most racist figures and reprehensible within Israeli society, Meir Kahane, there is a video of him on YouTube where he speaks about, he says, there are currently Arab boys hidden in cafes pretending that they have Jewish names so they can basically trick nice, good Jewish girls into dating Arabs. He also gained a massive amount of popularity, his far-right, horrific exterminationist ideology, by saying that there were a series of nationalist, motivated by terrorism, nationalist hatred of Israel occurring at the time. And there were these
Think about that. Anyway, this is the crucial part many overlook regarding the deranged claims of gang rape from Sapir and Roz Cohen, repeated in the New York Times and other Western media. We already knew they lied from other evidence, but Patton's UN report also debunked it. Patton's team said that the accounts of gang rape could not be verified during the time provided along Road 232. This is the escape route from the Supernova Music Festival where two individuals claimed they saw gang rape, Roz Cohen and Sapir, or Witness S. Their stories have been cited by virtually every one of the 13 media investigations as civil society reports as evidence of rape. The statement further undermines Israeli and media claims that mass rape occurred on October 7. It is literally Emmett Till shit, okay? It's ridiculous. The forensic pathologist looked at all of the bodies and did not find a single one that had that specific type of genital mutilation. As a matter of fact, there's another story about like nails in someone's genitals or something. And mischaracterizing grazing gunshot wounds to genitalia as targeted genital mutilation using knives. Here's the UN, the Office of the Special Representative, the Secretary General on Sexual Violence Conflict. Okay. Additional challenges emerged due to erroneous interpretations of states' bodies by some volunteer first responders without relevant qualifications or expertise. Some examples include mistaking post-mortem pugilistic posturing, a boxer-like body posture with flexed elbows, clenched fists, and spread legs, and flexed knees, due to the burn damage as indicative of sexual violence, misinterpreting anal dilation due to postmortem changes as indicative of anal penetration, and mischaracterizing grazing gunshot wounds to genitalia as a targeted genital mutilation using knives. The reason why they mischaracterized it is because the first responders were not actually forensic pathologists. They did not have the capacity to do a autopsy on the fucking spot. So they just looked at it and then said, this is what must have happened. And then the Israeli media ran with that fucking story. This is the reason why I said it's important to fucking arrive at a real conclusion with verifiable evidence. You want to know why I said, and many people made hay of me saying circumstantial evidence in this regard in the UN preliminary report does not meet the standards of circumstantial evidence that would be used in a fucking court of law? Because you're looking at a photo of someone going like this and you make up your mind on it. But a forensic, a person that is supposed to conduct the autopsy is going to actually figure out whether or not this thing that you're suspecting happened. Oh. Every single piece of, every single headline that Ethan erroneously slaps on here, including this one, is bullets contributing to, once again, screams without words, how Hamas weaponized sexual violence on October 7th. This is a great fucking example of a story that did not meet the standard of New York Times' own editorial review. This was so goddamn controversial, but so necessary so that Israel could keep pushing the narrative of Palestinian barbarity, okay? This story was written by a person who had insanely racist shit on her timeline, so much so that the New York Times actually dropped her after this story, okay? The story itself was incredibly controversial within the New York Times editorial board because they said it did not meet the internal standards of the New York Times' editorial team because they could not, there was no verifiable evidence and simply claims people were making that could very easily be destroyed in a moment's fucking notice, and as many of them did. Yeah, this is one of the three authors of the Screams Without Words mass rape atrocity propaganda hoax. Anat Schwartz, she liked posts calling for Gaza to be turned into a slaughterhouse. This is the person that the New York Times actually fucking hired. Anat Schwartz liked this post that said, turn the strip into a slaughterhouse. The New York Times saw all of this and said, okay, we can't have her do reporting for Israel again. If this didn't meet the standards, why did this article come out? Well, because atrocity propaganda was an absolute fucking necessity, okay? And the reason why I'm not moving on from this, and I know why some girly pops might actually have some issues with this because you're like, oh, I've heard this before. No, you have to understand something very important here. This is the same exact type of atrocity propaganda that colonial powers have always used against black people, against Native Americans, and the German Nazis used against Jews, okay? That they're rapist monsters. This is the oldest
fucking colonial propaganda in the goddamn book because it's such a depraved act to do this level of harm to a victim that when you hear it, you don't even want to think about anything else. You are immediately and understandably grossed out by it. It's the same exact shit that we do right now with immigrants. Immigrants are rapists. Immigrants are rapists. Why do you think Trump says that over and over again with no evidence whatsoever? And it's incredibly frustrating that I actually, in our debate, asked Ethan, do you have any names? Do you have any victims that have come out and actually offered firsthand testimony to this barbaric sexual assault that you're saying was systematized by Hamas, that where mass rapes took place on October 7? Do you have any victims? What are their names? Because I do not reflexively disbelieve women. I do believe women. When a woman comes out and says, this actually happened, this happened to me. Like, for example, the testimony of Amit, I think her name is Amit Shoshana, right? The one that Ethan kept showing over and over again. She was sexually assaulted in captivity, okay? That is in the UN Sexual Violence and Conflict Report. That is the verifiable instance of rape that did not happen on October 7, but actually happened in captivity, okay? Ethan kept playing that over and over again, not understanding that I've never actually denied that. And he kept using her testimony to imply that her testimony was from October 7 over and over and over again. However, evidence. There is, however, real evidence as far as like first-hand accounts and testimony. Even this is from the same. This is moments before that clip that he posted about, by the way, to make me look like I'm just laughing about rapes taking place and testimony from hostages. So that part is real. That did happen, which is very important, and that was a part of the UN investigation that was conducted. There is, however, evidence. There is, however, real evidence. I think you need to clarify systematically. People are struggling to understand what you mean. There is no... Hassan, please respond to it. It's very important. They're going to use it against you. What do you have to say to Hila's reasoning for Israel not letting forensic investigations that due to religious regions, they bury the body ASAP? That's a fucking lie, and she's wrong. They did actually conduct forensic examination on many of the bodies. They didn't immediately bury them. She's literally wrong. They took the bodies to the Shura base, and they actually did look at the bodies. The issue, however, was that the initial forensic examination was not conducted by real specialists. Zaka ended up desecrating the bodies in the process and ruining any sort of on-the-spot kinetic forensic examination from taking place, because you have to look at the way that like bodies are presented to develop an understanding of what happened, like how this person died. They denied a real investigation to so many Israelis. Ethan tried to say that as well. Can you show us proof? Yes, I can. Hold on. I will. It's so crazy that people like having this conversation and going over the very important details and having this conversation, going over these very important fucking details on what happened on October 7. And given the gruesome nature of these accusations, people just simply go, oh, you're just a fucking rape denier. And it's insane to me. It's actually fucking insane to me. Thoughts on you being accused of dog whistling? Yeah, dude, I'm totally. You got it. Where's the Shura base article? Hold on, I'm going to pull it up in a second. Ugh. Anyway, but this is the UN report, by the way, the Sexual Violence and Conflict report. Stop saying, stop posting accusation in a mirror, okay? He is currently adding every single one of his IG stories about you to a highlight reel. I don't care. The easy route in this situation is to just simply say, is to simply go along and not try to debunk some of this very dangerous misinformation.
Here, the claim of extensive visual evidence with repeated statements of
an allegation.
We saw a photo of cut up vaginas, nails and vaginas, knives and vaginas is strewn throughout the original Gettleman, Stella Schwartz, Hork to browbeat the reader into submission, but it was all a contrived fake,
that
a
there
facade.
were objects like knives inserted in the genitalia of a woman. I mean, like, the team reviewed the photos, and we did not find anything like that. And I did mention, like, one of the challenges faced of course, by the Israeli government, but which impacted our own work, was the fact that inaccurate, unreliable forensic conclusions were drawn by untrained volunteer first responders. And we give some examples. We give some examples in the report, such as interpreting an anal dilation as anal penetration, when, according to our forensic expert, we've extensive burn damage. This is what you get, anal dilation, and the position of the body. As
Do you understand why the UN report itself said that, like, the circumstantial evidence is still important and valid to make an assessment, but it doesn't reach the normal standard of an investigation? This was a preliminary report that was conducted. A preliminary report is like a field breathalyzer. When you're drunk driving and a cop pulls you over, they first give you a field breathalyzer test. That field breathalyzer test is actually very inconsistent, but that's a test that allows the police to detain you, to take you to the fucking precinct so you can use the real breathalyzer in the precinct. That one is actually admissible in court. The field breathalyzer test is inadmissible in court. It doesn't mean that you're actually drunk. It's not proof to actually say you have conclusively driven drunk. It's only enough proof to detain you so they can take you to the fucking real deal. This is the exact same principle with a preliminary investigation. The UN conducted this preliminary investigation, and then Israel said, you cannot conduct an actual investigation into this process. You just have to take our word for it. Do you understand? Why would they say no to this? Do you think that the fucking United Nations is anti-Semitic? Do you think that they're Hamas? Do you think that they're just going to look at all of this information and then make up a conclusion that makes Israel look bad erroneously? What are you, fucking nuts? That's what Israel thinks. It's psychotic. They do. Yeah, I know they think that, but it's fucking bullshit. That's bullshit. Do you understand? Yeah. Here's what Pramila Patton's UN report on sexual violence actually said. Section 2.1, first paragraph. Is this where this? In spite of its own complicity in the Israeli narrative, Patton's report undermines several of that narrative's fundamental tenets. Western mass media is currently engaged in a concerted campaign to ignore this, as it spins the report as vindication of claims that Hamas committed systematic rape on October 7. In fact, the report explicitly does not reach this conclusion. 2.1. The UN report does not find a pattern of sexual violence on October 7. This was a central claim of Jeffrey Gettleman, Anash Schwartz, and Adam Sella on their now thoroughly discredited article, Screams Without Words, How Hamas Weaponized Sexual Violence on October 7, which argued that Hamas fighters did not carry out rogue or isolated acts of rape, but rather engaged in a broader pattern of gender-based violence using rape as a weapon of war. However, when 52 minutes into Patton's March 4 press conference, Farnas Fasihi from The Times asked, would you say you found a pattern of sexual violence was a strategy of Hamas, both in October 7 attacks and in regards to the hostages? Patton answers definitively in the negative. Later in the press conference, when she is asked by Haaretz journalist Lisa Rozowski, am I correct that you cannot conclude that sexual violence was of a systematic character? Patton reiterates her answer, stating, no. The distinguishing factor from the exercise that we set out to do, the gathering and verification of information for the purpose of its inclusion in the annual report of the Secretary General versus an investigation, that's where you would go into the elements of widespread or systematic. We did not go into that. Patton's report could neither establish the prevalence of sexual violence nor draw conclusions on attribution of alleged violations to specific armed groups. And here's the Shura base reporting. The Shura base is where many of the original claims of widespread sexual assault, including broken pelvises, first emerged. It turned out it was based on one source who said a ton of demonstrably false things. Haaretz reported it out and found out that it was wrong
At the Shura base, to which most of the bodies were taken for purposes of identification, there were 5 forensic pathologists at work. In that capacity, they also examined the bodies that arrived completely or partially naked in order to examine the possibility of rape. According to a source knowledgeable about the details, there were no signs on any of those bodies attesting to sexual relations having taken place or mutilation of genitalia. These teams did not document a single case of sexual assault or cases of genital mutilation. Beyond this, from inquiries, and this also goes along with the UN report. But Ethan still put it in his fucking video. Why did Ethan still put it in his fucking video? Because he's incredibly careless. That's it.
Not perfect.
And here, this is the other guy.
It's
Hold
not
on.
perfect.
I know. I can't believe how much time I've spent on this. I know it's
good.
fucking annoying. Okay, I know.
It's not perfect.
In the first male October 7 survivor recounts rape at the hands of Hamas terrorists. This guy was a Nova Festival guy. He literally said that on October 7, during Nova Festival, Hamas terrorists came and gang raped him. Guess what? He was suing the Israeli government for $133 million. And the Israeli government looked into his statements and found that he was making it up. And they closed the case.
Perfect.
That guy is another fabulist. Attackers laughed as they raped and murdered a woman in Israel on October 7, witness says. This guy also was found to be fucking lying.
Of course, if you compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have been completely flattened during this war. And while we should keep their plight at the top of our minds at all time, it also doesn't mean that we should disregard the lives of the Jewish people who are also affected by this, even if their suffering on the whole is not
this war, not a war, it's a genocide. I thought you recognized it as such.
as great. Some of you may know that I'm an Israeli dual citizen. My wife is Israeli, my kids are half Israeli, and my entire in-law is Israeli. I lived there for 5 years, and I grew a closeness with the country and its people. One of the biggest issues between me, Hassan, and his community was that...
Yeah, notice how he says when he's talking about Gazans dying in the war, the terminology is very passive. Israelis are horrifyingly raped and mutilated and murdered by these Hamas terrorists, but Gazans are dying in a war. This right here is a dog whistle. If you want to know what a fucking dog whistle is, this is what a dog whistle is. Not the idea that someone fucking holding up a bleach sword is actually indicative of their anti-Semitism. That's something that you made up in your fucking mind. But this is a very carefully crafted dog whistle that I don't even think Ethan is smart enough to understand that he's actually attributing here. It's just so permanently lasered into his fucking consciousness that he doesn't recognize that he's doing passive voice when talking about Gazans and their plight. That's it. Okay? Passive voice is applied by mainstream outlets all the fucking time.
I am in favor of a two-state solution, while they are in favor of a one-state solution. Their theory is that after the October 7th attack, Israel should just dissolve its borders and let Hamas enter Israel.
Yes, it would have been fucking, yeah. One state at any point, pre-October 7, post-October 7, at any point. Yes.
Unrestrained.
Borders. Like, the argument is so fucking stupid that he's just like, no, you have to genocide them, dude. What do you mean? Like, I mean, you have to genocide them a little bit. I mean, October 7 happened. Look, I gave you a bunch of headlines to show you how much I care about rape, by the way, that I just gave you a bunch of fucking headlines that I couldn't even recall. I couldn't even recount off the top of my mind when I was actually having a conversation with Hassan on Friday. It's one state right now, okay? It already is one state. That's what it is. Israel's an apartheid state.
What do you think Israel should have done in response to October 7th?
Instead of indiscriminately bombing Gaza, I think the first thing to do in that situation would be to dismantle the government in the way that it existed, like get Netanyahu out of power.
Okay. So you're saying Israel in response... Hold on, dude. You're saying in response to this terrorist attack, Israel should have dismantled their own government.
The first set of actions would be to democratically take Netanyahu out of power. Yes.
The problem is that Israel's been at war.
Everybody hated Netanyahu after. Why? I thought Ethan hated Netanyahu. Why would he take issue with that? Why? We're at war. Is it a war or is it a genocide? Between me and Ethan, that chatter is correct. Only one of us knows the name of Amit Shoshana or Shoshana. I don't know how to say it. Ethan did not. As he was constantly fucking bringing her testimony up and screaming at me in our debate, to which he openly recognized he actually weaponized later down the line to slander me.
Or with its neighbors for 70 plus
Stop asking me when friends are going to come along. I already told them not to come along yet, okay? I'm doing this on my own.
years, and it makes a lot of sense that there be some distrust there. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe? After all, Israel is a country of refugees.
Yeah, you are a ethno-religious supremacist and also an anti-Arab racist. That's it. That's it. This is not a valid fear. This is the same exact fear that whites had in the apartheid structure in South Africa, that once blacks were free, they would turn around and do a reverse apartheid. This is exactly what people thought about restoring the racial pecking order in the aftermath of the abolition of slavery. You are a Jewish supremacist. That's it. When you're thinking about Israel, you are operating on supremacist thinking, okay? Not to the same degree as a Kahanist or whatever, but that's absolutely what this is. These fucking barbaric Arabs, if we were to lower the boundary wall, would come in and fucking rape us to death. I can't take you seriously? What? Explain to me what you mean. Yeah, imagine if Jews were a minority, the Palestinians would do to us what we've been doing to them. That's the only argument he has here, by the way. That's the only fucking argument he has. The suspicion that Palestinians would be just as depraved as the fucking Israeli government is to them. And for the record, he doesn't even understand that he's being fucking racist. And you will never be able to convince him that this is an unimaginably racist fucking thing to say. If I were to look through his goddamn comments here, no one would actually fucking cover the point. No one would actually turn around and be like, dude, what do you mean?
If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba.
Yeah, this goes back to the famous conversation that we had where I said this was one of the worst claims that you made in your entire fucking context, Puke. The double Nakba theory. The idea that like Israel's planned exterminationist campaign towards the Palestinians was somehow a good enough fucking reason for why there was a continued domination of all Palestinians across the board, because, sorry, Jews have to go somewhere. That is literally the entire reason why the Nakba is disgusting, okay? That is the reason why the Nakba is a ridiculous act of ethnic cleansing to begin with. Jews were in concentration camps in the fucking Holocaust, and the ones who actually survived this horrifying process turned around and in all but 3 years went to fucking Israel and killed Arabs. Palestinians that had nothing to do with the Holocaust. Think about that. How fucking insane that is. Sorry, we have nowhere to go. Guess we have to fucking kill you is not a reasonable conclusion here. You cannot attribute the crimes of other fucking countries like Iraq or even countries that were under colonial occupation like Morocco or under the leadership of Vichy France. You're talking about fucking Algeria. Algeria didn't even have its own liberation movement at this point. And you are attributing to the fucking crimes of the colonially occupied Algeria to Arabs, and you're saying that all Arabs are just anti-Semitic, so Israel had to exist because there was nowhere else for them to go. It's fucking ridiculous. They could have gone back to those countries. They literally could have gone back. There was numerous instances where
the PLO and the Arab councils got together and said, hey, we can do a right to return. We can do a double right to return. Jews that want to go back to the MENA region, if they want to go back, they can go back. I'll give you one great example of this, okay? Algeria is a great example of this because it's under French colonial occupation at this point. There's a lot of anti-Semitism, sure, but part of that, for example, was the reality that the FLN's demand for Algeria and during the Algerian liberation was that Jews living in Algeria would be citizens, would be actual Algerian citizens, but they would have to denounce their French citizenship for that process. So what did Jews do in Algeria that collaborated with the colonial apparatus at the time? They went to fucking France. They didn't fly to Israel because they were being pogromed. They fucking chose to be French citizens. That's what happened to the Algerian Jews. This is the reason why you can't fucking make this comparison between what took place in all of these other Arab countries and what took place in Israel. None of these people are actually Palestinians. So why the fuck are the Palestinians constantly getting destroyed in this process? It's a nitpick, but calling Israelis the Jews is unironically perpetuating and promoting anti-Semitism en masse. It's gross. Thank you for actually pointing that out, Jay Mershon. You are absolutely fucking correct. I keep forgetting because there's so many different things that he has said in 15 minutes that has taken me hours and hours and hours to fucking explain. They laughed at you for this. Oh yeah, the government of Iraq ran full-page advertisements calling for the return of its Iraqi Jews who had fled their country, Iraq, after the breakout of the 1948 war. Anyway, that doesn't mean that there wasn't fucking expulsions that were taking place. Not mass expulsions the same fucking way that Israel conducted, well, before Israel, Zionist brigades conducted, but the idea that this is somehow comparable to the Nakba is fucking gross. It's disgusting. It's a double genocide theory. That's all this is. Well, you know, in the aftermath of World War I, a lot of Germans felt displaced. They felt wronged by World War I. They took on incredible amounts of fucking casualties. So I guess it was permissible to do the Holocaust would be a fucking psychotic argument to make. And it's actually one that famous historian, not real historian, Daryl, whatever the fuck his name is, that goes on Joe Rogan, made time and time again. And I shit on him for making that fucking stupid ass argument. But when Ethan gets to say this about how Jews had nowhere to go, so they had to kill some fucking Arabs to kill some goddamn Palestinian Arabs to take over their fucking land, what are you going to do about it, you know? No one ever thinks this is an insanely fucking racist thing to say because everyone thinks Arabs are not human, okay? It's fucking crazy. Sorry for the nitpick. The Vichy government fell after World War II. Algiers was under another government. No, I'm talking about instability against Jews under Vichy France was pre-World War II. I'm saying that, like, there are Algerian Jews that were harmed, okay, throughout this history. But all the way through World War II, the harm that was happening under the watchful gaze of fucking Vichy France in Algeria. Do you not understand my point? Because he looks at the entire scope of not even post-1948, pre-1948 anti-Semitism that took place in Arab countries, and then says all Arabs are like this. Daryl Cooper is the name of the Holocaust revisionist that I was talking about. Exactly. Daryl Cooper says, well, Germans had their feelings. Germans have had their fucking feelings hurt after World War I. So what are you going to do about it? Lo and behold, you know, that's why the Holocaust had to happen. That is the same argument that he's making here, you know? Germans experienced a lot of economic instability, and therefore they became much more militant. And said that the perpetrators were Jews.
1 million Jews. All of these surrounding Arab countries had vibrant Jewish communities and huge number, hundreds of thousands. Now, if you look at them, you're looking at close to, if not literally, 0 Jews left in these countries.
Just to give you an idea, here's a visual representation of the Jewish refugees after 1948. Morocco had 265,000 Jews. Now it has 2,000. Algeria had 104.
Well, thank God I fucking brought up Algeria, by the way. Yeah, where did the Algerian Jews go, Ethan? Algerian Jews were historically considered French citizens. They were collaborators with the French occupiers. the Algerian government in the aftermath of the liberation turned around and said, hey, you can be Algerian citizens. You just have to renounce your French citizenship. And lo and behold, they were like, fuck off. I'm going to France. I'm going to be French now. And that's precisely what took place here. You are making this comparison to seem like, you know, there was ethnic cleansing happening in fucking Algeria to Jews. Holy shit. What happened to the Jews in Iraq, Egypt, Yemen, Morocco, Lebanon after 1948, Hassan? Oh my God, he's still doing this. He's still fucking trying to put this point together as though this is like there was nowhere to go. There was nowhere to go, okay? There was nowhere to fucking go. You want to know why this argument is fucking moronic and is at the heart of Zionism? Because the Holocaust and centuries of pogroms and the fear is baked into the heart of Zionism. Israel must exist as a Jewish ethno-state, a Jewish ethno-supremacist state. It has to exist that way, or else the Holocaust will happen again, is literally at the fucking heart of this entire argument. That's it. And that's precisely why he has to make it seem like all of the Jews in Algeria were actually dominated in an ethnic cleansing campaign in the same way that Israel, before it was Israel, the Zionist brigades had exterminated and also ethnically cleansed the Palestinians from their ancestral lands. It has to be this way because otherwise the entire project fucking falls apart. Fuck. Do you understand how stupid this argument is? It monolithizes all Arabs across the board, okay? And it also turns around and puts the blame on the Palestinians. It is a never-ending cycle of, and a never-ending justification of why Palestinians must be brutalized by Israel, because that's where the fucking Israeli state is. There's nothing we can do about it. It has to be an ethnic majority. It has to be a Jewish ethno-majority state. Otherwise, the Holocaust will happen a million times over. That is the underlying argument here. I'm obviously exaggerating, but that is literally that generational trauma of real violence that Jews were subjected to historically is baked into the reason why Israel must exist in the way that it does, in the violent way that it does, as an apartheid state sitting on top of indigenous land that Palestinians are not allowed to be inside of, because if they were, God forbid, then in Ethan's words, what did Ethan say? Hold on, let me pull it up again. Where the fuck was Ethan's statement on this? Not this one. The one where he says, if the walls come down, then all Jews will be destroyed. Is it really that fucked up to make this inference that Palestinians, Hamas will kill us if the walls come down? Is this it? No, not this one. Oh, I mean, this is the one, yeah.
To take over all of Israel and happily coexist with fucking Israelis. One state solution is the fucking literal. I mean, one state solution is like kind of the same thing. Because if you have a one-state solution and the right to return, which I agree with, right? I mean, Israel has the right to return. If there's a state of Palestine, it makes sense. But if you're in one state, all that's going to happen is like everybody is trying to bring as many people there as possible. And like by the time, there frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything.
Why? What the fuck are you saying? What the fuck are you saying? Israel has a right to return. Why the fuck does Israel? Why can any Jewish man right now, anywhere around the planet, can fucking go to Israel right now and be able to get a goddamn house in the fucking West Bank that the government will help fund, or Christians United for Israel will help fund, but a fucking Palestinian that can't go back to see their ancestral village, partially because Israel most likely destroyed it and then built some ugly contraption on top of it. What a ridiculous fucking argument. Think about how fucking stupid this is. You can be Ethan Klein, an American Jew living in fucking Calabasas or wherever the fuck he grew up in California, and go live in Israel for 5 fucking years. But there's dudes on the Gaza boundary that cannot even peek over the fucking Gaza envelope to see their parents' houses. How the fuck is that appropriate? How is that acceptable? It's bullshit. It's fucking insane. I feel like I'm losing my mind having this conversation with Americans feels so crazy where you're like, these guys are literally trapped in an open air prison. Okay. They're trapped in a fucking open air prison. They can't go into Israel. And guys will literally turn around and tell you like, what do you mean? Israel's fucking awesome, dude. Yeah, I mean, don't look over at the open air prison. There's a genocide going on there. But also anyone that fucking speaks out against that genocide is actually, lo and behold, an anti-Semite. He misspoke when he said Israel, just a heads up before he focuses on that. What are you talking about? What?
And I'm sorry, but Hamas, the governing fucking body there wants to kill all the fucking Jews.
Yeah, Morocco protected Moroccan Jews from the Vichy government during the Holocaust, finally acknowledged by the Israeli government recently. Anti-Semitism is not as prevalent in Arab society as Ethan wants everyone to believe. If it's as mindless ancient figure as the Arabs. Herzog hails Moroccan king for country's treatment of Jews during the Holocaust. Oh, all of these countries had very different attitudes. Okay, was there a lot of tension amongst the native Jewish population in these Arab nations? Yes, there was, but you cannot attribute the individual responses to the Nakba and how horrifying that was for people back to the Palestinians who are suffering in this process. And yeah, there are literally a right to return that was afforded to Jews over and over again. You know who didn't want that? Israel, because everybody fucking knows that's it. You're there. You don't want to go anywhere else. That's it. God forbid, dude. God forbid.
40,000. Now it has about 50. Iraq had 150,000 Jews, now 10. And I want to give a special shout out to my boy over in Afghanistan, one known Jew. We know him.
Oh. Bro, Afghanistan isn't even a fucking Middle Eastern country. It's not even Arabs. Afghanistan is not even fucking Arabs at that point. It's just, I guess it's Muslim. That's what it is, right? That's what the fuck he's talking about. I love this, by the way, because one must ask the question, because remember, the whole point is like Arabs have antiquated anti-Semitic tendencies, right? And that's why fucking, as Ethan claims, Arab anti-Semitism is the reason why Arab Jews became Zionists, right? That's what he said. Now, what's really interesting about this is like, if you look at this, it says Jewish refugees from the Middle East, an estimated 820,000 Jews fled violence and discrimination in their homelands between 1948 and 1972. Now, this is obviously fucking propaganda bullshit, okay? That monolithizes all Arabs and all Muslim countries. It is a way to justify why Israel must exist. Everybody hates us. We have to live in Israel. Otherwise, Holocaust everywhere, right? Now, the irony, of course, is one must ask the question like, okay, pre-1948, how did a lot of Jews get there, as a matter of fact? If Arabs are so anciently and antiquatedly anti-Semitic, why was the Ottoman Empire seen as a fucking safe land for Jews, where Arabs, Arab Muslims, Arab Christians, and Arab Jews could live side by side? Why did Spanish Jews actually come and exist under the banner of the Ottoman Empire, as a matter of fact? And before people say, oh, they have to pay jizya, yes, I know, but Muslims pay zakat, which is obviously a larger percentage of your fucking income. And jizya meant that you didn't actually have to serve in the military, okay? And in comparison to being fucking ethnically cleansed in like the Inquisition, it was a far more favorable position. The important point is that Ethan thinks Palestinians returning to Israel will be dangerous for racist reasons, like the Palestinians are all Hamas, because what's the difference between a teacher from Gaza and a teacher from Europe visiting Israel? One will be dangerous and the other not. Exactly. And even if he doesn't personally, if you were to ask that question, even if he doesn't personally believe that, yeah, I know. Also, Iraqis want their Jewish neighbors back. It's from 972 magazine. Months after a Shiite cleric won the parliamentary elections, Iraq said Jews are welcome on an online poll, and the matter suggests that Iraqis are ready to discuss the right of return more than Israelis are.
Yeah, I guess they just want them to return so they can fucking kill them, right? That's what it is. That's probably what it is. These sinister Arabs, they just want them to come back so they can kill them. Fuck. I'm going to keep this clip going. Eventually, I might have to rely on us again because I think it's very instructive of his attitude overall on the position. Ironic because I think this was when he was like also yelling at Olivia for liking a post on Instagram that said Palestine will never die from the river to the sea.
Basically, anything is fair game for the
one known Jew. We know him. We love him.
Zebulon.
He's the one Afghan Jew.
They were forced to leave their homes, their lives, their property, and migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was Israel. The irony of
They didn't even accept them. They didn't even accept them. Ben Gurion said Arab Jews are like dust, okay? The Ashkenazi Jews that were controlling Israel at the time literally despised the Arab Jews. You don't even know that part of the fucking Israeli history. They unironically were disgusted by them. They thought that they would have to teach them how to use silverware. Israel always was a Western colonial operation. And all of a sudden, they needed more manpower because it's obviously a ethno-religious supremacist ideology. But they simultaneously were like, well, these guys that are here, they're kind of barbaric because they're kind of Arabized. We need to make them Westerners again. And they were horrible. There was literally a fucking child adoption scheme, a child kidnapping scheme that Yemeni Jewish children were literally subjected to. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my God. They literally had a Yemenite children affair. They stole the fucking children. They literally... Oh, and it still continues to this day. Ethiopian Jews are fucking sterilized by the Israeli state. People get really mad when you say that. They don't do it anymore, but they did that. Avi Shlem's experiences when he first arrived in Israel also shows it is best to call them Israelis, not Jews. He wasn't treated as a Jew in group when he first arrived to Israel, even though he was literally Jewish. Called them what they were, white Euro supremacist colonizers, because saying the Jews is literally omitting all the people the Jews didn't consider to be Jewish, even though they literally were Jewish. And by the way, some of the aftermath of all of that fucking brutal re-education that Arab Jews were subjected to is part of the reason why they had to, you know how like Irish people in America are cops more often than not, and you're like, why the fuck did that happen? In a similar vein, a lot of the Arab Jews in Israeli society became some of the most intensely right-wing reactionary people in Israeli society so that they could be a part of the Zionist project, to show that they were loyal soldiers of the Zionist project. That's where the likes of Itamar Ben-Gvir come from. Itamar Ben-Gvir is an Iraqi Jew, okay? He is Kurdish and Arab. Why is he such a fucking freak? Because he had to prove himself.
of this whole situation is that after the 1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence, the air...
Yeah, here's a New York Times article about the abduction, so people don't call you an anti-Semite conspiracy theorist. It's not. It's like reservations. It's the same process. The disappeared children of Israel. In the state of Israel's early years, a number of parents in immigrant transit camps were told that their babies had died. The families believed that the babies were abducted by the Israeli authorities in the 1950s and were illegally put up for adoption to childless Ashkenazi families, Jews of European descent. A younger generation is demanding answers. They did that because they thought a lot of the Arab Jews were too Arabized. And because they were a white supremacist in their own way, because they were a white Eurocentric supremacist group of people that did not want to be like the Arabs in the region, they wanted to desperately and immediately fucking engage in the process of re-education for a lot of these people.
Arab countries got super anti-Semitic against their own Jewish citizenry that had nothing to do with Israel. And as a result...
But why doesn't he have to smoke for Germany? This is what I understand. So, okay, what's a far larger crime? What's a far greater, more consequential crime? You know what I mean? Oh, Jews were being harmed in fucking Morocco or in Algeria or in Egypt, okay? In these nasty Arab countries, Arab Jews were being harmed. They had nowhere else to go. They had to go to Israel. Okay. Who harmed Jews more? Arabs or systematically destroyed the lives of 6 million Jews, Germany? Why the fuck don't you advocate to build Israel on Germany then? What do you mean? Why is it? Why is it that you don't attribute the crimes of the Holocaust to the Germans in the same way that you say The real reason why a lot of Arab Jews became Zionists is because of the Arabs, because of the fucking scary Arabs. Yeah, of course Germany atoned because they didn't have to be fucking ethnically cleansed. You know who got ethnically cleansed? The Palestinians, who had nothing to do with the Holocaust. 11,000 Palestinians fought against Nazi Germany before people say the Grand Mufti or some other bullshit. The Grand Mufti was a fucking colonial vestige, okay? The notion that Germany's on the good side because they become performatively anti-Semitism in their shame for the Holocaust despite doing the Holocaust, whereas Arab countries famously did not do the Holocaust, yet we consider Germany to be an ally of Israel and Jews. Yeah, exactly, because it's fucking Eurocentric supremacist bullshit. That is precisely the reason why. Because Arabs are barbaric. Unless you're an Arab Jew, in which case, okay, we'll give you a leg up in this circumstance, in Israel at least. You know?
They kicked them all out, 1 million plus of them, and forced them to go the one place they hated the most, Israel. And now those same people that forced them out of their homes are telling them they don't belong there. So if the Jews of Israel...
Yeah, brother, I'm sorry. You don't understand. It is not a land without people for a people without a land. There were people there, okay? You can't just act like this was empty space that needed to be occupied, okay? It wasn't empty space that needed to be occupied. Okay, under the Ottoman Empire, Palestinians lived there. 2% of the population before the Aliyah process started, before the Balfour Declaration, was Jewish. Okay, the rest were the ancient. Here's the other side of the story. The ancient Jews that lived there, that stayed there, became Arabized, became Islamized throughout that process. So when you're actually when Israel's fucking killing Palestinians, they're unironically killing their own fucking ancestors too, in terms of the 3,000 years of history. But I'm not even gonna get into that shit because people get real fucking touchy about that. You're just killing your own ancestors in that process. We're like, well, you're barbaric and you're brutal and ruthless. You must be killed because I need this land now.
Are surrounded by Islamic militant terrorist groups that have...
What? Algerian Jews were given a choice between Algerian citizenship and French citizenship. And guess what they chose? You're not cooking. Oh, you're talking to him. Yeah, I already brought that up. I know. I did. He brought up Algeria, and it's such a clear-cut indication that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He just saw this goddamn meme on Instagram and thought he cracked the fucking code, dude. That's how little he cares about this issue that he's supposed to know about, right? Most of them were granted citizenship, not even a choice. Please read this. I'm Algerian. If you need a source on the collaboration, divide and conquer methods. I know. Cremer decree. I know. Decret Cremer. I know. Fuck. It's so crazy to me that he just literally plastered this on the fucking context nuke to make it seem as though all these unique and individual countries, some aren't even fucking Arab, by the way. He puts Afghanistan on there. It's not even Arab. All of these guys were being, they were systematically erasing Jews from their population. They like forced them out. Meanwhile, half the fucking people that he's pointing to didn't even go to, some of them didn't even go to Israel. Some of them went to France and then went to Israel afterwards, but voluntarily. Oh.
One known Jew. We know
their lives, their property, and migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was Israel. The irony of this whole situation is that after the 1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence, the Arab countries got super anti-Semitic against their own Jewish citizenry. That had nothing to do with Israel. And as a result, they kicked them all out, 1 million plus of them, and forced them to go the one place they hated the most, Israel. And now those same people that forced them out of their homes are telling them they don't belong there.
Bro, how do you not understand? Bro, he said now those same people that forced them out of their homes say that they don't belong there.
Do you not understand what Ethan is saying? These are not the same people, you fucking moron. You racist moron. The people that don't want them there right now are the Palestinians who were ethnically cleansed. You are putting the crimes of other Arab countries and what they might have done, which you don't even fucking know, by the way, on the Palestinian Arabs that don't want to get their shit kicked in and don't want to be removed from their homes. Fuck! Kaya, please. Scared the shit out of me. He's literally saying, well, now these fucking nasty Arabs don't want the Jews to live here. Do you see this? How does he not understand? How does he not understand this argument? These are totally separate people, okay? If one is the wronged party, the other is the party doing the wrong. Yeah, I know he got it from here. This is the Jewish Virtual Library map of the conflict. I mean, this is a classic Hasbro shit, okay? That's what it is. Little old Israel. Didn't Ben Shapiro do the same video in October 2023? We already reacted to all of this at the point. Yeah, we did. He sees them all as the same. Dan thinks saying the Arabs is parallel to saying the Israelis. Wait, what? Dan said this?
There's a collection of a bunch of nations that all collectively kicked the Jews out.
Yeah, I know. No, I know.
If
I
he
know
said the fucking Jews, what is he talking about?
Yeah, I guess there's, more comparable.
Wait, what? Yeah. Yeah, I don't say that. Yeah. If I were to say, oh, it's these fucking Jews, you would lose your goddamn mind. Oh my God. He literally only can understand bigotry if it's Jewish people in the fucking crosshairs. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Yes. That's crazy.
It would be the fucking Israelis.
It would be
like saying the fucking Israelis is different than saying the fucking Arabs. You're not even saying the fucking Moroccans kicked the Jews out, okay? You're saying the fucking Arabs kicked the Jews out. This is so stupid. What are they doing over there? What is this? Even the crew, Charlie
Because
Justin?
they're anti-Semitic. 900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to fucking Arabs.
Why was that cut? What the fuck cut was that? And then
Hassan is smiling because he's like, yep, I got the clip I needed.
I didn't even know what he was talking about because I was speaking honestly and I was speaking passionately. And obviously throughout this whole conversation, we've both been using fucking as a, it's calm.
Dude, if I were to treat Jews as a monolith in the way that he treats Arabs, he wouldn't have to fucking constantly do delusional shit to infer anti-Semitism out of places where there's no anti-Semitism. You could just be like, all right, well, here it is. I'll let this speak for itself. Even when I talk about Israel and Israel's own demographic considerations, I always take the extra step to say Israeli Jews versus Israeli Arabs is their own classification because they're an ethno-religious supremacist country. I do not agree with this classification, but whenever I look at Israeli polling, when I say Israeli Jews, I literally will always readily, immediately fucking slap that on there because I know some motherfucker is waiting like a hawk to be like, see, he said Jews. He said Jews. That's it. Because I know how this works. I know how this fucking works. Ethan can say whatever the fuck he wants about Arabs, and no one is going to be like, oh, that's a little racist. I don't really understand what the fuck you're talking about. But I say something that is even remotely misconstrued. It's over. It's over. Okay? My career is fucking over. This is precisely the reason why after a fucking entire year and a half of endless coverage on this issue, the only thing he can fucking point to is like, oh, well, Ian Idubbbs grabbed the fucking bleach sword that I know is not a swastika, but I'm going to act like it's a swastika for the fucking sake of this argument to make it seem like you're anti-Semitic. He can't even point to anything. He can't even point to anything.
Oh my God.
And everybody does it in English, especially when you're like getting impassioned. You say this, fucking this, that. It's like,
is Islamophobia more acceptable than anti-Semitism? Come on, dude. Are you out of your fucking mind? Yes, of course it is. And anyone who tells you that is not the case is delusional. What are you talking about? Dude, a 6-year-old was stabbed to death by their landlord after October 7. The 6-year-old was Muslim, okay? The landlord after October 7 did an Islamophobic hate crime and stabbed a 6-year-old tenant to death. If there was a role reversal where a 6-year-old Jewish boy was stabbed to fucking death, there would be like an understandable, he was Palestinian, there would have been an understandable outcry. That outcry did not even exist for this child. It's fucking ridiculous. There was another dude who shot people because they were wearing keffiyehs. How much more conversation? You're missing his point. He just wants you to acknowledge that the Jews fleeing their homes are suffering. I don't. This is ridiculous. You cannot use this in the process of talking about the Nakba, okay? It's like saying the Germans were suffering. It's like saying the Germans were suffering after World War I. I don't care. What the fuck? He fails to see that fears of settler colonialism was the cause, not anti-Semitism, because the colonies in Palestine pre-Holocaust. Like, in the context of Palestinian emancipation, this doesn't fucking matter. Do you not understand? Fuck. And it's like everything has to be around anti-Semitism all the time because that's the only way. That's the only fucking way you can justify this militant state. Do you not understand how this works? This is why he has to constantly present like, these guys are all anti-Semitic. Here, let's get to the fucking militant resistance. Let's get to the heart of the matter here, okay? Because there's so much happening here. There's so much happening here that's so idiotic.
So if the Jews of Israel are surrounded by Islamic militant terrorist groups that
Islamic militant terrorist groups
stated their goal is to annihilate Israel as a Jewish state.
Hamas was founded in 1978 as a Muslim Brotherhood cutout that was actually a fucking Islamic charity, okay? Hamas was not around in 1948. You cannot bring that up. Hezbollah was not around until 1982. And guess what? Hamas and Hezbollah both were born out of Israeli violence. Oh my God, how confusing, how shocking. Why does Hezbollah exist, I wonder? Ethan actually learned a little bit about it since he made this fucking stupid ass video because he had to say, Hamas's, Hezbollah's inception was a noble one. I will never forget. He said, noble Hezbollah.
And considering the historical context of Jews being pogromed from Arab countries.
Sorry, you're right. It was founded in 1987, not 1978. Not that it matters. No, I think, actually, you know what? You might be wrong. You might literally be wrong. I think like the official charter is 1987. But it was, before the official charter, it was an Islamic charity. So I think I'm right and you're wrong. Yeah. For the record, just letting you know. I remember reading Zach Foster on it. The charter is 1987, which is when it was officially a political movement, but pre-1987, before the charter, they were an Islamic charity. So I do believe it was in the 70s that it was an Islamic charity, if I'm not mistaken. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I'm actually flexing over here in real-time Hamas knowledge. Yeah, Hamas movement founded by Palestinian Islamic in 1987, but it emerged from his 1973 Mujama al-Islamiyya Islamic charity affiliated with the Muslim Brotherhood. I said 1978. I was wrong. It was 1973. Don't fucking test my Hamas knowledge, dude. I went to Hamas University, Columbia anti-Semity, baby. That's right. Don't test my fucking knowledge on Hamas. Both wrong? Come on, dude. I said 1973, but I said it was an Islamic, is a Muslim Brotherhood Islamic charity. Yeah, I get all those fucking fruit baskets from Haas, okay? It's not for no reason. You feel me? It's not for no reason. This is the reason. This is why they give me the fucking fruit baskets. All right, let's get to the meat of it, actually. This is actually very educative because Ethan is clearly not a far-right lunatic. He's very progressive here and there and is still insanely Islamophobic, just like when the Dems in America are social democrats everywhere. We can see how poisonous these positions could be. Exactly.
Is it really that crazy